Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope everybody is awake today. And thank you for joining us for another New Jamaica Foundation Marathon. And we'd like to welcome you all. My name is Shereka Simmonds. I'll be one of your tutors for today alongside Sebastian Lawrence. I don't know if Sebastian would like to say anything after I'm finished, but for the proceedings for today, we'll be doing paper 1 first, and then we'll have the paper 2 in the afternoon session. That's okay with everybody? Everybody hearing me, by the way?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, miss. Yes, miss, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, it's not Miss. It can just say Shereka. Yeah, I'm not that old, guys. So for my... Go ahead. All right, so for my session, it's going to be pretty straightforward because I guess everybody understands how multiple choices work. But again, I'm just going to share some tips and tricks that I use in approaching multiple choice, and then we'll go through some questions. But before we do that, I'd just like to ask you guys to just drop your ratings on a scale of 1 to 10. How competent do you think you are in mathematics? So I can get an understanding of what I'm working with. So on a scale of 1 to 10, just rate yourself a 1, a 2, a 3, a 10. All right, so I'm seeing 5, 6, 7, 3, a lot of 5s, 8, 1. All right, so we're assuming that everybody is here to learn something then. Nobody is above the average. All right, so thank you for that, guys. Another thing I'm going to ask that you guys are very interactive because it's math. So I won't be here talking, and then I'm not getting any feedback and I don't know if you guys understand. We are here to help you guys. So please give us some feedback as to whether we're going too fast, you don't understand, let us know what's happening. Understood?
Understood.
Understood.
All right.
Understood.
Nice. All right, so as it relates to the tips that I have for you for multiple choice, don't ever go into a multiple choice exam and say, oh, common sense is going to help me. No, you have to know something in order to answer at least one question. No matter how you think you have common sense, you need to know something before you approach a multiple choice paper. So don't tell yourself, oh, I'm gonna have to study for multiple choice. No, don't ever do that. Practice, yes. Study might not be the right word, but practice is a better word to use. So that's the first thing. You have to know something. 2, always try to use your elimination method. Most of the answers that are in multiple choice, you can just look at them and know that, oh, this answer could never be one of the answers. So you try to use that in order to minimize the time that you spend on each question. 3, don't waste your time on one question. If you don't understand the question after reading it like 3 times, mark it and move on. Persons tend to have the tendency to sit and say, oh, let me figure it out, man. And before they know it, 30 minutes gone and they're still on one question. So try not to do that. Mark the question and just move on and then come back to it. So those are the main things that you do for a multiple choice. As it relates to math, I wouldn't say it's easy, but for the multiple choice, it's a pattern that is usually followed for CSEC. So once you've mastered the pattern, you realize that it gets easier and easier. So we're going to try and go through as much questions as we can today. And as I said before, please be interactive. If you have any questions, feel free to open the mic and ask. You have the chat as well. Use those and let us know what's happening. Any questions before we begin?
No questions.
Sebastian, you have anything to add before your session later, or later you'll talk? All right, I'm going to take that as later. All right, guys, so we're going through 2016, well, 2014 first. As I said before, it's interactive, so I'm going to ask you guys questions and I would like you to answer. So usually your first question is something about fractions.
Excuse, could you zoom in, please?
No problem. Any better?
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. So your first set of questions are usually about fractions, ratio, some sort of conversion or something like that, or standard form, as you can see for number 1. So it says in standard form, 0.0325 is written as, so can somebody tell me what is standard form? That's if you know. If you don't know, feel free to say that you don't know.
It's a way of representing.
Basically when you like put a power to 10 and like yes, wait. So the value must be less than, must be greater than 1 but less than 10. And you're going to multiply that by 10 to the power.
Yeah, correct. Everybody understood that, right? I'm not seeing the chat, guys, so just open your mics if you have anything to say. So the person who just spoke, you are totally correct. Standard form has to be greater than 1 but less than 10, and the value is usually multiplied by a power of 10. So usually if you have a number that is greater than 1, the power is usually positive. So you can note that with your pen and paper, whatever you're using to take notes. If, yeah, no problem. So if the number that you're given is greater than 1, usually your power in standard form is positive. So say we had, let me share. So say we had 10. Right. We had 1,000. Sorry for the crappy writing, guys. So we had 1,000 and we want to write this in standard form. It's a value that is greater than 1. So hence we know that our power is going to be positive. So we need to know, is it that we're going to move to the right, move to the left?
Excuse me, I'm not seeing anything.
You're not hearing?
Seeing, if you're showing something, given from the paper.
All right. Let me reshare. Seen it now?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So we need to decide, is it that we're going to move to the left, move to the right? So again, something to note, if the number is positive, you move to your left. So remember, there's always an imaginary decimal point after the last digit in a whole number. So again, if the number is positive, we're going to move to our left. If it's less than, not positive, guys. If it's greater than 1, we move to our left. If it's less than, we move to our right. So for 1,000, we'll be moving to the left. So 1, 2, 3. So 1.0. times 10. And we say it's a positive 3 because the number is greater than 1. And that is the standard form for 1,000. Everybody see how we got that?
Yes.
All right, so based on that small explanation, can somebody give me the answer for number 1?
B.
All right, how did you get B?
So I drew the line twice in front of the 3, and since the number is less than 1, it's going to be a negative 2.
Correct. So that B is correct. Any question, guys? Everybody see how we got B?
Yeah.
All right, good. Why are you moving like that? All right, next thing, express 0.12 as a fraction in its lowest term.
Can you repeat how you got B, please?
All right, so previously we said if the number is less than, the power is supposed to be negative. So then and there we can eliminate D because D doesn't have a negative power. Next thing, you have to have at least one non-zero value to the right. So we're going to move 2 places to your right. And that's because the value is less than 1. If it was greater than 1, we'd move to the left. So we're moving to the right and we move 2 places, hence why it's 3.25 times 10 to the negative 2. Was that any clearer?
Yes, it was. Thank you.
All right, no problem. So express 0.12 as a fraction in its lowest term.
3/25.
3/25. How did you get 3/25?
Basically, I said that 0.12 is 12/100, and then I simplified the fraction.
What did you use as your divisor?
I use 4.
I use 2.
But if you use 2, can't you go further? Remember, it's in its lowest form, you know. The person who said 2, if you divide by 2 once, what will you get?
Means you would have gotten 6/50.
Yeah.
And then almost simplify it and get 3/25.
Yeah. So your 3/25 is correct. So key things to note, guys, look for key terms. So the question asks you to express as a fraction. Most persons would say, oh, 6/50, but then you have to note that it says in its lowest terms. So you have to reduce it until you get to a point where it cannot go any further.
Miss,
Can that person please wait? All right, sorry about that, guys.
Miss,
Go ahead.
I was asking if you could go over how you got that 3/25, please.
Oh, all right, no problem. So we said 0.12 can be written as 12/100. How did we get the 100? It's because of the decimal places. So you know your first decimal place is your 10th position, and your second would be 100, third would be 1,000, and you continue down that line. So we have 2 decimal places, hence why we say 12/100. And if you want to go the long way, you can say 2 divided by 2 each time. So 2 into 12, 6. 2 into 100 goes 50. So we end up with 6. Let me write it. So we end up with 6 over 50. And we're going to divide by 2 again. 2 into 6 goes 3 times. 2 into 50, 25. And this would be 12 over 100.
Thank you, Miss.
No problem. So next question, 540 beads are shared in the ratio 4 to 5, sorry. The largest share of beads is
300.
300. How did you get 300?
So first you have to add the 4 and the 5 when you get 9. And you divide that by, then you divide the 540 by the 9. So that will be 1 part. And then you multiply that 1 part by the 4 and the 5.
Yeah. Everybody got that?
Could you repeat the last part after she said multiply, please?
All right, I'm going to write it. So first we add the 5 and 4 and we got 9. And they said the larger part. So based on the share, we know that the 5 would be the larger part. And we're going to multiply that by the total beads that we have, which is 540. Can that person please mute? Yeah. And $60. So we end up with 300. Everybody got that?
Yes, Miss.
And if they asked us for the smaller share, what would the answer be?
You would take away.
Yeah, you can do the takeaway version, or you can put 4 over 9 and multiply by 540.
Oh.
And that's the thing, guys, with math. You have more than one way to get your answer. All right, so next. So that was 300. So if 235 times 48.7 is 11,444.5, then 23.5 times 0.487 is a tricky one, guys. Anybody would like to attempt? How did they get A?
Miss, because the decimal point them back a number and just count it and the number they make this up and the answer.
Yeah. But guys, most of the times you don't have to go through the extra work. So for the persons who are thinking about actually multiplying out, don't waste your time doing that. Try to find the tips and the tricks, as the person said before. Count the decimal places and you'll know how many decimal places your answer should have. So 5 is 1, 4 is 1, 8 is 1, 7 is 1. So we end up with 4 decimal places. The only answer that has 4 decimal places is A. Any questions about that?
Miss, I can repeat how you got the answer, please.
All right, so the answer we got was done without any calculation at all. With decimals, usually when you multiply decimals, the product, the decimal places in the product usually is a sum of the decimal places in the two factors that you had to multiply. So previously, in the first part, you realize only 7 is the only decimal place. So we only have 1 decimal place in our answer. In this case, we have 5, 4, 8, and 7. So that gives us 4 decimal places. The only answer that has 4 decimal places is A. So that's why A is our answer. Any clearer?
Yes, Miss. Thanks.
No problem. All right, so next question. 12.5% of a sum of money is 40. What is the sum of money?
$320.
How did you get 320?
12.5 gonna be 12.5. So you go say 40 over 12.5 times 100.
40 over 12.5 times 100. Yeah, that can work. Anybody else? Remember, guys, you have more than one way. Don't think that your answer is wrong.
So Miss, like since you were multiplying by the 12.5 over 100, could you divide to get the answer?
Explain what you mean by divide. Divide what?
Divide by 12.5 over 100.
Divide by 12.5 over 100. I don't think I understand what you're asking.
When you would flip the 12.5 over 100 and multiply that by the 40.
Yes, so that's the other way. So
What was the answer for this one?
320.
Miss, you can also cross multiply.
Somebody else was saying something?
Yes, Miss, you can cross multiply.
That as well.
Miss, and you can just visualize it, Miss, because if you say 12.5 equals 40, you look when you say 12.5 plus 12.5 is 25, which is quarter, and 25 would be 80.
Yeah. Yes, you can do it that way as well. So you see, guys, you have multiple ways of working the question, but a simpler way that I use sometimes, you can just say 12.5 into 100. I think that should give you like 8. And then you say 4 times 40 times 8, that gives you 32. So all of the answers suggested now are correct. So anyone you want to choose from, you can choose. Anybody don't see how we got the 320?
Miss, please go again.
Say that again, I didn't hear you.
Please go again with the answer for number 5, the working out.
All right. Let me write it so it's better. So 12.5, I'm going to use my method and somebody else's method. So my method is 12.5. How many times 12.5 can go into 100? So we say 100 divided by 12.5. That gives us 8. And then we just multiply our 40 by this 8. That gives you 320. I think somebody else suggested the fact that you can say 12.5 is equal to 40. 12.5 would give you 80, and then you continue along that trend until you reach the 100, and you should end up with 320. Is that any clearer? You understand now?
Miss, I don't understand your way of doing it.
All right, with percentage, remember percentage is a fraction, right? So the 12.5 that you're given is a fraction of a whole, which is 100. So we want to know how many times can we get this fraction out of the whole? Understand that?
Yes, miss.
So if we have a half, we know we can get a half out of a whole 2 times. So we want to ask ourselves, how many times can we get 12.5 out of the whole of 100? Hence why we divide. And we got that 12.5 can go into 100 8 times. So if we know that 12.5 is equal to 40, then all we have to do is multiply that 40 by the 8, and that's how we got the 320. And that would give us the whole. Any clearer?
Miss, continue, please.
All right. Okay, so the next question. There are 40 students in a class. Girls make up 60%, 25% of the girls wear glasses. How many girls wear glasses? Come guys, get your pens and papers working.
8.
6.
How did you get 8? And how did you get 6?
It would be 6. So you just say 60% of 40, and then when you get that, you say 25% of that answer.
That's correct. So everybody see how we got the 6?
No.
No.
All right. So the first thing that you need to do is you need to find 60% of 40. So we know how we set up that 60 over 100 times 40. I think that's 24. And you do your working out and end up with 24. But then they said that 25% of that value that you got wears glasses. So all you need to do now is find 25% of 40, of 24, sorry. So 25 over 100 times 24, and that would give you 6. So everybody see how we arrive at 6 and not 8?
Yeah, miss.
Yes, miss.
All right, good. So what is the next term in the sequence? Anybody? What kind of pattern are you seeing?
I think it's 46.
How did you get 46?
Okay, so basically, first one is up by 5, because 1 plus 5 is 6. Then the next one is going up by 7, because 6 plus 7 is 13. Next one is going up by 9, because 13 plus 9 is 22.
Miss the odd numbers.
And the next one would be going up by 11. So then the other number is 13.
Yes, miss.
Yeah, that's correct. Everybody saw that?
Yes, miss.
So the difference between 1 and 6 is 5. Difference between 6 and 13 is 7. Difference between 13 and 22 is 9. Difference between 22 and 33 is 11. So the difference between 33 and the next number should be 13, and that would give us 46. Everybody clear on that, right?
Yes, miss.
All right.
Go over it again, please.
All right, so the difference between 1 and 6 is 5. The difference between, and when I say difference, as in when you subtract 6 from 1, you got 5. When you subtract 6 from 13, you got 7. When you subtract 13 from 22, you got 9. When you subtract 22 from 33, you got 11. So when we subtract 33 from the next value, we should get 13. So the next value would have to be 46. So it's basically saying 33 plus 13, and that is 46. Sequences are not always this simple. Sometimes you can't just look at them and realize, oh, they're finding the difference or they're adding. So sometimes sequence takes practice. Can move on now?
Yes, miss.
All right, so what is the value of digit 2 in the number 48.621?
A, miss.
2 over
A over 100.
Yeah. So we don't need to explain how we got A. We kind of explained it before. So the square root of 181 lies between which two numbers?
is
13 and 14.
How do you know it's 13 and 14? And not
It's because
11 and 13?
it's because the square root of 181 is 13.45, and if you round it off, it would be 13.5, and that would lie between 13 and 14.
Nice, yeah. So suppose you didn't have a calculator and you had to figure out which values it lies between. How would you do that? Because I'm
Divide
guessing
2 into 181.
Say that again.
He said to divide 2 into 181.
What 2?
Like, I think he said to divide it by 2, divide 181 by 2.
Why by 2 though? Remember, square root is not anything that has to do with 2, you know.
I'm actually not too sure. What I would usually do, because I'm not too sure how to do it, I would just like multiply all of the answers.
Yeah, like square them.
Yeah, you can do that. So that was the answer I was actually looking for. So you find the squared of 13, and then you would say, oh, it's actually less than 181. You find the square of 14, you find out it's actually greater than 181. So definitely your answer has to lie between 13 and 14. But that's if you don't have a calculator.
Miss, I don't think we're allowed to use calculator on our paper ones, if I'm not mistaken.
No, we're not allowed to use it.
All right, so that's how you'd figure it out, guys. Some persons might know like the square table out of them head, but I'm not asking anybody to do that. So if you don't and you don't have a calculator, just simply find the square of 13 and the square root of 14. Always try with the smaller numbers. Don't try numbers like 45 and 46, because you realize that just way off based on how the other numbers are set up. So number 10, by distributive law, 49 times 17 plus 49 times 3 is equal to what?
49 times 20.
49 times 20.
All right, how did you get that?
You could have probably tried factoring out the 49.
Yes.
And that's correct. So when you factor out the 49, you end up with 17 plus 3, and 7 plus 3 is 20, and that's how you would get your 49 times 20. Moving right along, guys. Which of the following set is defined by Z? X is an element of Z where X is greater than or equal to -2, but less than or equal to 4.
D.
D.
Yeah, D as a dog.
That's correct. So the number has to be equal to or greater than 2, -2. So we definitely know that our answer has to start with -2. So that basically eliminates A, B, and C. So the only answer there is D. Remember, guys, always try to use the elimination. Number 12, the shaded region represents
A.
P complement, correct? How did you decipher that? Everybody understands like set diagram notation, right?
No, miss.
Oh.
No, miss.
See if we can. I'm going to try and see if we can do some run through some of that. So what is the symbol for union?
The U.
So U, intersection.
N.
And
Complement.
the apostrophe.
Yeah, apostrophe. So we know that union is everything that's in our set. So union would be, let me use a different color. Everything in our set. So everything. We account for everybody. We're not left nobody out. Intersection now
Would be in
what
between
is
the two
shared.
circles.
Yes. So intersection is what is shared. So this is what we would call our intersection. So a complement is what is not a part of a particular element. So if we're assuming that the first circle is going to use an example that we had before. So girls who wear glasses, we call it A, and this is
Miss.
Go ahead.
Miss, when they ask for the union, should the numbers from the universal set be included?
Yes, they should. But depending on the notation you're given, if they ask you for the union of the entire thing, then you would include those numbers. But if they ask you for the union for A and B, you'd only include the values that are within the circle of A and B. You get that?
Yes, miss.
So again, as I said before, pay attention to keywords. So for complement now, as we said, it's what is not a part of the group. So we're assuming that A so we're just having one circle here. A is girls who wear glasses, and the universal set is just girls in the class. So A complement would be persons who don't wear glasses, and that would be everything inside the set here. Everybody. So complement, as I said before, is what is not a part of a particular element. So we're going to go over that. So union is everything. If they ask you union of the universal set, then you know you're going to write everything, even what's outside of the circles, but within the square. If they ask you for what is the union of A and B, then you're only going to include the values that are within A and B, including the intersection. And the intersection now is what is shared between two elements, and then your complement is what is not a part of a particular element. Any questions? Anything you don't understand?
How much still?
All right, so our answer for 12, we said was A, P complement, and that's correct because they shared everything outside of P.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
What would C look like?
C. Stop highlighting everything. Yeah. All right, so C says Q intersecting P complement. I'll go back to the whiteboard. P and Q. So first, we need to know what makes up Q. So we know that Q is everything here, right?
Okay.
Next diagram now. Just going to draw a run through of what Q or P complement, sorry. What P complement looks like. You don't have to go through all of this, but this is just for your understanding. So all of this here would be our P complement, right? And they want to know the intersection between both. So the only intersection that lies between Q and P complement would be this section here. And that we refer to as Q only. So graphically, it would look something like this. So we're on the outside here, shaded.
Not really. You read that message already?
Young man, you can mute your mic, please. You understand? You see how we got that to be Q intersecting B complement?
Yes, I understand. Thank you.
No problem. All right, 13. So we're using the diagram as reference. The number of students in each set is indicated. How many students do not play volleyball? Do not play volleyball.
D.
Miss. D, miss.
How did you get D?
Look at the 5 and the 3 that are not a part of B.
Yeah. So V denotes volleyball. So we're going to add all of the values that are not within that circle, and that would be the 5 and the 3, and that's how we got 8. So if Q is equal to ABC, how many sets can be obtained from set Q? All right, so you guys might not know this one, but usually subsets are determined based on the number of elements within the original set. So if we have 3 elements, we can get 2 raised to 3 subsets. If we have 2 elements, we can get 2 raised to 2 subsets. So it's always 2 raised to the number of elements in the original set. So in this case, our answer would be D.
Excuse me, miss, you can go back again.
All right, so this is something standard that you just have to know. So in determining the number of subsets, it's always 2 raised to the number of elements in the original set. So 2 raised to some power. So as I said before, if we had 1 element in the set, it would be 2 raised to 1. If we had 2 elements, it would be 2 raised to 2. 3 elements, 2 raised to 3. And let me show you. Persons might say, if you have 1 element, how you are going to get 2? So 2 raised to the 1 is 2. But remember, an empty set so say we have A in a set, and I want to find all the subsets. The empty set is 1, as well as A by itself is 1, and that's how we got the 2 subsets. If we have A and B, anybody would like to tell me the subsets here? So we have 2 elements, so how many subsets are we supposed to have?
2.
How did you get 2?
Because we separate them.
4.
It would be 4. Remember, it's 2 raised to the power of the number of elements. So in this case, we have A and B. So we have 2 elements. So it's 2 raised to the power of 2, which is 2 times 2. That gives us 4. So our first is our empty. Then we can say A and B, A by itself, B by itself, AB, and BA. And that would be, where did I get that? This is the same thing, guys. So that would be your 4 subsets. Your empty set is always, always, always a subset. So our answer here would be 2 raised to 3, which would give us 8 subsets. So just remember that 2 raised to the power of the number of elements. Any questions? Anybody don't understand? All right. 15, address cost of $180 is sold at a discount of 10%. The amount of the discount is, go ahead.
For the subset, so if there were, so if Q had A, B, C, and D, it would have been 2 raised to the 4th power?
Yes.
Okay.
So 15, anybody know the answer for 15?
$18. $18.
How did you get $18?
10 over 100 and 100 times 180.
So you
Find
found
the 10%, 180.
10% of 1.
That's correct. So again, guys, you just do it like regular percentage, 10 over 100 times 180, and you reduce, you should get 18. 16, an article bought for 125 was sold for 175. The profit as a percentage of the cost price is
125 over 170 times 100.
It seems like 40%.
40?
Yeah, it's 40%. We're going to work it out. So let's do it together.
So calculate the profits first. So 125 minus 125.
Yeah, so we need to find our profit first. And somebody mentioned that we do some subtraction. So what was the value again? 175 minus the 125. That gives you 50. And they said they want it as a percentage of the cost price. So what would be our cost price here? The 125 or 175?
125.
125.
Yeah. So our 125 is our cost price. And then you know it's percentage they ask you for, so you multiply by 100 and you should get 40. Everybody see how we got the 40%?
No, miss.
All right, so going over it, they ask you what is the profit as a percentage of the cost price. So first, we don't know what the profit is based on the values that we're given. So we need to find the profit first. So we're going to subtract our cost price from our new price. Hence why we have 175 minus 125, and we got 50. You see that?
Yes, miss.
Yeah. So now they say that they want the percentage as percentage of the cost price. So our cost price would be the original price that we paid for the item, which is 125. And when you reduce this, so you say, let me reduce it. That's here. So how I reduce it, I just say 5 into 50 goes 10 times, 5 into 125 goes 25, and then 25 into itself goes 1, 25 into 100 goes 4, 4 times 10 gives us 40. Hence our answer is 40%.
Okay, miss.
No, something else. Next question, if TNT $6 is equivalent to USD $1, then 15 TNT is equal to how much US dollars?
Just could we cross multiply that to get the
By
answer?
50.
You have to divide 15 by 6.
Yeah. So cross multiply, whichever one you guys call it, that's how you will get your answer. Stop doing that, please. Oh. So our answer is 2.5. Everybody see how we got 2.5?
Yes, miss.
All right.
Miss, could you go over it again, please?
Okay. So $6 is equal to 1. So I want to know how much $15 is equal to. So we're going to divide our 15 by 6. And 6 into 15 goes 2.5 times. See that? Yes. Yes.
It's Arcan said like since $6 is equal to $1 US dollar, $12 is equal to $2 US, and then half of $6, which is half of 6 is 3, so $3 would equal to 50 cents.
Or you can do it that way too. As I said before,
That sound odd.
it just might take a little more time than just simply dividing 15 by 6, but it's also effective. So anyone you want to use, if you want to go the long route, but remember multiple choice is about time, so you don't want to waste too much time doing something that you could have used less time. So a dinner at a restaurant was advertised at $60 plus 18% tax. 18% tax that year. The total bill for this dinner would be
$70.80.
$70.80. How did you get $70.80?
First you have to find 18% of 60, and then the answer you get for that you add it to 60.
So 18% of 60, and then you add it back to the 60. Why add and not subtract?
It's because you said plus stuff.
Because it says
Plus stuff.
All right, good. So
You
you are
work
correct.
number 18 on a work.
Repeat that.
Could you work on number 18 to see the practical way?
All right. So 18%, so 18 over 100 times 60 over 1. Why is this not like that? We got 10.8, and that would be our tax in dollars, but they say plus tax, so we need to add that. back to our original price of $60. And that's how we got the 70.8. The person who requested the working out, you understand now?
Yes, thank you.
No problem. Next question. 19. So referring to the diagram, what amount is the best buy? What amount is the best buy? You sure you guys aren't allowed to use calculator?
200.
Check. Oh, they are not allowed. Damn. You said 200? Why 200? How did it arrive at 200? Come on, guys. Time is going. How did you get 200?
Miss, for which one, Miss? Number 19?
Yeah.
It's 250, miss.
Yeah, 200 is the correct answer, but how did you get 200?
Because it's only 0.25 more than 150 milliliters, but for the others, like 150, it's $0.76 more, and 250 is 0.99 more. So you would save more, if you buy 200, because you get more.
All right. Anybody else have a different perspective?
No, Miss, that's the same thing.
I'm not sure if this would work, but I just divided the 200, divided the mLs by the amount of money, and the 200 was more when I divided it.
Yeah, you can do that, but we're assuming that we don't have calculator and time to do that. But that is also an option. That way you would be finding how much it costs per ml. And the cheaper one, that would be an option. So that is another way. You're not incorrect. Mary invested $200 for 3 years at 5% per annum. John invested $300 at the same rate. If they both received the same amount of money in simple interest, how many years did John invest in his money? All right, so everybody's quiet. So this is a two-part question. So first we need to find what is the amount, the principal amount. And everybody know principal times rate times time, right? PRT.
Yeah. Yes.
So the principal for Mary is 200 year, 3 years, 5%. So that would be 200 times 3 times the 5%, and that would give you 3,000, right? So we're assuming that that 3,000 is the same amount that John will earn. So if we know the interest rate, 5, we know the amount that was initially invested, then we can multiply those and divide So 3,000, let me write it. 3,000 is our principal amount. And we want to divide that by the 300 times the 5 in order to find the time, which is t. And this is just transposition for PRT equal I. Our I is 3,000, we want to find t, so we divide both sides by PR. So 300 times 5, that should be 1,500. 1,500 can go into 3,000 2 times. So our time is equal to 2 years. So our answer is B. Any questions?
Miss, you can do that again, please.
All right, so the first part of the question, we needed to find how much was the interest rate. So how much did they earn after their investment period had completed? So they stated in the question that both John and Mary earn the same amount. So we have all the information from Mary. So all we need to do is use Mary's information to find the amount. And we use the formula PRT, which is principal times rate times time. So Mary's principal was 200. That's this 200. Her time was 3 years and the rate was 5%. So 200 times 3 times 5, that gives us 3,000.
Miss, so willing to divide by the 100 from 5%.
You don't necessarily have to divide by the percentage. You don't necessarily have to divide by the percentage. If they gave you like, probably, so they say 36 months, that's the major conversion that you would have to do. Usually you are not required, well at CSEC level, you're not required to divide by the 100.
Okay.
So we end up with 3,000, and that's the 3,000 we have here, here. And now we need to find time for John, and we know what is P and what is R. So we do some transposition and divide both sides by PR in order to get T by itself. So that's how we end up with 3,000 divided by 300 times 5. And you reduce that and do your working out and you end up with T being equal to 2. So your answer is 2 years.
Okay, and one more question. How you got the 300 again from John thing?
It was stated in the question. So they said John invested 300 at the same rate, and the rate they're referring to is the 5% per annum. Get that?
Yes.
All right. So 21, a salesman is paid 5% of his sales as commission. His sales for last month were $2,020. How much was he paid?
C.
$101.
How did he get 101?
Miss, you find 5% of 2020.
Correct. Everybody see how we got that, right? I'm guessing that's a yes.
Yes.
22, if the simple interest on $900 for 3 years is 108, what is the interest rate? So we're using the same PRT equals I formula, but this time they gave us I, P, and T, and they're asking us to find what is R. Anybody?
Miss B,
How did you get it?
the simple interest formula. So I said PRT divided by 100. So 108 is the interest. And I said that equals to 900 times 3 times R divided by 100, which results to 108 equal 27 R. So I divided both sides by R and I got 4 to be the rate.
You got 4 to be your answer.
Yes, miss.
But you said A, so.
No, I said B.
Oh. So 4 is actually the answer.
Miss, you would have do this, miss, multiply and whatever.
All right, so we're going to work through it together. So we have our formula. They gave us 900 as our I. Our P is 108. Our R is what we don't know. And our T, what was T again? 3. So we're basically going to divide 900 by 108 times 3. So 108 times 3. Get rid of that, get rid of that. 108 times 3. I'm doing something wrong, guys. So P is 108. Is it 108? Yeah. 108 times 3. Right? And R 8 times 3. Cancel out. Equal 0, 0. 108 times 3, that should be.
Miss, I think you would say 900 times 3. No, 108 divided by 900 times 3.
Say that again.
108 divided by 900 by 3 times 3. Because the rate would equal to like the simple interest divided by PT.
So our simple interest is 900. So we're dividing by P, which is 108, T, which is 3. You seen that?
Repeat, miss.
So our simple interest is 900, and we're dividing by PT, which is 108, and our T is 3. You see that?
Miss, the simple interest is not 108.
It's 900. Remember, guys, P is your principal, that's your initial amount. That would be your 108. Your interest would be what you get after the period has finished, which would be, that would be a 900. You see that?
Wait, me go back to the question, please.
Hold on, I'm not hearing you guys.
They can go back to the question, please.
Miss, the question said if the simple interest on $900 for 3 years was $108, miss. What was
the question wrong? Yeah. Thank you for that. So this is actually the other way around. Thank you for pointing that out, because I was saying, oh, sorry about that, guys.
So in this case, you'd have to divide by the 100.
In this case, you have to divide by the 1. Let me see.
You would divide 108 by 2,700.
Yeah.
No.
Thank you for that. What is your name, young man? Nice.
Miss Daniel, miss.
Thank you, Daniel. And for the person who asked if here you would use your percentage, yes, because in the question, they did not give you an answer in decimal. So in the case where they give you something like 0.00 something, then you would not need to multiply by 100 in that case. But since they gave you as a percentage, then you would multiply by 100. Any questions, guys?
You could also work it out by elimination.
So that I didn't hear you.
Or you could like eliminate C and D, and then you could take 3 and 4 and see if that's what you would have. If you use that as the rate, you'd have gotten the 900.
Yeah.
You'd have gotten. Could I do it right now?
As I said before, guys, pay attention to your keywords. You see where I just made a simple mistake and it was just wording that was off. So pay attention to how the questions are worded. So our answer there is 4. 23, if R star S is equal to S raised to R, then 3 star 2 is equal to?
Should it be 8?
Yeah, it would be 8. because it would be 2 raised to the power of 3, and that would be 2 times 2 times 2, and that gives us 8.
Excuse me, Miss, is this session only for paper 1 or will you be doing paper 2 also?
You'll be doing paper 2 in the afternoon with the other tutor. So 24, 1 over 5x plus 2 over 3x is equal to
D.
Yeah, 13 over 15x. How did we get that? Simplifying the CM, right?
Miss, is that division or addition?
Addition.
Miss, can I go back to 24, please?
Go back to what number?
24, Miss.
We're still at 24.
She's asking you to repeat.
Oh, 1 over 5x plus 2 over 3x. The answer is D, 13 over 15x, and we would find the LCM and work it as regular fractions. So the smallest number that 5x and 3x can go into is 15x. So that would eliminate A and B from our answer. It can be that it's x squared because it's addition, they never ask you to multiply. So it can be x squared. So that can also be an option to eliminate C and only leave you with D. Or you can just finish working it out and say 5 into 15 goes 3 times 3 ones 3. 3x into 15x goes 5, 5 2's 10. 10 and 3, that gives us 13. So we end up with 13 over 15x.
Miss, you're asking you to explain it. To work it out.
Oh, you want to see the working out. All right.
Also, Miss, you'll also do cross multiplication at the top part, right?
At the top part, let's work it out. So 15, we're going to choose 15x as our LCM. 5x into 15x goes 3 times. You see how we got the 3, right?
Yes, Miss.
All right. So 3 plus, put back our plus sign. 3x into 15x goes 5 times. 5 times 2 gives us 10. 10 plus 3 gives us 13. So we end up with 13 over 15x.
Squared.
No, it wouldn't be squared. It wouldn't be squared. If they ask us what was the product, then we would end up with something that has to do with squared. But since it's addition, it's not squared because we didn't multiply any x. $25 p over 5 is equal to 20. Then p is equal to what?
D.
D is correct. How do you get D? 20 times 5 over 5. The 5s would cancel and only leave us with the 20. So 20 times 5 over 5. The 5s cancel, leaving us with only the 20.
Miss, because it is being divided, we can just multiply, which is the opposite.
Yeah, that can work too. Not always the case though, depending on the values that you're given.
Miss, so you basically did the opposite of what you're doing to find.
Yeah. As I said, it depends on the values that you're given. In this case, that is the case, but if you're given something like decimals, that might not be the exact case.
Miss, I was looking at it like 20 times 5, and you would have said 100 divided. So I was looking at it like that. So I think, yeah.
What, you're trying to find another way how to work it out? Yes, the no answer. So 26. If x is equal to -2, y is equal to 3, t is equal to 2, then what is the value of x over y raised to t?
B.
4/9?
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct. So it's -2 divided by 3, and we're going to raise that to the power of 2. So -2 squared would give us a +4, and 3 squared would give us a +9, hence we end up with 4/9. Remember guys, if you have any questions, just break and ask. 8a raised to 2 is equal to, anybody? This one's pretty simple.
D. I got D.
Yes, D. So 8 squared is 64 and a squared is a squared. So these are answers. 28.
D.
How did you get D now?
I said 5 times open bracket 2x, 10x, 5 times -1, -5 equal 35. And then we're going to add the 5 to the 35, which is going to be 10x equal 35 plus 5, and then divide all sides by 10, so hence x equal 4.
All right. Everybody see that? I heard that.
No, miss.
You
work it out?
So the value was 5 2x minus 1 equals 35. So we're going to expand our brackets first. So 10x, 2 5s 10 minus 5 is equal to 35. We need to get the x by itself, so we need to get rid of the 5 first. It's been subtracted on this side, so we need to add it. So 10x is equal to 35 plus 5. So 10x is equal to 40. Divide both sides by 10. X is equal to 4. Any clearer?
Yes, thank you.
No problem. Next question. Given that 2x plus 3 is greater than or equal to 9, what is the range of values for x?
B.
B is correct. How did you arrive at B?
I do it like I do a regular equation. I'll bring over the 3, so it becomes negative 3, so 9 minus 3, that's 6. So since you want the x by itself, you divide both sides by 2 and I got 3.
Correct. And remember, when you're working with inequalities, if you're going to move the position of the x, the sign changes. So let me show you what I mean. So we have 2x is greater than or equal to, say, y. If we're going to bring x over to this side, we need to change the position of the sign. So it would be y is less than or equal to 2x. So you work it like a regular unknown question, but once you're going to bring the unknown across the sign, the position of the sign has to change. Always remember that. Usually what persons advise is that you don't move the x or the y, whatever value you're trying to find. You always let it stay on the side that it's given, so you don't have to do any sign changing. So 30, if a is equal to 3, ab is equal to 6, then a squared minus b squared is equal to
C.
5 is correct. How did you get 5?
Because it's if a equal 3 and ab equals 6, you just like a equal 3 already. Just plug it into a, which is 3 times b equals 6. Divide 3 on both sides and then get b equal 2 instead of b squared, which is 2. Now, which 2 times 2, 4. A squared, which is 3. 3 times 3, 9. 9 minus 4 equal 5.
Yeah, correct. Any questions about that?
No, miss.
All right. 31. When 6 is added to a number and the sum is divided by 3, the result is 4. This statement can be written in mathematical symbols. So 6 is added to a number. So it can either be A
miss.
or C.
I got A.
A? Yes, miss. A.
A is correct. So based on the first statement, we can eliminate B and D because 6 is not being added to a number. And when they say a number, they're referring to the unknown, which is x. Then they say the sum is divided by 3. Give me a second, guys. Hello? Sorry about that, guys. So they say that the sum is divided by 3. So then we could probably say C is the answer, probably A is the answer. But then they say that the result is 4. So then and then we know that our answer definitely is A. So the figure above, not drawn to scale, shows a sector of a circle with center O. The length of the minor arc is PQ, which is 8 centimeters. What is the circumference of the circle? So what is the circumference?
C, miss.
Say that again, C?
48.
Yeah. How did you get 48?
Because the angles in a circle add up to 360 degrees and they already show you 1/6 of it. So I found 5/6 of it by multiplying. I found the other. Just don't really know if I explain myself, but like me just multiply the 8 times the 6. How much times 6 can go to 360?
So that is the easiest way to do it. So we know that angles in a circle is equal to 360, as she said before. So 360 divided by 6, that would give us the 6. 6 times 8 gives us the 48. Any questions?
Go over that again, Miss. I'm not to understand fully.
All right. So angles in a circle is equal to 360 degrees. And this is just a part of it. And we know that this part is equal to 60 degrees. So we want to know how many 60 degrees can we get out of the 360. So we're going to divide 360 by 60. And we got 6. So we know that 6 pieces looking like this can come out of the circle. They said that the minor arc PQ is equal to 8. That means if we add all of these pieces, they should give us the entire circumference, and we know that there are 6 pieces. So 6 times 8 gives us 48, and that would be an entire circumference.
Thanks, Miss Manderson.
All right, good. So how many kilograms are there in 1 ton?
1,000.
Excuse me, miss, I can go back over 32.
No problem. So, all right, let me ask you, what you understand from 32? Explain to me what you understand.
Yeah, me, I had the girl.
Didn't hear you. Say that again.
Miss, say, the figure above not joined to scale shows a sector of a circle center 0 or whatever. The length of the minor or PQ is 8 centimeters. What is the circumference of the circle? Yes, miss, I was saying I don't understand how you get the 48.
Miss, I understand how you got it.
Well, I don't understand. I'm gonna ask how she get it.
Okay, so 360 degrees make up a circle, but 60 degrees was given. So we need to find how many times 60 can go into 360, and that is 6. And we were given the number 8 in the instruction. So the 6 by the 8 is 48.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry about that, guys. Flo trying to feel me.
Not good. Yes, miss, not good.
So I was in the process of explaining 32, right?
No, miss, this one girl help her, miss. So you got to govern now. Can girl help her make you understand her language?
Oh, good, good.
Miss, for 32, you could have, miss, I apologize for the noise in the background. Miss, for 32, you could have used the formula theta over 360 and try to implement each of those options as the circumference and see what would give you back the 8 centimeters.
So you're saying use theta over 360
Yes, miss.
times the 8.
No, miss. Theta over 360 times the options. So we said that 48 is the circumference. That's the answer. So you would multiply theta over 360
and multiply by
that
16
48,
or 24 or 48 or 60.
and see which one would give back PQ.
Yeah.
Bro, but remember say this is that time are limited, so it'll take time. So
yeah,
message will be too time consumed. It'll take too much time. So fear method are most fast and efficient way because remember say them are multiple. We need the time.
yeah. So if you don't remember how to work it out, then probably you can use that method. But as I said before, we're trying to be time efficient. So if you know how to work it out in the shortest time possible, use that way. But your answer is not incorrect. Trial and error always works. We did 33, now we are at 34. So 2,500 millimeters expressed in meters is?
B.
B is correct, 2.5. And we simply just divide by 1,000. That's how we end up with the 2.5. Because you know 1,000 millimeters equal 1 meter. So the volume in centimeters cube of a cube of edge 3 centimeters is, what is the formula for volume? Anybody?
It's length times width times height.
Yeah. So if they say it's a cube, that means all the sides are equal. So it's 3 times 3 times 3, and that is
27.
Yeah. So 26, which of the following statement is true about the parameter of figures A and B? So everybody know what is perimeter, right?
Yes, miss.
And probably for the person who don't know and don't want to say, perimeter is the distance around the object.
Miss D.
D, how did they get D? How did they arrive at D?
Because the perimeter for the would have been 50 because 16 and 16 is 32 plus 18, you get 54B. And for figure A, which is the square now, 12 times 4 is 48. So therefore, that means the perimeter for figure B would be larger than the perimeter of angle A.
Yeah, that's correct. So just going over what she said, she did the perimeter for A and B, and the perimeter for A was 48. The perimeter for B, I think she said it was 50. So 48 is less than 50, so D is our answer. 2 9 18, 2 16, 32. Yes, it's 50. So 37. A man started a journey at 9:30 and arrived at his destination in the same time zone at 13:30 on the same day. His average speed was 30 kilometers per hour. Then the distance in kilometers for the journey was
120.
120. How did we arrive at 120?
So,
It's because you drove for 4 hours.
and then the 4 hours time, the kilometers per hour.
How did it get before?
From 9:30 to 1:30. Because from 9:30 to 12:30 would be 3 hours. And then 13 to 13:30, 1:30, that means you will get 4 hours. And then the 4 times the
Mhm. All right, so A is the answer. I hope you're hearing me. So A is the answer, and your explanation is correct. So everybody understands how army time works, right?
Yes, Miss, could you go through the
Yes,
working out again?
Somebody asking something?
If you could go through the working again.
Oh, yeah, we're going to go through it. So between 9:30 and 1:30, how many hours you have there? Asking the person who was asking for us to go over.
4 hours?
4 hours. So we know that speed is equal to distance over time, right? Right?
Yes.
So if we want to find the distance, we simply multiply the speed times the time. Hence why we say multiply the 30 by 4, and that gives us 120.
Okay, Miss, thank you.
No
You
problem.
see, could also use the triangle thing. I don't remember what the triangle is called.
distance over speed and time.
Yeah, the
Yeah, that.
triangle method. So this is a T, may I try right here? So D at the top, S and T. Physics people usually have a better understanding of that triangle. 38, the figure above not drawn to scale consists of a triangle resting on a square of 5 cm. The height of the triangle is 4. What is the total area of the figure? What is the total area?
10. 35 minutes.
35.
Yeah, 35. So first we need to find the area of the square, which is 5 times 5. Right? Length times width. So 5 is 25. Area of a triangle. What's the formula for area of a triangle?
Half base
Half
times
base
height.
times height.
Half base times height. In this case, our base is what? 5 or 4?
5.
5, and our height is 4. So half of 5 is 2.5 times 4. That gives us 10. 10 and 25, 35. So our answer is A. Any questions?
Miss Karen, go over it again, please, Miss. My internet decline both from now and there you say.
All right. So we're going to split up the diagram in 2 parts, the square and the triangle. So to find the area of the square, we know that length is equal to width. So 5 times 5, that gives us the 25. Now for the triangle, we found that the base was 5. So half of 5 is 2.5 times the height, which is 4. 2.5 times 4 gives us 10. 10 plus 25, that gives us 35.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah. 39. The diagram not drawn to scale shows a cylinder of radius 3 centimeters and height of 8. What is the volume? What is the formula for the volume of a cylinder? Sorry.
Pi r squared times.
Pi r square.
pi r squared times height. So pi r squared, what is r? R.
3 centimeters.
3.
So our height is 8, r is 3. So when you work that out, what you got? C, 72?
Yes, miss.
Yes, miss.
Yeah. And usually when you're doing multiple choice, it's better to use 22/7 as your pi instead of 3.14. That's just
Miss, excuse, Miss, I could repeat the formula for finding that, Miss.
pi r squared times height. So
Thank you, Miss.
yeah, it's basically 2 parts. So we know it's the circle part. That's where we got the pi r squared from. And then it has some height, so you know you have to multiply by the height as well.
Miss, could I see the visual representation of the working out, please?
The visual representation. So pi r squared times height. We said that we're going to use 22/7 as our pi. R is 3. And we put back our square. Height is 8. So 3 squared is 9. So just going to rewrite this and write 9. Nine times 8 gives us 72. Sorry. 72 times 22. That gives us a big number. I will divide that by 7. And that should give you your answer, guys. Any questions? I'm going to write your answer, 72. Don't forget your volume is cubic centimeters.
Miss, and this is used to calculate volume, right?
Yeah.
Miss, since the in the answer there they have the pi there. Could you
Yes.
just
You don't have to write the 22.
multiply the r and the pi?
Yes, so we just end up with 9, 8, as I said before, is 72. And you write back a unit. This is just extra work, you know. This is your answer. Note your units of measurements, guys. Volume, cubic centimeters, sometime in liters, regular distance and such, meters, millimeters, centimeters, all of that. So on leaving Trinidad, the time on a pilot's watch was 2300 hours when he arrived at his destination in the same time zone. On the next day, his watch showed 300 hours. How many hours did the flight take?
4 hours.
4 hours. How did you get 4 hours?
Miss, I would calculate from the, because after
Miss, so you add a 1 to the 23 and it got 12 o'clock in the morning, and you add that to the, and you add 3 to that. So 3 plus 1, 4.
Yeah. So 2300 hours would be the time at like in the night. So once you move from 23, the next number would be 24, but you know that 24 does not exist in the 24-hour clock.
It would turn into zeros.
Yes, it would be 4 zeros. And we start counting from there again. So that would be 1 hour to the 4 zeros, and then counting the 3 hours after. That gives us the 4 hours. So based on the please. All right, so based on your clock, 23 is actually 11 in the night. Midnight is represented as 4 zeros in army time. So in moving from 23 to the 40, that would be 1 hour. In moving from the 4 zeros, which is midnight, to 3 in the morning, that would be 3 hours. So 1 hour plus 3 hours, that gives us our 4 hours.
Okay, Miss.
Okay. So based on the information, what is the mode?
C18.
18. Everybody know what is mode, mean, and median, right?
Yes, Miss.
Yes, Miss.
Question. For 40, where is the AM, Miss? Coming us in on.
Oh,
Never specify if it's a AM or PM.
And you're gonna tell her why you're not going to AM or PM because you know this armor time. When you reach 10 hours, you're not going to show AM and PM. That's why.
For our respect.
yeah, army time doesn't have
Cool.
PM or PM, guys. The only way you can know if it's AM or PM is by the numbers used. So from midnight, when all are asleep, until 12 midday, your numbers are from 0 to 12. That tells you that it's AM. Once it goes over to 13, 14, 15, 16, we know that it's PM. So you can use that as an indicator for AM and PM. One we said was 1842, referring to the diagram, shows a bar chart for children's age that took a survey. How many children took part in the survey? So they want the total.
15.
15, correct. How did we arrive at 15?
We added the numbers.
Yeah, so we add 3 and 4, that gives us 7, 7 and 2, 9, 9 and 4, 14, plus 1, that gives us 15. And please note, you're not adding the values on the y-axis, you're adding the values on the x-axis, because that's the value that represents the number of children.
Miss, can you repeat, please?
So for 42, we're taking note of where each bar touches the line. And we're adding those values. So we're adding 3, 4, 5, 2, and 1. And that's how we arrived at 15. Okay now?
Yes, Miss.
All right, so in a class of 20 students, 12 are girls, what is the probability that a student chosen at random is a boy?
No, 2 to 5.
8?
8 out of
2 to 5.
20.
8 out of 20.
8 out of 20.
8 out of 20.
How did we arrive at 8 out of 20 if there are 12 girls in the class and there are 20 students, that means the remaining students, which is 8, are boys. And for
And if and they never run it off, they never break it down, so you have to make it clear here.
Yeah, they didn't state that they needed it as a lowest fraction or anything like that. So you're just saying 8/20. So pie chart below, drawn to scale, not drawn to scale, drawn to scale, shows how a student used 12 hours in studying for English, math, French, and geography. Why does that so we keep to ourselves? The amount of time spent studying mathematics is approximately.
Miss, when you look at that, that would look like a right angle triangle. So
3 hours.
Miss, see 3 hours.
3 hours.
Miss, I don't understand how they come to that.
Exactly.
Right, so keyword drawn to scale. So you realize they highlight the fact that it's drawn to scale. We know that it's 12 hours and ask for math. We know that math look like exactly a quarter of the time used. So a quarter of 12, that would be 3 hours.
Miss, I understand now.
Good. So 45, each of the letters.
Miss, you circle 4.
Miss, you highlight the wrong answer.
Really? Thank you. Seems like I'm getting tired.
And Miss, someone is asking what drawn to scale means.
Means that if you see a diagram, that's exactly how each portion is represented. So if you get what you call that something there again? A protractor you use measure angles? Yeah.
Yes, Miss.
If you get your protractor and you put it on the screen or put it on your paper, you should get exactly 90 degrees for M.
Okay.
So that's what they mean by drawn to scale. So each of the letter in the word chance is written on a slip of paper of the same size, same shape, and put it in a bag, shake it. We want to know the probability of the letter C.
A third.
A, 1/3.
1/3. How did we arrive at 1/3?
Miss, there are 6
So
letters
there are
and there
6 letters and 2.
Correct. So there are 6 letters and there are 2 C's. So 2/6, that gives us 1/3. Again, if they gave us the answer just as 2/6, then we would leave it at that. But you realize here that you need to reduce in order to find your answer. So 1/3.
Mr. The chance we are counted by.
So that ask the question again, but in a different way.
Miss, in the word chance, we're finding amount of fee in chance, in the word chance.
Yes. Because I want to know the probability of drawing a C. If they asked us what is the probability of the letter H, what would be the answer?
If I only see one H, I only see one H.
So your answer would be what?
1/6. 1/6.
Yeah. And if they ask for A, is 1A, so it's 1/6. So which of the following graphs represents a function?
C.
A.
Why A?
Miss, because the points on the y-axis are not what's it called, over each other.
What do you mean over each other.
Like it doesn't cut the y-axis twice, I should say.
Yeah. So some common characteristics of functions is usually they cut the y-axis once.
Wait, no, Miss x-axis, sorry.
You sure it's x?
Yes, Miss.
It's actually y. Because remember, you can't have a value being assigned to more than one. So if we have x being 1, we can't have more than one y value. And we're looking at simple functions, not talking about parabolas and stuff like that.
Miss, repeat again, miss. Confusing.
All right, so you have some characteristics of functions. Wait. So 1, each x value cannot be assigned to more than one point. So say in this case, you realize we're assuming here is 1, probably here is a half, 0, and then this would be -1. On the other diagrams, you realize the values repeat. That's the word. The values repeat. So it's either that they have x values repeating or y values repeating. A simple function usually never have that. Complex function now, like parabolas and stuff like that, usually either have your x values repeating or y values depending on how it's turned.
Miss, so the answer for 46 is
A. Because A is the only one that doesn't have values repeating. These two have the same x, same x, same x here, same x here, and here. No, that last one is incorrect. So you see why only A can be a function. There are other characteristics of functions, but I don't think you need to know those. I don't remember the topics for your exam out of my head right now, but I don't think you need to know all of them. Just know the basics.
Miss, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Miss said that none of the values should be repeated.
For the
so,
x. Continue.
Oh, Miss, it's because in maths, that's what I learned. That's right.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If it's like a parabola or some of those complex diagrams, then you can have repetition because you know parabolas are curved. So they have to have some sort of repetition going on. Right?
Yes.
But in this case, we're looking at simple functions. So we're not trying to complicate it too much. We're looking at the simple functions.
Mr. Say, if we find out a gradient, it have to pass to it, enough repeat. Once it not repeat, it is a function.
Yeah. Any more questions on this? All right, next question, 47. straight line AB cuts the y-axis at which point?
D.
C.
D.
Somebody said B.
Miss, I said C.
Miss D.
Which
Miss,
axis
how
is your...
you do this one?
It's D,
It's
Miss. D.
D as
It's
in
D
dog.
as in dog.
Yeah. So it's D.
Miss, how you get that?
So we're looking at the y-axis, right? Our y-axis is this line here. And they ask us, where does AB cut the y-axis? So first, we know that every point has two parts, the x and the y. So your x comes first, so we need to decipher where on the x-axis this point is. Let me change the color. This is the point we're trying to find. So based on how the x-axis is drawn, we know that it's 0, right? Everybody see how we got the 0 to be our x? So our answer can either be A or D. So B and C are eliminated. A, B, or D. Sorry, C is eliminated. And now,
Look at the y-axis.
yeah. And now we're looking for the
A D, Miss, a D.
it corresponds with on the y-axis, which is -2, so our answer is D.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So always remember, in writing points, your x values come first and they're followed by your y values. Next question. The gradient of AB based on the graph above is, we know the formula for gradient, right?
Miss B.
Oh,
Miss
Miss,
B.
what is the formula? Repeat the formula.
Rise over run.
Miss MX plus C equal Y.
Y equal mx plus c, that's the equation of a line.
Miss. Y2 minus Y1
Y1
divided by
over
X2
X2
minus
minus
X1.
X1.
Yeah, so it's y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. Or some people usually just say rise over run.
Yes, Miss.
So we're going to do both the rise over run.
Miss, can you show me the formula, Miss, like write it out?
Yeah, I'm going to write it. So we're going to do both ways, the rise over run and the formula way. So we're going to do the rise over run first. So rise over run would be, why this opening now? Rise would be our y values, run would be our x values. So we're looking at how many places did we move from this point here up to B. And we realize that's 2 blocks, right?
Yes.
So that would be a rise, or run would be how many places did we move from A here to get to B. And we realize that's 4 blocks. 2 over 4 is the same thing as a half. So that would be a rise over run way to work it out.
Mr. Formula look good, Miss, but say, the rise are gonna be the y-axis and the run are gonna be the x-axis.
Yeah. And now we're going to do the y2, the formula way. So y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. So we need to mark which point we're going to choose as R1, which point going to be R2. So we're going to have B as R2 and A as R1. So the y value for B is 3. So it'll be 3 minus the y value for A, which is 1. The x value for B is 6 and the x value for A is 2. So 6 minus 2, we end up with again 2 over 4. We reduce that and we get a half.
Miss, in paper 2, where we have to show working, we could have done any one of these working out.
Yeah. But for the rise over run, you would have to state that you're using rise over run. So as in, you just write a little statement, rise over run, and then they would know, oh, she counted the blocks to show that the rise is 2 and the run is 4. Writing formulas is important, guys, when it comes on to paper 2. But you'll hear about that later. 49, inequality above. The inequality above can be written as
Miss D.
D. How did they arrive at D?
Miss, so since the circles are not shaded, it means that the x value is not equal to any of those values.
So it's only, it can either be less than or greater than. Yeah. So that's correct. So some inequality notations, if you have an open circle, you're either referring to this sign or this sign. If you have a shaded circle, you're referring to this sign or this sign. Hence the reason why our answer for that question was D, because we didn't have any shaded circle, so we had to choose one that had those signs, which is D. Any questions about that?
Miss, could you please go back to the Thank you.
All right. 50, f of x is equal to 2x squared minus 1. F of 3 would be equal to
C.
Correct, C. So that would be 3 squared, which is 9. 2 nines, 18. 18 minus 1 gives us 17. What is the gradient of the straight line? 2y minus 3x minus 8.
B as in boy.
B as in boy. How did you get that? Why not A as in Aki?
Divide both sides by 2 in order to get y.
So remember before we said that the equation of a line is equal to y is equal to mx plus c. So y always has to be by itself. Once you have a value beside y, you divide both sides by that value in order to get whatever your m is, whatever your c is. So in this case, what would be c?
4.
Negative
Wait,
4.
Miss, repeat what you said, please.
Our equation for a line is y is equal to mx plus c. So y has to always be by itself. So it cannot have no partner, no side chick, nothing. So y has to be by itself. So we need to get rid of the 2. So we divide both sides by 2. We end up with y is equal to negative 3 over 2 minus, and somebody gave the answer before, 4. So our m, which is our gradient, which is always beside our x, is negative 3 over 2. Is that any clearer?
Miss San, you said mx is the gradient.
M is the gradient. M.
Miss Zoana kind of different. Miss, please, one more time, I beg you, please.
Memorize it. Memorize it. So y is equal to mx plus c. Y has to be by itself. But in this case, we have a 2 beside our y. So we need to get rid of the 2. So in order to do that,
We use a formula when we are find what? A different type of gradient, this miss.
no man, not a different gradient. This is the equation of a line, you know. Y
that would do find a line.
Yeah, when you try to find the x and y values for a line, this is the equation you use. So this is your gradient, m is your gradient. The gradient. I'm gonna write it out. And c would be a y-intercept. All right, let me see if I can do a quick example, the question that we did before. All right, so in this question, they said that the gradient is half, right? And y-intercept look like it's going to be -1. So y is equal to a half x minus 1. So we know that our gradient is a half, and you know gradient is the slope of your line, whatever terminology they use now. The slope of your line. The question asks us, based on the equation that you're given, what is the gradient? As I said before, it has a standard that it needs to follow. Y has to be by itself. In this case, y is by itself. In this case, y is by itself. But in the question, y is not by himself. He has 2. So we need to get rid of 2. So we have 2y is equal to -3x minus 8. We're going to divide both sides by this 2. So now y is by itself, -3 over 2x minus 4. Based on this standard, whatever is beside our x value is our gradient. In this case, -3 over 2 is beside our x. Hence why we have b as our gradient. Is that any clearer?
Yes, miss.
All right.
Miss, for the other one, how do you get -1 being the y-intercept? With for number 48.
All right. So we're going to choose a random point on the diagram. I think one point was 1, 2. So we're going to choose 1, 2, 2, 1, sorry. 2, 1. And that is our A. So we're going to use these points to decipher what our C is. So y is equal to 1, because we know that the point is written as x first, followed by y. M, we decipher that m is a half. X is 2, and we know it's plus c based on the formula. So half of 2, half of 2 Oh, it would be 0.
1.
1. So it would be 0 plus C. Get rid of this, so it would be 0. My judgment is poor. Let's see. It would be 0. Unless we can draw good, but based on the equation, it should be 0 here instead of -1. Because if you extend the line, that's what I was trying to do, but I guess my eyesight poor. If you extend the line, it cuts the y-axis at 0. That any clearer?
Yes, me.
Next. Part 52. What is the measurement of angle BAC? Anybody?
C60.
Miss 60 degrees.
C.
Why 6?
Miss, because I said the arc things.
Is it the acute angle?
Miss.
Right. This is basically a
Miss,
fixed of a
because
circle.
that's a construct a 60 degrees angle.
Yeah.
Yes,
Circle
miss.
theorem. So that's why I say, guys, you can't just go into the exam and not know anything. You have to know at least something because they're giving you this diagram with the knowledge that, oh, these people know how to construct a 60 degree, they know how to construct a 45, they know how to construct a 90. So this is the procedure, or this is what a diagram should look like after constructing a 60 degree angle. Everybody see that?
Yes, miss.
Can I go back to
Yes.
Mr. O, construct a 60 degree, I want to say that expect to know convert 60 degree and find.
All right, so in constructing a 60 degree angle, it depends on the measurement that you're given. So say we're told that our radius should be 4 centimeters. You're going to draw your 4 centimeters line first. So our AB would be 4. Put your compass at the center, 4 centimeters. Remember, you have to stick to your measurements. Measure the 4 centimeter on your compass. Ensure that your compass is rigid. That means it doesn't move, and change the measurement. And you just put it at the center, rotate in one direction, and then the point where that first curve, which is this one, cuts your AB, you're going to put your compass here at this point, and then rotate again at the same 4 centimeters, and then you get that second line. It's hard to explain online, but you probably can find videos on YouTube that actually show you how to draw them.
Mr. Remember get question like that problems with so can you use commands in that just use it so better.
Repeat that, I didn't hear you.
If you get the question earlier on this so you can use the question get earlier under this question.
Oh yeah, the questions are similar, but this is not really like that question because that previous question was not drawn to scale. So it was based on assumption. Repeat that.
Okay.
But as I said, just watch some YouTube videos. It's not hard, guys. Once you can draw the 60 and the 45, you can do everything else. 53. Triangle here is what kind of triangle? Anybody?
Isosceles.
Isosceles.
Yeah, isosceles. So if it's an isosceles triangle, what is x?
100 degrees.
Yeah. Yes, our x is 100 degrees. How we arrive at the 100 for persons who might be unsure? Why?
Because
Simply
isosceles mean two
two
sides
sides.
equal. I just from we have 40 degrees or so, that means and the two little small line I'm sure say them two line correspond. So you see, for instance, 40 degrees or so, that means another 40 degrees over here. So that's gonna make 80, and a triangle measure up to 180. So we're gonna subtract the that from 100, and you know say a 100 are gonna leave.
Yeah. That's correct. Isosceles, the base angles are equal, so 40, 40 gives us 80, 180 minus 80 is 100. 54, which of the following statements best describes the properties of an equilateral triangle?
A.
A, correct. So all sides are equal and all angles are equal. And if all angles are equal, what is the measurement for one angle?
60 degrees.
Correct. 55. In the triangle ABC, not drawn to scale, AB is 17, AC is 15, BC is X, and angle BAC is 90. What is the value of X? Anybody?
Somebody in the chat said B.
B? How did they arrive at B?
17 squared minus 15 squared is 64, and then the square root of 64 is 8.
Correct. So it's Pythagoras theorem. Hypotenuse squared is equal to side square plus side square. Everybody know that formula?
Yes, can you repeat, please?
A square plus B square
equals
plus B square.
Yep. So Pythagoras theorem, the longest side, which is your hypotenuse, is hypotenuse squared is equal to side squared plus side squared. Our person say 8 squared is equal to A squared plus B squared. But just always remember. Go ahead.
We can finish talking.
Oh, just always remember that your hypotenuse is the longest side and it's always by itself. So our answer here is 8. 56. The image of the point -3, -2, 3 under translation 3, 4 is
Miss, the visual representation, please.
all right. Let me try and draw this. Once again, -2. So -2 is above here. And the question asks us under translation 3-4. So tell me, what are the different ways, guys, you can perform a translation and a point?
Miss, I think the simplest way is to just add the translation to the coordinates.
That's not always the case, but yes. But you have rotation, that was the question I was asking. You have rotation, mirror, which is sometimes called reflection. Which other ones they usually do in CSEC? Rotation.
Enlargement.
Expand.
Yeah. Expansion, reduction.
Mirror.
Yeah. So you know what to do if you were given the question, oh, what is the reflection? What is the rotation? Note those things. But translation is pretty simple. You just add the values. I think reflection, it depends on the act. Go ahead.
Miss, I said in translation, we should add what, Miss?
No,
What we should add?
but translation, you just add the values.
Miss, so the answer would be D for 56.
Yeah. For translation, we just add the values. But the question I asked earlier was, what are the different things that can be performed on a point? And we mentioned reflection, rotation, expansion, and stuff like that.
Transformation.
Yeah. $57. Okay.
Miss, someone is asking me to work out 55.
To work out what, 55?
Yes, miss.
All right. We might not get to go through any more papers, guys, after this one. So what I'm going to do is put the answers on the sheets and send them. Everybody here is in the WhatsApp group, right?
Yes.
Yes, miss.
All right, so I'm going to work at least 2 or 3 more papers before the end of today and send them in the WhatsApp group.
Excuse me, miss.
Practice those. Go ahead.
I'm not in the WhatsApp group.
Me either, miss.
Rowan, you're here. You can send the link in the group, please. In the chat, sorry. Or whosoever is facilitating. All right, so we're doing 8 squared is equal to a squared plus b squared. Or hypotenuse is 17.
18, Miss. Yes, 18.
18? How many 17?
15, Madam, Miss. 15.
This question we do. And is 15, put on our squares. And we want to find the other side. So 17 squared minus 15 squared would be equal to our b squared. And when you work out this, you're supposed to get 64. So we want to find b but we have b squared, so we need to find the square root of both sides. We know that the square root of b squared is b. Square root of 64 is 8. So hence we got 8 for the x.
We can go back on the white screen, please.
When them say opposite and adjacent. Aye!
Miss, and for this one, since they give the angle, you could have used trigonometry ratio.
To be honest, that is to throw you off. Remember, you don't have a calculator to do trig.
But in paper too, we could use trig ratio, right?
Yeah.
Which would be sine.
Let me see.
2 sides and 1 angle.
The angle that is given is what? Oh, you can't use trig, by the way, because they only give you one angle. Remember, for trig, you're going to either need this angle or this angle. Get that?
Miss Y.
All right, the only way you can use trig if it was one of those triangles where you definitely know that the angle is 90, 30, 60. But in this case, you don't know because it's not drawn to scale. If you were given 90 here, how would you use trig? How would you know which angle is, which side is opposite, which side is adjacent, or whichever? Remember, you weren't given an angle, you know. The only angle you were given is that here is 90. So we don't have a reference angle. Understand, or are you still not clear?
We so always have to have 2 angles to use as sine, like 90-degree angle and another one. So in that instance, the hypotenuse would be the angle opposite to not the right angle, the other angle.
Your hypotenuse is always opposite to your right angle, always. So that won't change.
Miss, and so that side couldn't be the hypotenuse and opposite at the same time. So that's why we cannot use the 90.
Yes. So we need another angle in order to decipher what is going to be our opposite, what is going to be our adjacent. So if we chose this point here beside A to be our angle, then our X would be our opposite and our 15 would be our adjacent. If we chose B, our opposite would be 15 and our adjacent would be X. Any clearer? The person who was writing, you finished writing? I'm taking that as a yes. So 57, the right angle triangle above which trigonometric ratio would be equal to 4/8.
Amy?
A, how did you get A?
Because sine is opposite of hypotenuse. So from X, the opposite would be 4 and the hypotenuse would be 8.
Yeah, that's correct. Any questions about that, guys?
You can like repeat what each one of them mean.
All right, so sine. Everybody knows SOHCAHTOA, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So here they give us 4/8. So we need to know, is 4 opposite, adjacent, what is 4, what is 8? So in reference, so we're going to go through trial and error here. So we're taking the first one, x, the opposite of x would be 4, the adjacent would be 8, and that we know is sine, right? So A is the answer. Looking at B, why can't B be the answer? So tan, we know that tan is opposite over adjacent. Opposite over adjacent. Why did I say adjacent before? This is the hypotenuse. Opposite over adjacent for tan. So the opposite of x would be 4, but we don't know what is the adjacent. So we can use tan. Again, cos, we're going to need the adjacent, but we don't have a value for the adjacent because we don't know what BA is, this point here. This line here, we don't know what this line is. Again, cos, we don't know what is adjacent, so we can't decide for that. Tan, we don't know what is adjacent, we can't use tan. So the only option there is sine, because sine is the only one that uses hypotenuse and opposite, and we have both those values. Go ahead.
Miss, in this case, how did you identify the opposite? I know that the hypotenuse is opposite of the right angle. How did you identify the opposite?
Because we're using x as a reference point. So the opposite of x is 4, and the adjacent would be here, BA, and the hypotenuse is 8.
Miss, what y use x?
You can use y as well, you know. All right, let's do it with y. If we're going to say y is our reference point, do we know the opposite of y? We don't know what is BA. There are two formulas that use opposite, that is sine and tan, right?
Yes.
Everybody following? Or you want me to start over?
Yeah, follow, miss.
All right. So y is our reference point. The opposite of y would be BA. We don't know what BA is. And as we said, there are two formulas that use opposite, sine and tan. So anything that has y sine or y tan in your answer, out. So we can say B out. B is out. And we deciphered before that any value that has x, once they're referring to adjacent, we can't use it. And we said that cos and tan use adjacent. So both those are out as well. So we only leave with A. Any clearer?
Miss, if we used y, we would have like BA over 8.
BA over 8, opposite over adjacent. Yeah, no, opposite over hypotenuse. Yes, so it would be sine x is equal to BA over 8.
Yes, miss, because we weren't given BA in the instruction, it was 4 over 8.
Yeah. Everybody good?
Yes, ma'am.
Taking that as a yes. So 58, based on the diagram, the line CD is an image of AB. After what? Rotation, reflection, translation, enlargement. Which one?
Reflection.
Reflection.
Reflection in what axis? X, Y, Z?
Y axis.
The y-axis.
How did we decipher that?
Because the y-axis is the mirror line.
You can look at it graphically and just say, oh, both points are equal distance from the y-axis, so it must be a reflection in the y-axis. Or you probably can do the working out, which will take more time. But as I said, you realize that the x values, the only thing that changes is that the x values become negative. So that's something you can note for reflection in the y-axis. Only your x values will change. So your y values always remain the same. C and A correspond. C and A have a y value of 2. But the only thing that's different is that A is 4 for the x value, y is negative 4.
Please repeat that statement about x and y values.
For reflections in your y-axis, only the sign for your x values change. For reflection in the y-axis, only the signs for your x values change. So if I give you a statement and I give you -2 and 0, and I give you 2 and 0, that is a reflection in the y-axis. If I gave you something like -2 and 1, -2 and -1, that would be a reflection in your x-axis. Any clearer? We might go through this more in the afternoon. The last 2 questions before you guys get a break. 59, line segment AB is rotated through 90 degrees clockwise from the point C. The coordinates for A image, or the image of A, are what? So clockwise is which direction? This way or this way? Yellow or blue?
Blue.
Mr.
Blue.
And we're going to rotate 90 degrees. So if we're here, that means the next line should be something like that. All right?
Yes.
So what is our answer?
Miss 2, 2.
Why 2, 2?
Because it would form that straight line.
But remember, they ask you for the coordinates for A, you know? Coordinates for A. Come, guys. Remember, you know, we're rotating along this point here. Along this point.
Miss, would it be C?
Why you say C?
Or B. I think it's B.
Why B?
This would be from the 90 degrees.
Hmm? I didn't hear you. Say that again.
No, Mr. D. 2.
Why 2, guys? That's what I'm asking. Remember, guys.
It must be
Whenever
under
you're
the C.
Yeah, it
whenever
has to
you're
be under the C.
Then it cannot be D then.
Remember, guys, it's 90 degrees that we're rotating the line. So if at the moment it's at a straight line, in correspondence here, 90 degrees would be somewhere along here. No, so
for sure, Mr. I don't.
yeah, and it's one space away from A. You're not dunce. One space away from A. So one space away from, not A, from C, sorry. One space away from C would be where your A is located. What point is that?
B, miss.
Yeah.
1, 2.
So that's how you would look at it. Note the angle that you're given and then work from there. So we're given 90 degrees. So we mark our 90 degrees, our point of rotation. Let me erase this so I can do something clear. So you mark your 90 degrees. This is our point of rotation. Realize A is 1 away from C. So A has to be a 1 away from C when we move it again. So it has to be somewhere here. Because this is 90 degrees and 1 away from C. So our A image would fall here. And that would be 1, 2. Any questions about that?
Yes, I didn't get that concept.
All right. So
Yes, miss, I get that, miss.
going back through the question, they said that AB is rotated through 90 degrees clockwise about point C. So our point of reference is C. We established that clockwise would be going this way, right? Clockwise is going that way, right?
Yes, miss.
So the next thing that we need to note is the 90 degree. How would 90 degrees look from where A is currently to its new point? So we're going to draw our little line here. That represents a 90 degree, right? Somewhat, not drawn to scale. Next thing to note, how far away from our reference point is A? It's only 1 block away. So when we rotate it again, or when it's reflected, whatever, it should be 1 point away from C. And 90 degrees and 1 point away from C is this point here.
Oh, yes, Miss, I get it now. Miss, read the x-axis first and then the y-axis, which is 1.
Yeah.
Miss, is it always a rotation around that point?
Say that again?
Miss, are they always going to give it like this rotation around that point?
Yeah, usually this is how the question is worded, I would say. Sometimes they might tell you, oh, it's a reflection. Sometimes they might say, oh, it's rotated 180 degrees. So if it was 180 degrees, where would our A be located? I want the person who asked the question just now to answer.
Three.
on the y-axis.
Here?
Yes, yes.
Yes, so your point would be, you're reading your x first, so it would be 0, 3. That's correct. So just always note where is your reference point and where you started. And our last question before you get a little break before the next session, in a triangle ABC, triangle A is equal to x degrees, triangle B, angle B, sorry, is equal to 2x. What is the size of angle C?
Miss D.
As in dog?
Dog.
Yeah. How did it arrive at D?
Miss, because it says 2x degrees and the coefficient for x is 1, therefore it would be 3x, and we're going to take that from 180 to get angle C.
Yeah. So we know angles in a triangle equal 180. So we have to do some sort of subtracting. So that just eliminates all of the other answers. And that's the end of this paper. As I said before, I'll send more papers in the group with the answers. And if you have any questions, you can always WhatsApp me. For the persons who are not in the group, I'm going to ask the person who is handling the chat to send you the link so you can join the group and ask any questions that you have. Guys, if you want a one-on-one, you can reach out to me. I'll try to find the time because I understand that CSEC and COVID not pretty. So all the best on your exams, and I guess you get like a 10 to 20-minute break and then the other session will begin. So yeah, that's it from me today, guys. Anything you want to say before I go?
Miss say, next hour, miss, you come back and teach you, miss.
Say that again?
Next hour, miss, you come back and teach me.
Somebody else would be doing paper too.
Oh, all right. Thank you very much for your time. Greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Yes,
Anybody?
Miss, thank you.
You're welcome. Remember, utilize the WhatsApp group, guys. No question is a dumb question. Always ask your question. Don't feel like, oh, it's too stupid to ask. Always ask.
Miss, would it be Miss Sakura like explain your equation, like how we are different?
Which one?
Miss, like not like give a different example.
For which number exactly?
Like something similar to 59.
59? Right, let me see if I can make a question out of my head.
Shereka, sorry to cut you. For the paper 2 session, I think we would start at 1:30, 1:20 or 1:30, whichever one is better. Probably 1:30 just to give everybody a bit of time to cool off, maybe grab a glass of water or something, and then I'd start at that time.
All right, so 1:30 for paper 2. So to answer your question, who am I talking to, by the way? Can you just state your name, please?
Brianna Allen.
Say it again?
Brianna Allen.
Allen. All right, Miss Allen. So, question that we're going to do. This is not drawn to scale. So we're going to call this our C. This would be our A or B. this is 1, 2, let's say this is 1, and this is about 4.
Thanks again, miss.
No problem. And this is 4. So what we want to find is anti-clockwise. And we're going to 180 degrees. So if our point of reference is here, this is about 5. So anti-clockwise would be what direction, Alan? Green or blue?
Green.
Green, right. So if we're going in the green direction and our starting point is here, let me use a different color. Our starting point is here, and we need to travel 180 degrees. Where would we end up? In a straight line above here, right? Because this is a total of 180. See that?
Yes, miss.
So to redraw that now, our new point for A would be what? Remember, you know, A is one place away and it's now 180. So where would A be?
2, 6.
2, 6, right? Remember, this is not drawn to scale, so 2, 6. And where would B be?
Sorry, 2, 9.
How did you get that now? Let me see if you think.
So B is 4 places away from C. And so add the 4 to the 5 and I got 9.
Yeah. And that's it. That's how you would do it. So you always note, is it they're asking me to move clockwise, anti-clockwise, which direction? Once you note the direction, you note your start point. Your start point is always in corresponding with the original line or whatever the diagram is. And then you just move based on the degree that you're given. And that would be
So
an
I understand this one, but I just cannot like construct a rotation line from scratch.
From scratch, meaning that if they gave you like the question without any diagram at all and ask you to draw it?
Yes, miss.
All right, it's pretty simple. What you need to note, as I said before, your x values always come first. So your x values always come first. So say they give you something like 4, 2, you know that 4 going to be your x value, 2 going to be a y value, and that would be just 1 point. You know, a line has more than 1 points. So you draw your line based on the information given, and then you follow the procedure that I just showed you.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Again.
Yeah, no problem. Anybody else have any other question they want answered before I go? All right, no.
Yes. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Just gonna wait for the recording to resume. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Just want to welcome you to the second half of the marathon, the mathematics marathon for today. For this portion of the marathon, we'll be focusing mainly on paper twos. Specifically, I'm going to try and work through, 2021 past paper, which is last year's paper two. And if time permits, we'll work through 2019 as well. In working through them myself, I really took note of the fact that they're really long papers. So like really and truly the time allotted for it is 2 hours and 40 minutes. And we only have 3 hours and 30 minutes for the session. So it's gonna be really difficult. What I'm gonna try to do is move relatively as quickly as I can. And if I'm going too quickly, just, ask me to stop, slow down, explain, or whatever it may be. But what I will recommend is that anything that you don't understand in this session, there are several YouTube, run-throughs of the past papers. One such channel I found was Prepared for It on YouTube, and there are several other YouTube channels that will literally just run through the different past papers, like Prepared for It, for example. I'm gonna send it in the chat. Runs through 2021, 2019, 2018, and all the works. So like if you're running through past papers in your own time, I recommend that you just go through them and then look at the answers on the YouTube channel for any further clarification or explanation. Similar to what Shereka did at the start of her session, I'm just going to give you just some brief tips, nothing too like scientific, because I genuinely don't have it down to a science. But what I really recommend and what works for me in a lot of paper twos, even now at the college level, is anything that is taking you more than 1 minute to answer, anything that you literally have to be sitting down and wondering, how do I do this? How do I do this? Stop, read the question one more time and move on. I'm going to repeat that. Stop, read the question again and move on, and then come back to it later. Because what happens is that once you read the question, your brain will take the time to process it. I mean, provided it has the information in it, your brain has the information in it to process it. But it will take the time, and then once you come back, at least some work would have been done in the background to, start that process of processing it. So definitely stop, read the question one more time and move on. And also just do what you can do. If you can do it, spend the time and do it properly. And if you can't do it, you're struggling to come up with an answer, just move on and come back to it at a later time. Also, as Shereka would have been saying at the start, practice, practice, practice. You can't get up one day, just read a maths textbook, read the formulas, read the notes, and be able to just go into the exam and pass the exam. Maybe if you're exceptionally bright, but for the most part, you can't do that. So you have to spend the time going through past papers. You can use the YouTube link I just sent in the chat and other YouTube channels to just run through the past papers in your own time and check back your answers against them. And if you have any other questions outside of that, feel free to ask in the group, and I will assist where I can. The reality is I did CSEC maths in 2017. So if I don't remember something, I will Google it And if I can't help you right now in the session, what I will do is I will research it and get back to you after the session. So with that, I'm gonna stop the talking and just get straight into the past papers. We're gonna start off with 2021. I'm gonna share my screen now. Tell me if everybody can see the screen.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
Yes, sir.
Can you see the writing on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. So the beauty of it all is with CSEC Mathematics is they give you a formula sheet at the start of every paper. So more while like, I mean, I guess people say practice, 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 and it will come to you naturally. But anything you don't remember, don't act up yourself. Go back to your formula sheet, the formula is likely there. Even tricky formulas like the roots of the quadratic equations, if you can't, because I remember being taught how to factorize a quadratic equation, for example, and them say, find a number such that you can multiply and get this number and then add up and get this number. I think that was the approach. If you find, say, you don't have time for that, the formula is right there. X is equal to negative b plus or minus square root of b squared minus 4ac over 2a. Find out what is a, find out what is b, find out what is c, plug it into your calculator. Your calculator is your best friend. Good? So that's my first point before starting. But with starting off with question 1a, it says using a calculator or otherwise, calculate the exact value of 1 4/7 divided by 2/3 minus 1 5/7. Any ideas of how to approach this question? This is the easy stuff now, so make we burn through this. Any?
So you'd work out the.
What were you saying? I couldn't hear.
So just
Sir, would we change
everything into the calculator, I guess.
Sorry, so you would find the LCM for all of them?
I'm hearing some interesting concepts coming up. LCM, plug it into your calculator. So somebody in the chat said BODMAS. And all of that really will come into play here. So the first thing we have to note is that the whole principle of BOMDAS, PEMDAS, brackets over multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction. So the first part of the equation the expression that we need to focus on is the division section of it, because this is the first thing that you would, address based off of that PEMDAS/BOMDAS principle. After you calculate this first section right here, the answer that you get from there, you subtract this figure right here from it. Everybody understanding that so far?
Yes, sir.
So the first thing we do, apply BOMDAS and say, okay, we have a division sign right there, so we'll focus on the division part of it. But we realize what do we have here? We have a mixed number. In fact, we have two mixed numbers, 1 and 4/7, and also we have 1 and 5/7. I don't know about them, but I know that my calculator does not have a mixed number option. In fact, my calculator doesn't even work at this point, much less. So the easiest way to approach this question is to convert all your mixed numbers to improper fractions. And then now you can come in and talk about, oh, this is 2021, Alia. Then now you can come and talk about LCM or whatever. So the easiest way to start this off is to convert all the mixed numbers to improper fractions. How do we do that? Any takers? Convert 1 and 4/7 to an improper fraction. So I'm hearing, wait, let me see if we can quite just right. Wait, my hand is shaking, so I can't read it. All right. So what the process is, I hear somebody say multiply. So it's 7 times 1. So you say it's the denominator times the whole number. So it's 7 times 1 plus the number that is in the numerator. So what we have so far, 7 times 1 is what? 7 plus 4 is 11. So the first improper fraction that we have is 11/7. So I have 11/7 divided by 2. If I'm writing ugly, please bear with me. Convert 1 and 5/7 to an improper fraction.
12/7.
Good. 7 times 1 is 7. 7 plus 5 is 12. So we get 12. Again, if I'm writing ugly, bear with me. 12/7. Then what were we saying before? We were saying the whole principle of BOMDAS. So we have to focus on this division first, which is the 11/7, sorry. and the 2/3, which is right there. So when we're dividing fractions, what is that essentially? So if I say 11/7 divided by 2/3, what am I really doing right there?
Flip the fraction.
You're saying 11/7 multiplied by 3/2 because you can't divide. You have to change sign to multiplication and then invert the second.
Yeah. Yeah, that's essentially what I was implying. So basically, division of fractions is essentially multiplication by the reciprocal. So what we're doing is all we have to say is 11/7, and as someone was saying before, you times it by the reciprocal of the number that you're going to divide by. So it's 11/7 times 3/2, which is the reciprocal of what? 2/3. So that's what we have there. And then we still subtract that minus 12/7 right there. So 11/7 times 3/2 is what? Just times the numerators and times the denominators. What do we get?
33/14.
33/14 minus 12/7. You know, you can just plug this into your calculator from here and it's just smooth sailing. For me, what I did to make it easier for myself, 12/7, I'm gonna represent that out of 14. So essentially what I'm gonna say is times 12/7 by 2. So if I do that, I'm gonna have, well, essentially I'm going to write an equivalent expression for 12/7 and make the whole process easier. 12/7 is essentially the same thing as 24/7. Am I wrong or am I right? 24/14, sorry. Am I wrong or am I right?
Right.
Because you can just times it by 2. Normally what they would say is reduce this fraction into the simplest form. So in this case, I just divide by 2, I get 12/7, right? In this case, now what do we have? We have 33/14 minus 24/14. So the denominators are the same, so we just subtract the numerators, right? Right. And in this case, it would be 33 minus 24, which would be
9.
9. So your final answer is 9/14 as your final answer. Bear with my writing, it's a work in progress. All right. Question B says, when Megan started working, she was paid $85. So what are we given? Her initial salary is $85, right?
Hello?
After a 6-month probationary period, her pay was increased by 20%.
Hello?
Yes, you can hear
I'm
me?
sorry, someone is calling. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you.
How do you get the 24/14?
Why does not scroll up? Sure. I literally just said 12/7, and I just times the numerator and denominator by 2. So it was just 12 times 2, 7 times 2. If you want the long way though, it goes back to the whole idea of the LCM that you guys were talking about at the start. It would have been 33/14 minus 12/7. Sure. 33/14 minus 12/7. The LCM or the LCM would be 14. 14 divided by 14 give you 1, say 33 times 1, it's 33. 14 divided by 7 give you 2, say that's 2 times 12, so it'd be minus 24. Minus 24, which is equal to 9/14. Any clearer now?
Thank you.
No problem. So I basically took a shortcut, and I'm sorry if that confused you. Yeah. So the next question says, when Megan started working, she was paid $85 each week. So the first thing that we're given here is that her initial salary is $85 per week. After a 6-month probationary period, her pay, which is the initial pay that we're talking about, that $85, was increased by 20%. How much was she paid each week after the increase? So really and truly right here, so we don't even need to consider this whole 6-month probationary period or whatever. Like that doesn't factor into our calculations right here. Them give you $85 and them say it increased by 20%. What's the figure after that increase? That's essentially what that question is saying. How do we calculate a percentage increase right here? How do we calculate the how much she was paid each week after the increase. Any ideas on how to approach this?
So you're going to find 20% of the 85 and add it to that.
Yeah, so that's what I would call the long way. So you'd say, let me try to type it up, see if it looks better. Oh, text. So you'd say 85 times, I'm going to use asterisk for times 20%. What's that equal to? 20 over 100, 1 over 5, so that's 17.
Yeah.
So that would be the increase. So the increase in salary, would be equal to $17. The next thing that we should do, as the person was saying, to find the pay after the increase would be equal to the initial salary plus the increase. What would that be equal to? 85 plus 17, which is equal to 102. All right, equal to 102. But this is your final answer, right? There's a quicker way to work it out. And I don't know if your teachers would have introduced you to it. When you're working on percentage increase, all you have to do is add 100 to the 20%, so you get 120%, right? And just times 85 by 120%. And you get the same answer. Well, if you don't believe me, I can show it to you. So the pay after increase, the quick way, would be equal to 85 times 120%. What's that?
102.
102 is the same thing that we got before. So this is just introducing you now to an alternative way of writing. Whenever we're dealing with percentages and they tell you about a percentage increase, if you want to skip to the final answer, instead of having to work out the increase and add it back to the initial figure, all you have to do is take the percentage that they gave you, add 100 to it. So it would be 120% in this case, and multiply your initial value by it. If they now had said a discount, for example, your pay was reduced by, 20%. The fast way of doing it, if I said your pay would have been decreased by 20%, would have been to say pay after decrease equal to 85 times 100 minus the percentage that they gave us. It should have been equal to 85 times 80%. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the same figure that you'd have gotten, even if you had worked it out the long way and said, okay, 85 and then fall by 20%, so that'd be 85 minus 17. And what is 85 minus 17? Anybody 85 minus 17? 68. What is 80% of $85? 68, right? So this is just showing another approach. The long way, calculate the increase, and then to get the pay after the increase, I say the initial salary plus the increase. In this case, the final answer is 102. The quick way to work it out is to just take the percentage that them give you, because it's increase we're dealing with, you just add 100 to it, so it'll be 120%, times the initial salary, which is $85, times that 120%, you'll get the same figure as before. Everybody following, or do I need to go over it?
Go over it, please.
So the long way to work this out, so whichever way works best for you, is to first calculate the increase in salary, which is $85 times the 20%. Once we did that, we got 17%. Following from there?
Yes.
The pay after the increase, then we take the initial salary they gave us, which is the $85, and then we add the increase to it, the increase in salary to it, right? So that's 85 plus 17, which is equal to 102. Cool?
Yep.
I'm saying now, if you want to save time and go the fast way, to get the same figure that you got here, 102, it says her pay was increased by 20%. All you need to do is say 85 times 100 plus 20. 100% plus 20%. Basically, add 100% to that 20% figure that you got there, you get 120%, right? If you multiply 85 by the 120%, you're going to get back the same figure. 85 times 120%, which is equal to 102. So it's essentially a shortcut way of doing it, essentially. But to be on the safe side, you can always work it out the long way, which is the way we did up here, right? So I don't want to confuse you. Just choose whichever way works best for you. If a teacher taught you the first way, do it the first way. If a teacher taught you the second way.
To the decrease, though.
Pardon?
I was referring to the decrease.
Oh, for the decrease, and it applies, for example, if they said that a customer got a discount on an item as well, instead of saying 100% plus 20%, you'd say 100% minus 20%. So you get 85 times 80%, which is equal to 68. So instead of adding 100% to the 20% that you were initially given as the increase, you say 100% minus the 20%, which leaves you with 80%. If you say 85 times that 80%, you'll get back the same figure that you'd get if you work it out the long way as you did before. But as I'm saying, choose the way that is most intuitive to you. Choose the way that you understand the most. If the way that you understand the most is to calculate the decrease first, then subtract the decrease from the initial figure, do that. Nothing is wrong with that. I'm just showing you that this is an alternative way. Fine?
Okay.
In 1965, the population of country A was 2,714,000. In 2015, the population was 3,663,900. Write the population in 2015, which is this figure right here, to 3 significant figures. Any takers for that question?
366, or you can pay 4 digits with zeros as placeholders.
Good. So the approach is, wait, let me ensure some have the correct amount of zeros. So this is the answer. The answer is equal to $3,660,000. The approach is, it says 3 significant figures. So you count from left to right. So you say the first 3 figures are what? 3, 6, 6. And then I look at the figure immediately to the right of that third figure. If that figure is greater than 5, greater than or equal to 5, then you increase that third figure by 1. So it'd have been 3,670,000, right?
Sorry, please.
So the figure that we're working with is 3,663,900. We're writing the population in 2015 correct to 3 significant figures. The approach is you look at the first 3 figures, right? The first 3 figures, which are the 3 significant figures in this case. 3, 6, and 6. Let me highlight that right here. These are the first 3. Good? What you then do is you look at the figure, the digit, to the immediate right of that, of those 3 figures. So you'd have 366 as your first 3 significant figures. You look at the digit immediately to the right of that, which in this case would be 3. 3 is less than 5, right? Because 3 is less than 5, we would not add 1 to this 6 right here. So it would just be 366, and then replace the remainder of the digits with 0. Is essentially what I'm saying. If, however, it was 366 and a number, greater than or equal to 5, for example, 3,665,900, if this fourth number right here is greater than or equal to 5, then you would add 1 to this third number right here, which is 6. Fine?
Yes, sir.
So in this case, it would be 3,660,000, because you just consider the first 3 significant figures, and then you just replace everything else with zeros. In this case, you wouldn't need to add anything to the first 3 significant figures because, again, the 4th digit in the number is less than 5. So you wouldn't need to do any rounding off right there. Good? Good. The next question asks us to write the population in 1965 in standard form. Any takers for this question?
Sir, you're going to jump to the left because the number is greater than 1.
Okay. Yeah, by how many though?
by 6.
6 plates.
Okay, good. So we have 2. Why my pen can't write prettier? Sure. So we have, let me actually just type it because it'd probably be easier to do it like that. So we have 2714000. For me, like when I'm dealing with significant figures, I just like to look at it as you moving a decimal point, essentially. So what would happen is, just remove that. We take this decimal point and move it all the way over until we have only one digit to the left of that decimal point. Gabriel, I see you raising your hand.
Yeah, a question about the A.
Yeah.
All right. So in the case that it's 36649, and if the 9 turns the 4 to a 5, wouldn't it change it to 367?
So remember now, you consider the first 3 significant figures, and then you consider the figure immediately to the right of the 3. So it would be 3664. So the only numbers that you'd be considering in this case are the 6 and the 4. If the number immediately to the right of the 6 right here is greater than or equal to 5, that's when you round off and increase that 6 right here to a 7. So you wouldn't be looking all the way back down there. So if now they had said maybe 4 significant figures, then they would have said 3663. So you're considering these 4 figures right here to the left of this. So you're considering the 3663, right? The number immediately to the right of those 4 figures is the 9. 9 is greater than or equal to 5, right? So you'd then say 3664, and then all the rest of the numbers are zeros.
Oh, wait, but what if the 3 is a 4 and the 9 can turn it to a 5?
Yeah, so that's just be 3665 as your answer.
Okay.
Yeah, so the main, oh crap, I erased that. The main numbers that you're considering here are the last of the significant numbers, the third significant number or the fourth significant number, whichever one them ask you for, and the digit immediately to the right of it. So you're considering this, in this case, it's 3 sig fig. So you consider the third significant number, which is 366, so the third digit right here, and the number immediately to the right of it, which is a 3. Is 3 greater than or equal to 5? No. So in this case, you wouldn't be rounding off. An interesting dilemma would occur, however, if instead of like a 3, it was like, you know, let's say this was 366, well, 3694999, whatever it is, and it says, write this correct to 3 significant figures. The first thing that we do is count. What are the 3 significant figures? 1, 2, 3. Then we look at the number immediately to the right of the third number, which is the 4 right here. Is that greater than 5? No, so we leave it as is. So it would be the final answer would be 369, and then you replace the rest with zeros. Let us now say that this number was 6, which is greater than or equal to 5. You'd have to say correct to 3 significant figures. It would be 3, 6, 9, and then the number immediately to the right of the 9 is a 6. Is 6 greater than or equal to 5? Yes. So you'd have to round up in this case. Once you round up, you'd essentially add 1 to the last digit. So that'd be 3, 6, and then 9 plus 1 is what? 9 plus 1 is 10. So it would be 3, 7, 0. Yeah. And then you just put zeros for the remainder, go down, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Moving back to the standard form. For me, when I'm dealing with standard form, I essentially just look at it as me moving a decimal point. And we want to move it until there's only one digit to the left of the decimal point. So we'll go sub-up. So move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. After 6 moves, we only have 1 digit to the left of the decimal point. What would that leave us with, everybody?
2.714 times 10 to the 6.
Good. So it will be 2.714. So realize that we have it in a form now where there's only 1 digit to the left of the decimal point. And then we times it by 10 to the, how much moves did we move to the left? 6? So it's 10 to the 6. If we move to the right, would it be positive or negative 6? What would happen if we move to the right?
-6.
Good. So if then it say yeah. So if for example we have a decimal, if for example, so as you're saying in the first session, number must be greater than or equal to, well, it must be in between 1 and 9, I believe it is. So for example, if you have a situation where it's 0.0006897, right? The number to the left of the decimal must be in between 1 and 9. Am I right there? So you just say 1, 2, 3, 4. So you move it all the way over to where the number to the left of the decimal point is in between 1 and 9. So it's greater than or equal to 1. Yeah, if I'm correct. Yeah. In this case, what would your final answer be for this situation when you have this decimal right here?
So it'd be 6.897 times 10 to the -4.
Good. So you'd have 6.897 times 10
to the -4.
How many moves over did we make? 1, 2, 3, 4. We move to the right, so it would have to be negative. Good.
Yes.
Okay. Determine part 2, C part 2 says, determine the percentage increase in the population from 1965 to 2015. To calculate percentage increase, there are many ways people represent the formula. To be very honest, one I saw online said, how am I write this? Percentage increase equal to the increase divided by the original figure, and then times everything by 100. Right? The way how I find it easiest to remember, to find the percentage increase, I just say the new figure minus the old figure, all divided by the old, times 100. Because that's essentially the increase, you know, the new figure minus the original figure. Everybody following from that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good. In this case, the new figure, which would be the 2015 figure, would be 3.66, well, shit, 3 million. What is that? Would be 3 million, which would be an easier way. Can I type this? All right. It would be 3 million. No, I'm gonna have to type it because it's not gonna come up properly.
Hold on, the sir, my loss.
Where did I lose you?
So percentage increase, the percentage increase I may add. I get that.
What did you say? Wait, could you please repeat the question? I didn't hear. I don't know. Well, just to reiterate what I was saying, the percentage increase is equal to the new figure, which is the 3,663,900, minus the original figure or the old figure, which is 2.714, well, 2,714,000, divided by the old figure, which is 2,714,000 times 100. So it would be 3,663,900 minus 2,714,000 divided by old, which is the 2,714,000 times 100. But here's what I think the easiest way to help you understand would be to split it up. So let's calculate the increase. How would you calculate the increase from 1965 to 2015? Just the raw numbers. What's the difference between the figure in 2015 and the figure in 1965?
949,900.
How did you calculate that?
I subtracted the 2,714,000 from the 3,653,900.
Exactly. So you say 3,663,900 minus 2,714,000 is equal to what you say?
949,900.
949,900. So the step one, calculate the increase. Now, to calculate the percentage increase, you say the increase over the original figure times 100. Everybody following? Percentage increase is the increase, in this case, which is 949,900, over the original figure. What's the original figure? The first figure that we got.
The 2,714,000.
2,700,000. Good. The result that you get from that, you just times it by 100. You can just plug all of this into your calculator.
Sir, can I scroll up, please?
So, I thought the other formula wrong because my formula was like the change or over the original price that multiplied by 100.
That's essentially what I'm saying. The new minus the new figure minus the old figure, aka the change, over the original figure times 100. How did your teacher express that formula? I mean,
like they say the change over the original price multiplied by 100.
Yeah, so the increase is the change. How do you calculate the change? The same student, how would you calculate the change? Then how would you calculate the change from 2015 to 1965?
So I just input everything in the formula, sir. Input in the formula.
No, but that's what I'm saying. The formula is percentage increase is equal to change over the original, as you would have said, times 100. But the way how you calculate the change is you take the new figure that you have now, which is 3,663,900, minus the original figure, which is 202,714,000. That's how you calculate the change, right? Once we calculated the change and we got $949,900. And we just then plug that into the formula. So we're now plugging it into the formula. The percentage increase would be equal to the change, which is 949,900, as we would have calculated, over the original, which is, as you'd have said, 2,714,000, and you times it by 100. Once you do that, you should get 35%. Yeah, as Taisha would have been putting into the chat. The formula for percentage increase is the change over the original times 100. And what I was saying was that to get the change or the increase, as we had called it in this situation, is the new figure minus the old figure, or as you'd have said, the current figure minus the original figure, if you want to express it as that. That's how you calculate the change. Everybody following from that?
Yes, sir.
Good. So just again, the percentage increase is equal to the change, aka the increase in this situation, over the original figure times 100. Now, they didn't give you the change in the question. You have to calculate the change. To calculate the change, it is equal to the difference between the current figure and the original figure. So you'd say 3,663,900, as we did here, minus 2,714,000. Let me just change the name as well, so it doesn't confuse anybody. Right? We did that subtraction. You got 949,900. All we then do is plug it back into the percentage increase formula. So it'll be 949,000, as we have here, divided by the original figure, which was 2,714,000 as they had given us. Then you times that by 100, and the final answer you get after plugging it into your calculator is 35%. Is that okay with everybody?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Moving on to D. The ratio of teachers to male students to female students in a school is 3 to 17 to 18. If the total number of students in the school is 630, determine the number of teachers in the school. I did kind of work it out a long and confusing way, but to be very honest, there's a pretty short way to do it. So
Cross multiply.
yeah, essentially, what you realize is that the ratio they give us is 3 to 17 to 18, right? If we want to derive the ratio of teachers to students, regardless of whether they're male or female, how would we go about doing that?
Add the 17 and the 18.
And the 18, right? So there will be 3 teachers to 35 students in this school. So just to reiterate, the first step that we did here is we just consider it in terms of the ratio of teachers to students, regardless of their gender. The question initially gave us that what? The ratio of teachers to male students to female students in a school is 3 to 17 to 18. To get the ratio of teachers to students, regardless of gender, we would have said 3 to 17 plus 18, which is 35. So we just said 3 to 35. Then it says, if the total number of students in the school is 630, determine the number of teachers in the school. Simply put, we can just cross multiply after this point. What would be the procedure next? We would have said 3 times 630, 35 times x, set them equal to each other. Everybody following so far?
Yes, sir.
3 times 630 is equal to 35x. What is 3 times 630? 1,890. This is equal to 35x. If we want to solve for x, what do we need to do?
Divide both sides by
Divide
35.
by 35.
Yes. What is the answer?
54.
54. Great. There's a long way to work. There's a long way to work this out, but I'm honestly not gonna confuse up in the brain and work it out that way. So yeah. The steps that I took. What you said?
The formula look simple and good. You look like this look good.
I could keep it that way.
This will give us our full marks, right?
Yeah, that would be the number of students. Well, if you want, just to be extra, therefore, the number of teachers in the school is 54. If you want to write, well, you can write a statement. You can write a statement after all of this. Therefore, the percentage increase is 35%. Therefore, pay off the increase is 150. Could you please repeat? I'm not hearing you well.
Can go over answer.
Okay. The question says the ratio of teachers to male students to female students in a school is 3 to 17 to 18. If the total number of students in the school, so that's the total number of male students and female students, regardless of gender, say just add up everything, is 630, determine the number of the teachers in the school. To approach this question, we wanted to make it as simple as possible. So what we did is instead of considering this ratio, which is 3 to 17 to 18, which is the ratio of teachers to male students to female students, we combined the male students and female students just as they'd have combined them in the total here and considered the ratio 3 to 35. Because essentially, if you're considering the ratio of teachers to male students to female students being 3 to 17 to 18, if you want to derive the ratio of teachers to students overall, it would be 3 to the number of male students plus the number of female students. So it'll be 3 to 17 plus 18, right? 17 plus 18 is 35. So we considered the ratio of teachers to students being 3 to 35. Now, the question said the total number of students, that is regardless of gender, regardless of male or female, is 630. It then says determine the number of teachers in the school. So with that information, we then set up two expressions here that we can then cross multiply, two different ratios here. So we have 3 teachers to 35 students, regardless of gender. X teachers to the total number of students in the school, which is 630. So we have 3 teachers to 35 students. And then we want to find out how many teachers are there to 630. So we have X to 630. What we then did is we cross multiplied. So we have 3 times 630 is equal to 35 times X, as we have right here. You following so far? 3 times 630 is 1890, which is equal to 35X. Divide both sides by 35, you get X is equal to 54. Therefore, the number of teachers in the school is 54. Fine?
Okay, answer.
Great. As I said, like I did it another way when I was doing it, but I just find that way to be a bit more confusing. So like, I'm just gonna not share that answer. So yeah, 2A, two quantities N and T are related as follows. N is equal to root T. Find the value of N when T is equal to 49. What do we need to do here?
Square root of 49 equals 7.
Good. Fire in. All right, and you just plug that into your calculator. Square root of 49 is equal to 7. Any questions right there? None. Okay, good. It says make T the subject of the formula. So we have N is equal to square root of T, right? N is equal to root T. How do we go about making T the subject of the formula?
T equal N square.
Good, so we square both sides. So essentially what we need to do is get rid of the square root off of the T. To get rid of the square root off of the T, we square it. So we say N squared is equal to T. So as the person was saying, T is equal to N squared. Great.
Yes, sir.
Good. Next question says, Ali is X years old. Jim is 5 years older than Ali, and Chris is twice as old as Ali. Write expression in terms of X for Jim's age and Chris's age. What is Jim's age in terms of X?
X plus 5.
X plus 5.
Everybody follows that? Why it's X plus 5?
Yes, sir.
And just to ensure nobody's left behind, if you say I am 2, so if you have somebody, so I'm currently, well, I'm not my age. Let's say I'm 2 years old. If I'm 2 years old and my cousin Jim is 5 years older than me, cousin Jim is 2 plus 5 years older than me, which is 7 years old. It's essentially the same thing we're doing here. Ali is X years old. Jim is 5 years older than Ali. To get Jim's age, you just add 5 to Ali's years, right? So it's X plus 5. Everybody understand that, right?
Yes, sir.
Good. Chris's age now. Chris is twice as old as Ali. How do we get Chris's age?
2x.
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 Great. 2x. Yeah. In 2 years' time, the product of Ali's age and Chris's age will be the same as the square of Jim's present age. Let's approach this step by step. In 2 years' time, what will Ali's age be?
X plus 2.
X plus 2.
Let's write that out. Ali's age in 2 years. X plus 2. In 2 years' time, what will be Chris's age?
2x plus 2.
2x plus 2.
In 2 years. 2x plus 2. What is Jim's present age?
X plus 7.
What is, repeat, listen, you know, what is Jim's
X plus 5.
present age? Okay. X plus 5. Everybody following?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
These people. All right. It says, let me back up that. In 2 years' time, the product of Ali's age and Chris's age, so X plus 2 times 2X plus 2 is equal to what? The square of Jim's present age. Everybody seen this?
Yes, sir.
Ali's age in 2 years, X plus 2 times Chris's age in 2 years, X plus 2. We just multiply them. It is equal to the square of Jim's present age. Now, expand this bracket. What do we do here?
You're going to say X and then bracket 2X plus 2.
Well, I mean, I think it's an onion method my teacher did teach me. So I just say X times 2X. Then you say add X times 2, right? So we have X times 2. Then it would be 2 times 2X plus 2 times 2. Everybody see what I did there?
No, sir, that we are confusing, sir. Come on, other way.
How did you learn it? How did you learn it?
X times.
You said this will put X and then in bracket now put 2X plus 2. Then we close that bracket, then put plus 2.
Yeah, it's the same exact thing, you know.
No, sir, but that way the way you do, sir.
Yeah, that's why I asked which way I want to do it, because it's better to do it the way I learn. So, yeah. Everybody following from this that I have right here?
Yes, sir.
Good. On the right hand side now, what do we have? X plus 5.
X plus 5.
X plus 5 plus.
Somebody was saying they don't understand. What did you not understand?
I don't understand that way that you're doing.
What is the way that you learned how to do it?
Just the X times the 2X and I get 2X squared.
Then X times 2, you get 2X.
Times 2. Yes, sir.
It's gonna narrow down to the same thing. To be very honest, in the next line you'll see it. X plus 5 squared. What is X plus 5 squared? X plus 5 squared is the same thing as X plus 5 times X plus 5. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yes, sir. Right.
All right, so let's expand this bracket on the left side. What do we have here? X times 2X is what?
2X squared.
X times 2 is what? 2X? 2 times 2X is what? 4X?
4X.
2 times 2 is what?
4.
The person that was confused before, do you see how it narrows down to the same exact thing?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same exact thing. Makamba did that same process for the right side. That's what? X squared
yes,
plus
sir.
5X plus 5X plus 25 times 5 is 25.
10X plus 25X, you know, sir.
Good. I don't want to skip any steps and confuse anybody. That's why I'm gonna do that. In fact, I don't need to skip it because the left side needs to be simplified as well anyways. So I get what? 2X squared plus
minus
6X plus 4. Let's simplify both sides first. X squared plus 10X plus 25. Everybody following?
Yeah.
All I'm doing is simplify.
So this is a quadratic equation?
Yeah, but I don't have the feature thingy to get it. That's why I'm using the up arrow. The up arrow is the same thing as 2x squared. That's essentially what I'm writing there. For anybody who was confused.
So now we just group the like terms.
Yeah, very much so.
You're going to bring over those on the right side to the left?
Yeah.
And
so group like. If anything, I just want to skip a step in, but I'm not gonna. Plus, so we have 2x squared minus x squared. Group like terms. Then we have 6x minus what? 10x?
Minus 10x.
Plus 4
Yes,
minus
sir.
what? 25 is equal to 0. 2x squared minus x squared is what?
X squared.
X squared.
6x minus 10x is?
4x.
4x minus 21.
21 equals.
And that's the same thing that they asked us to show.
All of that for 3 marks.
It's not really all of that, remember, I took the long route. You're not gonna write out all of this. You're probably gonna skip some steps that I didn't skip.
Okay.
Yeah. Calculate Ali's present age. What is Ali's present age, everybody? They gave us that in a question.
X.
X.
So we just need to solve this expression right here for x. Great. Great.
All right, so just factorize.
Yeah, pretty much.
Wait, so how is that equal to Ali's age?
What is Ali's age?
X.
The equation is x squared minus 4x minus 21. Ali's age is x. So if we solve for x, aren't we finding Ali's age?
Yes, sir.
So we just need to factorize this equation. If you want to do it the long way.
No, sir. Stick to the short way, please.
Well, I don't know which way you guys are taught it, so I'm just gonna do it the way I prefer to do it.
Sure, what would the long way be?
I'm gonna climb that.
The person in the chat that was asking, wouldn't Chris's age be 2x plus 2? Remember, Chris's current age is 2x.
So you need, I think you need minus 7 and 3.
All you need, wait, before I reach there, so for the Kayla K, remember, Chris's current age is 2x. In 2 years' time, I just need to add 2 years to Chris's current age to get Chris's age in 2 years. In a similar fashion to what we were doing with Jim. Jim is 5 years older than, Ali in 2 years is x plus 2. We'd just say 2x plus 2. Yeah. Great. All right. The way how I see some people are taught it are, you need to find, x squared minus 4x minus 21 is equal to 0. You need to find a number. Wait, let me write that out. Such that it, I have to write it out to remember it. 1 times 21, 1 times negative 21 is 1. Negative 21, b is equal to negative 4. It must add to b, it must add to negative 24 and multiply to give negative 21. Yeah, that's all. It must add to give negative 4 and multiply to give negative 21. Somebody was saying 7 and negative 3.
No, minus 7 and
no,
minus 7 and 3.
Positive 3.
So we don't have minus 7 times 3 is what? Minus 21. So it multiplies to give negative 21. Minus 7 plus 3 is what? Negative 4 adds to give negative 4. So you'd have to say x squared minus 7x plus 3x. If you look at it, it's the same thing as negative 4x, right? This one. Minus 21 is equal to 0. Then you just factorize. Factor out x. X would be x minus 7. And then you can factor out 3x right there. And then it would be, factor out 3, sorry. 3x divided by 3 would be x. Negative 21 divided by 3 would be negative 7. And the two roots that we're dealing with would be x plus 3, x minus 7 is equal to 0. Therefore, either x plus 3 equals 0 or x minus 7 is equal to 0. And x plus 3 is equal to, so either x is equal to negative 3 or x is equal to 7. Tell me something, have you ever met anybody who is negative years old?
No.
No. So, you throw the x equal -3 and the final answer, Ali's age is 7 years old. Because you can't know anybody, there's nobody who is negative years old, right? So you don't need to consider that. Great. The alternative approach, let's say you're struggling to find the numbers -7 and 3, and you feel all hope is running out. You go back to your lovely formula sheet, quadratic formula. Well, not quadratic formula. The roots of the quadratic equations, you say x is equal to -b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac over 2a. Just to show you that it gives me the same thing, the first thing that we need to identify is what is a. A would be equal to 1, b would be equal to -4, c would be equal to -21. All you do is just plug all those numbers into this equation and you should get the same thing. Yeah. So it would have be x is equal to -b, so it'd be -4. Plus or minus, I'm gonna just put plus or minus like that. The square root of b squared, so it'd be, it's so much more confusing when you can't see me write it. Sean. Wow. Great. Let me try write it like this now. So it will be equal to negative. Yeah, this is not gonna work. But yeah, essentially what I'm saying is plug it into the equation up above and you'll get the same answer. It's really nothing more than just identifying what is your A, what is your B, what is your C, and then just plugging it into the equation. What I can do is I'm gonna send a picture of me working it out in the group. And hopefully it is clear. I'm gonna do that right now, so give me a second, because I wrote it out. All right, I'm gonna send it in both groups right now. Marathon, math. All right, I sent it in both groups. That's the working out for that, because it's not really clear when you when you try to type it. Great, so it's in the group. The diagram below shows the triangle PQR in which angle QPR is equal to 62 degrees, angle PQR is equal to 90 degrees, and PR is equal to 11 centimeters. What is the size of angle PRQ? What do we do here?
Add the 90 and the 62 and subtract it from 180.
What is the theorem that we're utilizing? Angles in a triangle must add to 180 degrees. If that is the case, then angle PRQ is equal to 180 minus the sum of the remaining two, which is 62 plus 90. This is essentially what you're saying. And that would be 180 minus 152, which is equal to 28, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Everybody's cool with that?
Yes, sir.
Just a reminder, angles in a triangle must add to 180 degrees. All you do is just use that theorem and say 180 minus the other two angles, the sum of the other two angles, and you get your final answer. Great. What is the, so I can actually fill that in. 28 degrees. I don't have a degree symbol, so bear with me. Bear with me, please. Yeah. Great. Angles in a triangle, yeah. What is the length of side RQ? Any takers for this one?
You can use sine or cosine.
Okay. What do we know so far? SOHCAHTOA would it be SOHCAHTOA? SOHCAHTOA. Sine is equal to opposite over hypotenuse. Cos is equal to adjacent over hypotenuse. Tan is equal to opposite over adjacent. So we have the hypotenuse, and if we consider the angle 62 degrees, RQ would be the opposite, right? So yeah, we can use sine. So it will be sine 62 will be equal to
X over 11.
opposite.
And you can use cosine as well.
You could. Wait, I'm gonna do both ways because it should give you the same answer, I think. RQ is equal RQ over 11, which would imply
RQ is equal to sine 62 times 11.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you cross multiply?
I mean, you could. It's the same thing because it would be RQ times 1. Because it will be sine 62 over 1 is equal to RQ over 11. It will be RQ times 1, which is the same thing as RQ. But what I had done is just multiply both sides by 11. What's the answer to this? 9.712.
9.71.
Let's work it out the cosine way. If we're doing it the cosine way, what we could do is we could consider it from 28. So it would have been cos 28 will be equal to adjacent over hypotenuse, am I right? Yes. So it will be RQ over 11. And it would be RQ is equal to cos 28 times 11, which is equal to 9.712. I would know that automatically that is equal to 9.712 because based on for complementary angles, remember sine cos theta cos x is equal to sine 90 minus x, if I'm not mistaken. I think I'm right. So if you actually look at it, cos 28 would be equal to sine 90 minus 28, which is equal to sine 62. So it would actually boil down to the same problem as before if you do some mathematical gymnastics. So yeah, it would be 9.712. Everybody's following? Everybody's clear so far?
Yes, sir. So you could use either one of them to work it out, right?
Yeah, it just really depends on which angle you're considering it, which angle you're using as a reference point. If you use 62 as a reference point, then sine would make more sense because then you can just use opposite over hypotenuse. Opposite would be RQ, hypotenuse would be 11. If you use 28 degrees as a reference point, it would make more sense to use cos 28, and then it would be adjacent, which would be RQ, over hypotenuse, which would be 11. And you get the same answer, whichever way you take. And I was showing it down here that it would essentially boil down to the same problem. Because I think there's something where we say cos theta is equal to sine 90 degrees minus theta. Is it complementary angles or not complementary? Let me Google it. Sine 90 minus x. What's that called? I can't remember it, but yeah, I know there's some that says that. I generally don't remember, but I'm gonna move on from it because you don't need to know it really to answer the question.
Excuse
I think
me,
it's.
sir?
Could you please repeat?
Sir, could the sine rule also be used? Even though this is a right angle triangle, I used the sine rule and I got the same answer as you.
Well, then if you get the same answer, then it can be used. Let's
Okay,
check.
thank
You have a side. You have a side and an angle. You have two angles and a side. Possibly. If you find a way to use it, you can use it, yes? Just use whichever way works best for you.
Okay, thank you.
Brianna, if you do more work, will you get more marks? If you do more work and do foolishness, you won't get any marks. But if you don't know what you're doing and it's just like you're trying to get as much marks as possible, then you might as well write what you know and see if they can pick sense out of nonsense, if that makes sense. Sorry. So yeah, if you do more work, you won't necessarily get more marks. But yeah. But write what you know. The diagram below shows three angles X, Y, and Z on a square grid. Triangle X is mapped onto triangle Y by reflection. Triangle X is mapped onto triangle Y by reflection. State the equation of the mirror line. What's the equation of the mirror line here?
Y equals 0.
Yeah. How did you derive that? I mean, I did kind of just look at it and kind of pick it out. I had to go for a YouTube video to figure it out. But essentially, the way to derive it is what you can do, is draw a line from each point to each point. So that's a boom, there, so to there, so. There, so to there, so. There, so to there, so. Let me actually make the lines more opaque. Yeah. The line isn't necessarily proper, but you get the point. What you do is you look for the point halfway between it. So if you look here, you have 1, 2, 3, 4. The halfway point would be at 2, right? So it would be on this line right here. If you look again at this point, which is the reflection of that point. So this point up here is reflection of, this point down here is the image, the reflection of this point up here. This point down here is the reflection of this point up here. This point right here is the reflection of this point right here. Everybody seen that?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yes, sir.
So just draw a line between the two and then find the middle point of the line using the graph.
So do you connect all?
I mean, you don't have to. If you do it for one, you do it for all, essentially. But I mean, if you want to be extra, sure. Because I kind of did just look up. As I said, I did not know about that connecting the line things before I did some research. I just kind of looked and was just like, that looks like here. And I was just like, okay, that's y equals 0. But the easiest way is connect the points. This would be 1, 2, 3, 4, divide that by 2. So the middle point will be right here on this line. The middle point of this one will be what, 8? 8 squares go down. So the middle point will be at 4. And then you realize that this is the x-axis. What's the equation of the x-axis? What is the y value for all points on the x-axis?
0.
At all points on the x-axis, at all points that lie on the x-axis, what is the associated y value? 0. So that would tell you that your associated equation is y equals 0. And that would be represented by the horizontal line, which is the x-axis. So yeah, the answer to this is y equals 0. Y equals 0. Y equals 0. Which is the x-axis. Describe fully the transformation that maps triangle X onto triangle Z. So let's do the same procedure again.
Triangle Z is a rotation of triangle at 90 clockwise, anti-clockwise about the origin.
Clockwise or anti-clockwise? Which direction is it?
We can do both ways.
anti-clockwise.
I mean, yeah, you could do both.
Clockwise.
Well, that's how I was taught.
Let's consider it clockwise. So it's a rotation by how many degrees?
180.
Actually, it would be 90 degrees. 90 degrees. Because if you look at it here, it would be, so this is the original point, right? Let's call it like this flat line. Then they flip the point all the way up. So if you look at it, wait, let me. So just to approach it the same way as I did the first one. The point on Z associated, the point on X associated with the point on Z as well. So this point is associated with this point, right?
Yes, sir.
So after the transformation is done, this is the endpoint. So this is, if this is A, this will be A prime. This is B. The associated point after the transformation would be this one, right?
Yes, sir.
It should be B prime. This is C. When I said, although these letters might be a bit confusing, but yeah, the associated one will be C prime. So if you look here, and you kind of, or if you kind of look at it, it's kind of flipping. If you flip it 90 degrees, so let's say you have a line like this, and you want to transform it by 90 degrees, you'd essentially put the line to stand up like this. So you'd essentially be moving it by that. So if you look at it properly, comparing this one to this one, it's kind of like a similar situation, because it would just be like looking at the tangents to it. How do I draw a line here? Looking at the tangent to it, like look at the tangents to it, you realize that it's a similar sort of situation to what happened here, right? So you move this tangent from this to upward facing, kind of like, well, that's how I kind of processed it. So it kind of, if you look at it properly, it's a 90 degrees. If it was a 80 degrees, if it was a 180 degrees now, it would have been like this bottom half here would have been pointing up, because you'd have flip it one more time, go down like that. If you get what I mean. I don't know if anybody's seeing what I'm seeing, but yeah, that's probably a bit confusing.
Repeat that.
Here's what. I don't think I'm doing it justice in my explanation. So I'm going to pull up the explanation from a site that I found. Shoot. And play the YouTube video for y'all.
Wait, what's the name of that channel?
Prepared for it. What's this? Paper 2, 3B?
Paper 2, sir.
3B. I don't think I'm doing it justice. Question 3. Let me share my audio. Share some. Everybody can hear?
Remember, between these 2 points, you're moving from this, and that is how we now have x is equal to 1. So it's the same principle, it's just that now there's a flip of it where it's not top and above each other, where a reading is coming from the y-axis, it is now coming from the x-axis. So I'm hoping that in the meantime that will be good. Triangle x onto triangle z. So we're looking at mapping triangle x onto triangle z. So one, can anybody tell me what transformation is taking place? First thing, what transformation is taking?
Rotation.
Rotation, very good. Look again, Kyle, that is not reflection. We're mapping x onto z. This is x and this is z. So rotation. So rotation is what is taking place. Will you use a clockwise or anti-clockwise? Because you can use both, but if you're using counterclockwise, so Tamia is going with counterclockwise, what is the degrees that you're attaching to this? what degree anti-clockwise or counterclockwise is this rotation happening? 90 degrees. Very good. So we have rotation, and we have that it is anti-clockwise 90 degrees. Where is our center of rotation? Last piece of information that we need, and we are good. Last piece of information. Where is... No, we're doing June 2021 past paper. So we're at question. So based on the direction in which I just hoping that you're going here. So your triangle was like this, and it underwent a rotation. So if you realize that everything, this point is now here, this point is now here, this point is now here. So it is an anti-clockwise movement. The center of rotation is 0. Thank you. I'm going to go there. And to help clear up the confusion, so let us label our triangle A. So if you realize A prime, A here, the readings for A is, readings for A prime is -2. For B, our reading is 6 from our x-axis and 2 from our y-axis, so 6, 2. Now look at B prime. B prime is -2, 6. C from exactly at what matrix is used here. Yes, CJ?
So sorry, basically like the numbers flip.
Thank you. So that is exactly what we discussed. And so what we looked at last week and the week before, as you can realize from our X, Y values, in our image, what it becomes is our Y value now becomes our X value, but it is a negative Y, and our X value becomes our Y value, and it basically remains the same. You don't need to know the matrix. You don't need to, honestly, but it helps because we've looked at this concept degrees. So all of the
Yeah, so that's essentially it. It rotates 90 degrees about the center of rotation 0, 0. Just in case they test you on it, the matrix that you'd be using is 0, -1, 1, 0. I'm not really sure about transformation matrix. I don't remember doing that when I was in CSEC, so like it's not really fresh in my brain, but I think I had pulled up a tab on this with it. So let me check. Do I not have it? Oh, yeah. So it'll be 0, -1, 1, 0. I realized that that would be associated with a rotation 90 degrees anti-clockwise about 0, 0. I think I'd said clockwise at the start. Please bear with me. It took me like several years to learn how to read a clock. So I kind of get mixed up sometimes. So yeah, in this case, we did anti-clockwise. You could have considered it from the clockwise rotation as well, but I'm pretty sure it would have been, 90, 180, 90, 180.
Would be 270.
270, yeah. So it would be 270 degrees from the clockwise. That's clockwise, right? So, yeah, clockwise direction. So, yeah. So that's 2. On the diagram on page 10, translate triangle Y using a vector -7, 1. How do we go about this process? Anybody? So we want to translate triangle Y.
X-axis is -7.
Mm-hmm. So like,
1.
yeah. Long story short, well, first of all, we can label each point, but long story short, all we're doing is really just adding -7, 1 to the point. So like if the point in this case, this first point right here would be what? X would be 0, y is -2. This point right here would be what point would this be? X is 4, y is -4.
Or -4.
And this last point right here would be
6, -2.
6, -2. Just essentially add -7, 1 to each of these points. 0 plus -7 is what?
-7.
-7. So the point would be right. So it would be at -7, right? 1 plus -2 is what?
Sir, excuse, you could repeat, please.
So essentially, you take each point, each vertices that you have here, each point that you have, and you just add -7, 1 to it. So for 0, -2, to find the image that is created, it just says 0 plus -7, -2 plus 1, and you get the new point. So it will be 0 plus -7 is -7, -2 plus 1 is -1. So that's a -7, -1. The easier way to do it as well, seeing that it's a graph, just move over 7 places to the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Go up by 1, and you'd end up right here. Everybody following that?
Yes.
So you're just translating the triangle Y, which is this triangle here, using the vector -7, 1. The graphical way, which is the easiest way, just count over 7 spaces to the left because it's -7, and then 1 space up because it's +1. The same thing can be applied to 6, -2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Go up 1 space, you'd end up right here.
You know, so that actually simpler.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Go up 1 space, you'd end up right here. And then you just connect the points. Right? And that's the new triangle. Everybody cool with that?
I think I'll use that last method than the other one.
Whichever way you prefer, just do it that way. So the approaches are you take 0, -2, and then add -7, 1 to it. Once you do that, you'd get -7, -1, which is this point right here. If you do that, you'd get, if you add -7, 1 to this point, you'd get -1, -1, which is here. If you add -7, 1 to this point, you get -3, -3, which is right here. The easier way, count over how much ever, count over 7 spaces to the left, then move up by 1. Yeah. Okay. This equation was y equals 0, y equals 0. This is a rotation.
My teacher said that one of the requirements for this is to use the coordinates as well.
Yeah. That's why I was adding. That's why I was adding it up. That's why I was doing it that way. But actually, oh yeah, label the coordinates on the graph. You mean?
Yes.
Yeah. So we can do that after. Let me just clean up everything. For part 2, we said that this was a rotation, 90 degrees rotation.
Wait, sir, how you know that it's a rotation again?
If you look,
Look.
it flips on the side. Like if you look at it, it flips on the side. It flips to the left. So it goes in this direction. Because this is the point associated with this. This is the, well, B prime is the image associated with B. C is the image associated with C prime is the image associated with C. So it's literally B, if you look up here, it go up. So it's now pointing up. C is now there as well. And if you just look at the triangle itself, it's the long side is flat like this down here. Then the long side is vertically. The long side moves from horizontal to vertical. If you look at it, so it's kind of essentially like a flip. Well, that's how I looked at it. It's a rotation. I don't know how to explain it any better than that. There's probably a better way to explain it online. I recommend the YouTube videos. Sorry about it. So yeah, just to also clean this up as well, the point associated with this would be -7, -1. This one right here would have be
-3 and -3.
This one would have be
-1 and -1.
We're gonna look messy, but oh well. Yeah, so those are all the new points after the translation happened. Now it says enlarge triangle X about the center C, 0, 0, and scale factor 1, 2. Label this image W. Even though it says enlarge, what's happening here is it's shrinking. So like
by half?
Yeah, by half. So essentially just take each point and multiply it by a half. So in this case, the point would have been 0, 2. The point here would have been 4, 4. The point here would have been 6, 2. And you just take everything and just multiply it by a half. And it would give you, multiply by the scale factor of
0.5.
I think it's recommended that you use pencils, but ensure that it's a dark pencil. I think it's, what was it, 2B? Was a pencil requirement that was given?
I think so, sir.
Yeah. I think the pen sometimes cause some issues, but I'm not sure. But if you're doing it, ensure that you darken your lines. Ensure your lines are very dark to ensure that you don't have any issues with regards to scanning.
So 0.5? Times it by 0.5?
Yeah, times in each point by 0.5.
Sir, so it wouldn't actually enlarge unless it's by a scale factor of 2, correct?
Well, it wouldn't, yeah, greater than 1, greater than 1. Because you could it could be a scale factor of 1.2 and it would get larger. Could be a scale factor of 2 and the size would double. Could be a scale factor of 3 and the size would triple. So essentially all I'm doing here is taking each point, which is 0, 2, 4, 4, and 6, 2, and multiplying it by half. 0 times a half is what?
0.
2 times a half is what?
1.
So the new point is 0, 1. 0, 1. So it'll be right here. Shoot. Oh, yeah, it'll be right here. 6 times a half is what? 3. 2 times a half is 1. So it'll be 3, 1. Right here.
And A would be 2, 2.
Yeah, 2, 2. 2, 2. And then you just connect the dots. And this is the new triangle after the enlargement, quote unquote enlargement, by a scale factor of a half.
Oh, sorry, I see like the first time when my teacher was telling me about enlargements, I thought it was going to get bigger. But when she was explaining it and said it was going to get smaller, I was confused. I was like, enlargement, always supposed to get smaller. And you know, sir, I have a large and I sir. But when she did an example and showed me now, then when me see it again, sir, me know say as small, I must go not bigger.
As I say, it depends on the scale factor. If the scale factor is greater than 1, then it will get bigger because you'd be multiplying each point by a number greater than 1. So for example, if scale factor is 2, instead of the point being 0, 2, the new point would be 0, 4. So that go up here. 4, 4 would then be 8, 8. So it'd be up here. So you see already how it would literally come off the page. It would be getting really big. So it really depends on the scale factor. Because the scale factor is a half, because it's in between 0 and 1, you have a situation where it shrinks. So if it's between 0 and 1, the scale factor, then it will shrink. If it is greater than 1, then it will increase in size. It will enlarge as you would have put it in the more natural sense, it would get bigger instead of shrinking. That's clear. Everybody understand that?
Yes, sir.
Good. 4A.
Yes,
The
sir.
diagram.
Question.
Yeah. Shoot away.
If the center isn't the origin, can we still just multiply the points by the? Can we still just multiply the points?
That would be something completely different, and I don't think you'd be tested on it at this level. So you don't need to worry about that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no need to worry about that. They won't ask you. They won't tell you anything other than center 0, 0. And if they do, they won't. They
Sir,
won't. Yeah.
you can send the link for the YouTube channel in the group when this is finished, please.
Okay, I can send it now.
All right then.
Because I know I will forget. I'll remember after. Check. NGF Marathon Mathematics. Oops. Great. Sent.
Thank you.
Good. What's the next question? Can't remember what's the next question. These papers are really long, so that's why I was trying to move quickly.
Was on coordinates, I think. Gradient.
Some triangle things, sir.
The diagram below shows two lines L1 and L2.
Yeah, we can't see tonight.
Sorry,
One up.
Sorry, my bad. The diagram below shows two lines L1 and L2. The equation of the line 1 is x plus 2y, which is equal to 10. The line L2 passes through the point 0, -5, which is here, and is perpendicular to L1 and L2. It's perpendicular to L1. If two lines are perpendicular, what is the angle between them?
90 degrees.
90 degrees, good. So we have a little box right here. Or pencil that black, 90 degrees right there. Because this is not going to come out properly. Yeah, 90 degrees. And it says express the equation of the line L1 in the form 2x, in the form y equal mx plus c. They gave us an expression for L1, and the expression is x plus 2y is equal to 10. How do we express this in the form y is equal to mx plus c?
Sir,
Yeah, bring over the y.
Yeah,
No, bring over the x instead.
Essentially solve for y.
Divide both sides by 2 now.
So it would be y is equal to 10 divided by 2, 10 over 2, minus 1 over 2 times x.
Sir, my last.
All you do to convert x plus 2y is equal to 10 into the form y is equal to mx plus c, you're essentially finding an expression for y. So you need to get y on a side by itself. You following up to that point?
Yeah.
So all I did was I said, I brought over the x, I'm trying to get the y by itself, which is this right here. So I said 2y is equal to 10 minus x. To get the y by itself, what do I need to do after this point?
Just so you're supposed to divide 2 on both sides.
Divide by 2.
So you get y is equal to 10 divided by 2, 10 over 2, minus, what is the coefficient of x right there? -1? Yeah. So it'll be 1 over 2
half x
times 2. Sorry, -1/2 x, yeah. 10 over 2 is what?
5.
10 divided by 2. 5 minus 1/2 x is the simplified expression.
Wait, it's x plus c, mx plus c, so it would be the other way around.
Yeah, you're exactly right. So the y is equal to, so actually let me write it out in the way that they want. So -1/2 x plus 5. Beautiful. And then what I tend to do in questions like this, I just say where m is equal to -1/2 and c is equal to 5.
Sir, so where get -1/2 from?
we start off with x plus 2y is equal to 10, right? We want to get the y by itself, so we subtract x from both sides. So we said 2y is equal to 10 minus x. You're following from there?
Yes.
Divide everything by 2. So you get y is equal to 10 over 2 minus 1 over 2 x. Because the coefficient of x is 1, is negative 1, right? So you divide negative 1 by 2, you get negative 1 over 2. So then it would be y is equal to 10 over 2 minus a half x. All I did is I put it in the form that they want. Y is equal to mx plus c. So I make sure I put the mx part first and then the plus c part after. So I said y is equal to this part, which is y is equal to negative a half x plus 10 over 2, which is 5. So we have y is equal to negative a half x plus 5. If you want to take the long route, it would have been y is equal to 5 minus a half x. And then I just write it in the format that they want it in. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Good.
So the gradient is negative half.
Yes, the gradient is negative a half. And all I did right here is just tell them, say, okay, m is equal to negative a half, c is equal to 5. That's all I did. Honestly, I doubt we need to do all of that for 1 mark though, but just to be safe. Also, it says now, so this is an expression for L1. Am I right? Yeah. State the gradient of the line L1. What is the gradient here?
Negative
half. Yeah, negative a half. We wrote it already. Hence, determine the equation of the line L2. What do we know about L1 and L2?
They're perpendicular.
They're perpendicular.
What do we know about the gradients of lines that are perpendicular to each other?
They're parallel.
No.
They're
No.
equal?
No.
Product
They are
equal
negative
-1.
reciprocal. Negative reciprocal. When two lines are perpendicular, their gradients are negative reciprocals of each other. So in this case,
so they're flipped.
Yeah, well, negative flip. The flip of the negative of the flip.
Reflection, like.
Pardon?
And when
Is
they're
it like a
parallel.
reflection? I'm
I don't
asking
know.
if it is like a reflection.
I don't know about that. I won't say that because I'm not like 100% sure about that. But what I do know is that when two lines are perpendicular to each other, their gradients are negative reciprocals of each other. So to find m associated with L2, we would just say m is equal to the negative of the reciprocal of negative a half. What is that? What is the reciprocal of negative a half?
So negative 2.
2.
Which is?
Yes, negative 2.
Yeah. Well, if you want to write it out the long way as well, because you know some people prefer that, it would be 1 over. Although that's probably more confusing, but yeah, you're just essentially putting the number over 1. Well, putting 1 over the number. So it would be 1 over a half, 1 over negative a half, which would then give you negative 2.
So basically, if you get the first question wrong, then you get all of this wrong.
Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. But the beauty of CXC is that if you get the first question wrong, they won't penalize you for the same mistake twice. So like, let's say you have a wrong answer here. Let's say, for example, you put your answer, you put 2 as your answer here. And then in the next step, you put m is equal to negative a half. They'll still give you at least a portion of the mark because you understood the concept. Right? So yeah. So the gradient associated with L2 is m is equal to 2. If you want, you can just look at it as well and realize that the y-intercept is negative 5. So you would just pick off and say that, hey, y is equal to 2x plus, well, plus negative 5, which is minus 5. But if you're feeling up to the task of doing more work, you would say y is equal to 2x plus c, and then you would use the point that they give you, 0, -5, to solve for c. So you'd say -5 is equal to 2 times 0 plus c, which would imply that c is equal to -5, and then you'd get the equation at the end. Y is equal to 2x minus 5.
Sir, I don't understand this.
The equation of the line is what? Y is equal to mx plus c, right? M is the gradient, c is the y-intercept. The easy way would be to just look at the graph and say that, hey, where is the y-intercept for L2 here? Where does L2 cut the y-axis? At what point?
Negative.
You're on negative.
You're a -5. So the y-intercept will be what?
-5.
-5. So you could just plug in c as -5 straight away, as I did right here, and just say y is equal to 2x minus 5. But let's say in a question, you have the gradient, you have a point, but you don't know the y-intercept. What would you have to do? You'd have to take the point that they give you, 0, -5, and plug it into the equation and solve for c. So we calculated the gradient as 2, so we have y is equal to 2x plus c, right? Because we know 2, but we don't know c, right? So that's why I said y is equal to 2x plus c. But we have a point, so we have the point 0, -5. But what I can do is I can plug in that point 0, -5 into the equation and solve for c. You're following there, sir? So I would just say -5 is equal to 2 times 0 plus c, because I'm essentially just plugging in the point. So it would be -5 is equal to 2 times 0 plus c, and that would narrow down to c is equal to -5. And you'd get the same end result that you could have gotten just by looking off the graph. I'm seeing where Serena is also saying, sorry, I'm taking a glass of water. Sorry, drinking a glass of water. You could also use the tangent, what's that? The tangent formula, m times x minus x1 is equal to y minus y1. Yeah, so you could use that as well. And you were given m. Yeah, so you could use that as well. Whichever way works best for you, to be very honest. Show that f of x is equal, given that f of x is equal to a third x plus 4, g of x is equal to 3x over x plus 1, determine the value of f9. Any takers, how do we approach this question?
So you plug in 9 where x is.
Yeah.
So
and then,
that would be 1/3, 9.
Yeah. 9 plus 4. What would that give? 1/3 times 9 is 3.
7.
Plus 4. 7.
So that would be 3 plus 4 equals 7.
Yeah, so f of 9, just write it out at the end. F of 9 is equal to 7. Yeah. All right. F of g of -3.
Sir, you plug in.
First, find g of -3.
So f of g of -3 is the same thing as f of g of -3. As the person was saying, as what's the name of the person that was talking? Sorry, I don't want to say the first. Stony. As Stony was saying, you find g of -3 first, right? And then you plug that result into f. Everybody following? So, fg of -3 is the same thing as f of g of -3. So the first thing we do, find g of -3. What is g of -3? This is equal to 3 times
-3 over -3 plus 1.
-3 plus 1. Yeah. And what would that be? Which would be the same thing as 9/2.
It's positive 9/2.
Yeah. That's what I have at the end there. So fg of -3 would then be equal to f of 9 over 2, right?
So it's
we
the 9 negative?
Yeah, because it will be 3 times negative 3 in the numerator. So we will get negative 9 divided by negative 2. The negative cancels, so it will be equal to 9 over 2 in the end. You following, or did I lose you somewhere?
Wait, no, I'm following, sir. Sir, but you're saying that after we find G, we're going to plug in the answer of G as the X where it should be.
Yeah, so essentially, it will be fg of negative 3 is equal to f of g of negative 3, right? We found g of negative 3, and we found it to be 9 over 2, so I'm just substituting that in. So that
wouldn't you then work it out?
Yeah, so you then have to plug in 9 over 2 into f, so it'd be 1 over 3 times 9 over...
Sorry, says negative 9?
It's 9 over 2. Remember, we had negative 9 divided by negative 2 right here, which is the same thing as 9 over 2.
Plus 4, sir.
So, f of 9 over 2 is what? 1 over 3 times 9 over 2 plus 4. Everybody seen that?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
1 over
sir.
3 times 9 over 2 is what? 3 over 2 plus 4 is what?
9. 11 over 2.
Target 11 over 2 or 5.5.
Is equal to 5.5. Good. Moving on. Determine the value of x for which g of x is equal to 5 over 2.
Oh, boy.
So essentially, what you need to do is you need to set 3x over x plus 1 to 5 over 2 is equal to 5 over 2. The quickest way to do this, to solve this, is to then cross multiply. Say that I have 5 times x plus 1 is equal to 3x times 2, or 2 times 3x, whichever one.
Sir, what?
You have two fractions. 3x over x plus 1 is equal to 5 over 2. I just cross multiplied.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah. Well, that's the quickest way to do it. If you want to go the long route though, multiply both sides by x plus 1 and then you take it from there. But the quickest route is to cross multiply. Say that I have 5x plus 5 on the left side is equal to 6x. Subtract 5x from both sides, you get 6x minus 5x is equal to 5. X is equal to 5. That's all? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Because when you subtract that, you're going to get 1x.
Yeah, I am correct too. Great.
Wait, hold on. I don't think I understand.
What did they give you in the equation? What did they give you in the question?
Wait, can you go back to g of x?
G of x is 3x over x plus 1.
Oh.
And it said gx is equal to 5 over 2. So what you would do, you would set 3, I just hate this, how this writes. 3x over x plus 1. X plus 1 it was?
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, is
Is equal to 5 over 2.
Oh.
And then I just cross multiplied.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah. It's probably because I type it out, but the constraints. 6x is equal to 5 times x plus 1. So you're following now?
Oh, yeah, following now.
Good. So I don't need to do anymore. 100 students were surveyed on the amount of money they spent on data for their cell phones during a week. The table below shows the results as well as the midpoint for each class interval. Determine the modal class of the amount of money spent. What is the mode?
The frequently appearing one.
The most frequent appearing, the most frequent, the one with the highest frequency, right?
So it would be 85. 75, sorry.
The modal class, the modal class. What are the, remember these are the classes, you know, over here. Which class has the highest associated F value?
Sir, that's 7 to 8. That
Yeah.
For the
So it will be 70.
78.
Yeah. So it will be 70 less than X is less than or equal to 80. Good?
Yeah.
I hate statistics. Like I hate statistics too. Like I've done 3 years of statistics and I barely know statistics. Calculate.
Wait, can you go back? I don't understand that part. For IA,
Modal is basically the mode.
Oh wait.
So you know,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
You know, just like how you get a listing of numbers and you say 1 1 2 2 3 3 3 3, and you just count whichever one appears the most, and that would be the mode.
Like a tally.
Yeah, it's the same kind of thing here. Whichever one has the highest F value is the modal class because it has the most data points. Essentially, it has the highest number of students when put in the context of this question.
Okay.
It then says calculate the estimate of the mean amount of money spent, giving your answer correct to 2 decimal places. To calculate the mean, the normal approach would be I just normally extend the table. So it would be, you have to create an FX column essentially.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah.
F times X column.
Wait,
So it's going to be 7 times 55.
Yeah. So for the last question, X is equal to 5. Yeah. Where I said GX is equal to 5 over 2, X is equal to 5. Yes. The modal class is that. To calculate the mean, as I was saying, I need to calculate fx. Let us see, like this. Yeah. 7 times 5 is what? 7 times 55, sorry.
385.
385. 11 times 65 is what?
So that's 750.
Yeah.
12:15.
1215. What's the answer to this? 29 times 85. Remember, my calculator not working, so.
2,465.
2,465.
Yes, sir.
And the last one is 2090.
The last one is 2090.
Yes, sir. 2090. Correct.
Did I miss? I think I messed up the first one. What's the first one supposed to be?
Sir, for the third one, where
Mhm.
it's 31
31, that is 2,000.
That's 2,325.
2,325. Are all my figures correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
What's the total? What's the total?
7,980.
7,980. What's the total of F?
Total of F?
Oh, it would be 100, naturally, because they gave us as a question.
Correct.
Yes, sir. We can just book and put in there.
To calculate the mean,
add up the thing and then you have to divide it by.
So divide it by
100.
7.80.
So the mean is equal to the sum of fx
over the sum of f.
So it will be equal to 7,980 divided by 100, which is the same thing as well.
No,
79.80.
Wait, sir, can you go back up, please?
Honestly, this looks better than what I was writing before.
Right.
Wait, no, you're correct. I get it now.
Yeah.
Sir, so you're saying it's best to do a FX column. Just add it on as an extension.
Yeah, that's the quickest way. Well, that's the smartest way to do it. I don't know how else to do it. Well, I mean, you could.
Excuse, like, how much time leave for this marathon? Because I have another meeting to join.
It ends at 5. But remember it's recorded, so you can watch the recording on YouTube after.
All right, then.
Yeah. Oh, I left off the dollar sign. Damian reports that the median amount spent is $84. Briefly explain why Damian's report could be correct. So when we want to find a median point, we normally start off by finding the median position, the position of the median element. How do we go about finding that?
Draw up a cumulative table.
Well, first of all, remember, I want to find the median position. What's the median position?
A half times something at plus.
The median position is the total number of people being considered. So n plus 1 divided by 2. So in this case, it will be 100 plus 1 divided by 2, which is equal to 101 over 2, which is equal to 50.5. So the median position is 50.5, and this indicates that the median is in the 50th position, because you can have a 50.5 position. So it would either be in the 50th position or the 51st position. Everybody following so far? So the first thing we do, calculate the median position. The next thing we do is then calculate the cumulative frequency column. So I'm going to call that the CF column. And the first value in the cumulative frequency column is always the first frequency figure. Wait, let me move this.
Would that be 7?
Yes.
Then it would be 18 because you're just adding up going along.
Yeah. 18 plus 31, 50. Well, 7 plus 11, 18. 18 plus 31, 40.
49.
49.
Yeah. 78.
Right.
100. And it says that the median is in the 50th position or the 51st position. So let's look at it now. Position 1 to 7 is in this class. Position 1 to 8, well, 7 to 18 is in this class. From 18 to 49 is in this class. So the 50th and the 51st position would be in which class?
So it would be the 80
is less than x, but greater than or equal to 9.
Yeah, so the median would therefore fall into the which class interval? 80 less than x less than or equal to 90, right? If it falls into that interval, could it not then be 84? Does 84 fall into this interval?
Yes.
Yes.
So then David could be correct. So then Damien could be correct. Am I wrong or am I right?
So you're saying that it's just a possibility that he could be correct. You're not saying that he's correct.
They did not ask us to like go all the way, and they just asked us could be correct. Explain why. So the first thing we did, we calculated the median position, and then we found out that this indicates that the median is in the 50th position or the 51st position. Then we went about adding the cumulative frequency column, and then we realized that, hey, the 50th and 51st element would be in the class interval in which students spent between $80 and $90, which is this one right here. But then when you look at the question, it says that Damien reports that the median is $84, and we found that the median would fall somewhere in between $80 to $90, right? So that means that Damien's report could in fact be correct, could be correct. So yeah, that's your final answer. And that would sum up that question right there. That's a lot of work for one.
Oh,
Could you please repeat? I didn't hear what you said. But what did you say? We're not here.
Derek said to explain. How would you explain that?
No, and that's what I'm saying. The median would therefore fall into the range 80 less than x is less than or equal to 90. because the median falls within this range, and Damien's predicted median report, Damien reports that the median amount spent is $84, then that would imply that Damien could be correct, because we found that what? The median falls into that range, and Damien's reported median falls into that range that we calculated, right?
Yes, sir.
So therefore, Damien could be correct. So we went through the process, we found the median position. We then said we found the class that the median could fall into. And then we found that that class is 80, is less than X, is less than or equal to 90. Lo and behold, $84 falls into that region. So because 84 degrees falls into that class, Damien could be correct, because the median, we found that the median lies somewhere in between 80 and 90. And if Damien is reporting that the median is 84, 84 lies in between 80 and 90. Therefore, Damien could be correct. I don't know if I'm making sense, but that's
Yes,
the
sir.
logic. The two-way contingency table below gives information on the mode of transportation to school for 100 students. If you look at it, the numbers are being summed across, and they're also being summed. So they're being summed horizontally and also vertically. So if you plug in the missing values, you realize that what? 15 plus whatever this value is, plus 14 is equal to 48. So to get the cycling value, what do we need to do?
So it would take away the
We can add them.
You gotta add the walk and drive and subtract it from the total.
Yeah. So it would end up being 19.
Then for this one, say you subtract the 48 from the 100. Then when you get 50.
Before we get there though, 19 plus 18 is what?
37.
37. So that's easy right there to calculate. Also, 15 minus 23 is what? How would you calculate this one? There are many ways to
That would
calculate.
be 7. No, 8.
There would minus the 15 from the 23.
Yeah.
So I was saying you could, well, the long way, you can subtract the 48 from the 100 and you get 52. Then you add 26 and the 18 and subtract that from the 52.
That can work as well. So as I said, whichever way that you pick out to do it intuitively, just do it that way. Because like I said, I don't think they're asking you to show working out. There's a second. Well, you could show the working out in a table if you're so led. If you have the space to write, then. But yeah, these are the answers, and that would be
But at least with that word 4 marks, you know, didn't somebody?
Them put the marks them which part they call it the functions them and them something there. And I'm not even really give no leap a mark for them.
Yeah, but me exactly that I tell them can give you 4 marks.
Them just mean and stingy.
40 over 100.
Exactly.
A student is selected at random. What is the probability that he was being driven to school on that day?
So 40 over 100.
So 20.
7 over 20.
That would be 2 over 5.
How I learn probability is the total number of successful cases over total number of cases. Essentially, the total number of people who fit the criteria over the total number overall.
Yes, so
if that makes sense. Yeah. In this case, how many people are driven to school each day, regardless of gender?
40.
40. Divided by, divided by 100.
By 100.
Divided by 20, 2 over 5. That's a probability. One of the girls is selected at random. What is the probability that she did not cycle to school? If the girl did not cycle, then what did she do?
Either walk or drive.
Either walk or drive. What is so then what would be the next procedure? How do you calculate the total number of people who did not cycle?
So you add the 20 thing and the 40 and get 60 thing, you put that over 100.
Good. Wait. One of the girls, we're not considering everybody.
So you would add the 26
32
and the
then.
8 and put it out of 52.
Right.
So 34 out of 52.
So it will be 8 plus 26 is 34 over, what's the total number of girls? 52, which is equal to 17 over 26. And that's the final answer. This question now. Farmer Brown makes troughs to feed his
I can
farm
bring it up back. Let me see. 1 minute, please.
So remember, it's the total number of people who fit the criteria. So the total number of girls who don't
Thank you.
cycle over the total number of girls.
Sir, do we have to simplify it? Is it a must?
You don't have to, but it's nice to. I don't know what to say beyond that. I don't think you'll be penalized unless them say, wait, let me check the instructions. Simplify, just to be safe, simplify. I mean, if you don't have time to simplify, don't, but I don't think you'll lose marks.
How would you simplify that?
Just, as in it's already simplified. It's already in its simplest form, 17 over 24. And there's not more you can do to it. 17 over 26, sorry, there's not more you can do to it. It was 34 over 52, and we divided 2 by 2. So we said 34 divided by 2, 52 divided by 2, and we get 17 over 26.
Okay.
Here. This question now requires a lot of thought. Farmer Brown makes troughs to feed his farm animals, and he uses wood that is 5 centimeters thick. As shown in the diagram below, the troughs are rectangular based, open at the top, and have external dimensions of 300 centimeters by 190 centimeters by 160 centimeters. So bear in mind that of that 190 centimeters, to get the internal capacity, when dealing with the internal box, you need to subtract the 5 centimeters up here and the 5 centimeters around the back here to get that internal measurement. If you get what I mean.
No, I'm gonna get what you mean.
So essentially, what happens is that there's an external trough, external measurements. So for example, I put the box down on the ground and I just measure the box on the outside. But
sir, what I mean is that like how the more highlighted part on it, so you wouldn't calculate like the outside line, you would do the inside line.
All right.
As in, when I get it.
As shown in the diagram below, the troughs are rectangular based, open at the top, and have external dimensions of 300 centimeters by 190 centimeters by 160 centimeters. So externally, you won't need to consider the thick, the wood being 5 centimeters thick, right? Those measurements would be included in that 300 centimeters. So the external measurements are 300 centimeters long, 190 centimeters wide, 160 centimeters high. The first question asks us to show by calculation the internal capacity volume of the trough is 8,091,000 centimeters cubed. So what we need to do is we need to get the measurements for the internal section of the trough. They've given us, the measurements for the external section of the trough. We need to calculate the measurements for the internal section of the trough. If you're following me.
Sir, is this like a compound shape where you have to subtract or something?
Yes. That's what's happening here. Remember, it says it uses wood that is 5 centimeters thick. So this gray shaded area right here would take away from the measurements on the internal, on the inside of the trough essentially. So what you need to do is, how I did it, how I broke it down, is I said to get the dimensions of the inner part, the inner section, or whatever it is, the length of the external section is what?
190.
300 is what we consider as the length. The length is 300, right? To get the length of the internal section,
would be 160.
to get the length of the internal section, we need to consider minus 5. But if you only consider one of the 5, then what to this piece around the back here, son?
Wait, you find the area of that thick area.
When I reach, let's say, we don't reach there, say, I'm just calculating the dimensions of the internal box that is there. So remember, it's like we're essentially considering 2 boxes, just so you can kind of see it. Oh yeah, this actually would actually help to illustrate it. Just writing it 2D. Let me write it with my finger. So the outer box, the length is 300. Everybody seen that?
Yes,
The outer box, the length is 300. The width is 190. This is it in 2D. Because it's in 3D, it would then come off the ground as well. So the outer part of it would be 160 for the height. Everybody following so far? So this is kind of it in 2D, essentially. What happened now?
There is 2 length and only 1 width, right? Because the 300 and the 160 are the lengths. And then
the 300 is the length, the 190 is the width, 160 is the height.
160 is the height.
Oh,
yes.
All right.
But like I'm drawing it in 2 dimensions now to help illustrate what is happening here, essentially. So what I'm telling you is that we have an outer box and we have an inner box, essentially, inner trough, essentially. What happened, is that they gave us the measurements for the outside box right here. So the bigger box, the outside one, and they gave us it as 300, 190, and then the height should be 160. Fine, come off of the ground by 160. That's for the outside one, the outside measurements. Everybody following that so far?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
We also have to consider an internal box that is happening there as well. And that internal box is separated from the outer box right here by the 5 centimeter thick piece of wood that is used to construct it. So this is 5 centimeters, this is 5 centimeters, this is 5 centimeters, this is 5 centimeters. You're seeing that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So in order to get the length of the internal section, this smaller box right here, what do I need to do?
Subtract the 5.
Subtract the
from
6
each.
area from the external.
Yeah. But then remember, it's not only one side of the box affected by the length. So the length of the internal box, I'd have to remove this piece of the wood over this side, and also this piece of the wood over this side, right?
So I would subtract 5 from the 300, the 190, and the 160.
Yes. So you subtract 10. Everybody seen that? So remember,
Oh, because the front one over there and then the other one behind.
Yes. So the 300 is a long way, right? So the 300 is this length down here. But the 5 centimeter wood separating the internal box from the outside boxes on both sides. So you'd have to subtract the 5 from this and the 5 from this to get this smaller length right here. This smaller length right here that I'm considering. Right?
Sir, the height would not be affected, right?
Yes, it would be, but I'm not, before we reach there, so let's take it step by step. That's what I'm doing now, taking it step by step. So the length of the internal section, internal part of the shaft is what? 190. Well, sorry, 290, right? Everybody following that so far?
Yes.
Sir.
The width. So remember, we have the external measurement, which is this big outer box right here. 300 length, 190 width, 160 height. We want to calculate the dimensions of this internal smaller box right here. Remember, the only thing separating this internal box here from this bigger box outside the external box is the 5 centimeter thick wood that is used. So the distance between this to this, distance from here to here will be 5. The distance from here to here will be 5. The distance from here to here will be 5. The distance from here to here will be 5. Everybody seen that?
Yes, sir.
It's 5 centimeters thick. So if we want to get the length, which is this smaller section right here of the interior portion of the trough, we need to say, okay, we have the 300 from the bigger one, but then we also need to take out this 5 centimeter right here, so, and this 5 centimeter over here so as well, right? Everybody seen that?
Yes, sir.
So it would be 300 minus 10, which would give you the 290. Let's move on now to the width of the internal section. What's the width that we're given for the external dimensions?
190.
190.
190. But if we want to calculate, sorry, let me just do it step by step. We now want to calculate the width of the internal section. How do we go about doing that?
190 subtract 10.
Yeah, so we need to subtract the 5 from down here, so, and the 5 from up here so as well. So it'll be 190 minus 10, which is equal to 180. Last thing we need to consider now is the height. But remember, the top is open. The top is open.
Right.
So would we need to consider that like how we're considering the 5 centimeters on both sides? Would we need to consider the 5 centimeters at the top?
Yes, sir.
Remember, it is open.
No, sir. Say 160.
Open.
Wait, I don't
No,
understand.
sir.
No, sir, that wouldn't affect the width.
So it wouldn't affect the height, right? So only the 5 at the base, only the 5 centimeters would at the base would affect the height, right? So it'd be 160 minus 5 is equal to 155.
Wait, sir, how would it be affected? I don't understand.
So we're trying to calculate. So everybody follow the length and the width portion of it, right? Everybody follow the length and the width portion. In terms of you subtract the 5 from the both sides, you subtract the 5 from the both sides. Let's now consider the height. The height of the box, looking up here, is 160. That's the external measurements. But remember, a 5 centimeter thick trough is used in the construction of it. So that 5 centimeter thick trough would affect the length, and it would affect it. The 5 centimeter will be right here. The 5 centimeter will be right here. Everybody seen that? 5 centimeter will be right there. So the 5 centimeter will be right there. So for the width, it would come out at the 190 centimeters. When you calculate in the internal one, it would come out at the 190 centimeters. So you get 190 minus 5, 19, and then you subtract 5 again. So it'll be 190 minus 10 to get the measurements of the internal section of the trough, right? So you get 180 as the final answer for the width of the internal section. We're now considering the height. The trough is built, and then it's built on a base, and the base is 5 centimeters thick. Remember, the base is 5 centimeters thick. So imagine like you have an imaginary base right down here, and the base is 5 centimeters thick. That's essentially what I'm saying. But then it also says that it is open at the top. So, just like how I'd have to consider the 5 centimeters on the left side, the 5 centimeters on the right side for the width, and the 5 centimeters over here, and the 5 centimeters over there for the length.
Sir, I'm confused.
I don't need to do that for the height. I would only need to subtract the 5 centimeters from the base of the trough.
Why is 5 alone a subtract from the height?
It's open. It's an open top, so it doesn't have a cover on top of it, So I would need say if it had a cover now, if it had a cover on top of it, if it was closed, then I would have to consider the second 5 centimeters on top, the 5 centimeters thick wood that is on top.
Right.
But it's not closed, it's open. So I only need to consider the 5 centimeters at the bottom down here that forms the base of it. So it's like you have a wall, right? You have a wall. That's essentially the height. That's essentially what you'd see with looking at the. You have kind of like a wall right there. But at the bottom of the wall, at the base of the wall, is the 5 centimeters thick wood that they used to build it, right? So they gave us the external dimensions and they told us that the entire length of the wall is 160. To get the length, to get the height of the inner portion now, I need to subtract this 5 from down here from the full 160. Everybody seen that? I don't know if that making sense.
Yes.
If,
Sorry,
however,
repeat, please.
so I'm saying you have a wall, right? Or you have some sort of standing structure, whatever it is. And at the base of the standing structure is the 5 centimeter thick wood base that they use. The entire height of the wall, because this is essentially what is being visualized here. The entire height of the wall is 160, right? How would you get the height of the internal portion? Wouldn't you need to subtract this base down here that is at the base of the entire wall?
Oh yes. Oh, I get it now.
Yes. So you'd say 160. 160 minus the 5 that is used here.
On the top though, cover.
But the top is not covered. So that 5 that we'd have subtracted at the bottom down here, we don't need to subtract it from the top because it's an open-ended top. If, however, they had said the top was closed, then we'd have closed it down there and we'd have said the 160, and you'd have to subtract the 10, just like how we did before, because we'd have to be considering it on both sides, as we're doing for the length and the width. I don't know if that's making any sense. So because it's open, we only need to consider the 5 centimeters that is at the base of the trough. If it was closed, then we'd have considered the 5 centimeters at the base and the 5 centimeters at the top, and then you'd have subtracted 10 from the height. Okay, I don't know. Hopefully it's clearer, but as I said, if it's not clear at the end of this, the YouTube channel that I sent you works it out in a similar way, actually. So yeah, that's a kind of visualization of the dimensions of the heights of the external piece versus the internal piece. So the height of the external portion of the trough is 160. The height of the internal would be 155. Internal would be 155. Cool.
Okay, so now you would multiply it.
No, you'd calculate the volume of the internal section, and it would be length times width times height. Yes, which would be 290 times 190 times 155, which is equal to if I'm not mistaken, 8,091,000.
Yes, sir. With 8 million,
which is what they wanted us to do.
500.
Where is that? Let me check.
Oh,
sorry.
540.
Supposed to be 180. Supposed to be 180. Supposed to be 180.
There.
So we're finding the volume of the internal capacity. So what we'll be considering is these measurements right here. Let me put an X beside it. We're considering this one, and this one. Right? Those three. So it'll be 290, 180, and 155. And then you get the 8,091,000. So just to kind of go over it one last time, they give you the measurements of the external portion of it. And what you kind of have here is like an outer box and an inner box. And to get the dimensions of the inner box, you need to account for the fact that, hey, there's a 5 centimeter thick sort of wood, whatever it is that, you know, separates that internal box from the outer box. So in calculating the length of the internal box, you have to consider the centimeters on this side and the 5 centimeters on this side as well in your calculation of internal dimensions. So that's a 300 minus a 5 from right here, so minus a 5 from right here, so. And that would leave you with 290 for the length of the internal section. The same thing applies for the width. The width of the external section is 190. But for the internal section, remember, you have to account for the 5 centimeters down here, so, and the 5 centimeters down here, so. So it's 190 minus 5 minus 5. So this entire length right here would have been 180. No, like you have your house and you have your wall. There's a 5 centimeter thick wood flooring. Let's say like your house kind of elevated, the wall is kind of elevated. So like if you measure the house from the outside, the entire height would be 160. But if you want the height, you'd have to account for the fact that the 5 centimeter, there's 5 centimeters of material lifting house off the ground, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's kind of how I looked at it.
I have a question.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a question.
Yeah. Wait, did the question say that there was a 5 centimeter base with it?
It said, Farmer Brown makes a trough to feed his animals using wood that is 5 centimeters thick. The diagram below, as shown in the diagram below, the troughs are rectangular based. I think that would kind of hint to the fact that there's a base there, but it would have said that it uses wood 5 centimeters thick in constructing it. So essentially, the wood at the front end will be 5 centimeters thick, the wood at the back end will be 5 centimeters. At the side right there, so it'll be 5 centimeters. Over here, so it'll be 5 centimeters. And then at the base down here, so will be 5 centimeters as well. Yeah.
All right.
I mean, it's not really clear which they would have explicit. If you look at calculation, if you don't subtract that 5 centimeters at the base, you wouldn't get the answer. So it would imply that there is a rectangular base to be considered. Calculate the volume of wood needed to make a trough. The volume of wood needed to make a trough, for the people now saying that you'd subtract the external section from the internal, the external volume from the internal volume. Now that's where it would kind of come in. So to get the volume of wood needed to make the trough, total volume will be equal to the volume using the external dimensions minus the volume using the internal dimensions. I'm just going to call that external volume versus internal volume. The question is a stress, to say the least. 300, so it will be 300. Somebody can calculate for me the volume using the external dimensions. So it'll be 300 times 190 times the height, which is 160, right? Everybody following from that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I got
Yes,
9,120.
Oh, yes, sir. So I would have
9,120. 9,122.
For the internal volume, we already calculated that, but just to show it again, it will be 290 minus 290 times 290 times 180 times 155, and it would be what? What do you get for this left one right here?
9,100,000. 9,000,000.
1 million. Wait, what?
Work it out step by
9
step.
million, one.
9 million, what? 9 million, 100.
Sir, I didn't get that.
So the final, sorry, thank you very much for the person that told me my mic was muted. So the final volume would be 1,029,000 centimeters cubed worth of wood is required to finish building the trough. Again, to calculate that, you need to essentially volume of wood required. So the volume required would be equal to the volume calculated using the external dimensions minus the volume calculated using the internal dimensions. So essentially, the volume of this entire big box right here, so minus the volume calculated using this internal box right here. So because what you want is this volume right here, this that I'm gonna shade right now. You want the volume of all of the wood sections right there. So to calculate the volume required for that, you need to calculate the volume associated with this big external portion here. And then from that, you need to subtract the volume associated with this internal section right here. And to calculate the volume, you just use the dimensions as you'd have done. Everybody's following from that? Or I really don't know how to explain it differently. But yeah, everybody's okay?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay. It then said Farmer Brown must paint the internal surface of the trough. Given that 1 gallon of paint covers approximately 280,000 centimeters squared of surface, determine the total amount of paint in liters that is needed to paint the internal surface of the trough. So what I did was I essentially calculated the total internal surface area. And to do that, what you had to do was, let me write it out, the total surface area.
Sir, centimeters was the same as what again?
Could you please repeat?
What is the same as centimeters cube? Like, is it millimeters or liters? That's right.
I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure, but maybe there is a way to convert, but I don't think that's a safe route. I think the safest route, because you could just try and convert from volume to area. Is that possible? I wouldn't recommend that. I wouldn't recommend that. The safest way is essentially what it's asking you is that you have this trough right here, right? You want to paint all the walls on the inside. So essentially, you just need to find the area of all the walls. You need to find the area of this wall right here, so. This wall over here, so sorry. This wall over here, so. And the opposite walls. As well as the area of the floor. Everybody seen them?
Yes, sir.
So you want to paint the inside. To find out how much paint you need, you need to find out your total surface area.
Sir, me can tell you how much paint I need, sir.
How much?
19.
That me get to know.
No. 1,997,000. 1,000 centimeters square.
I'm not getting that exactly, but when we work it out, it will be illustrated. So, okay. The beautiful thing about it is we calculated the internal dimension. So like we have an easier time now calculating this. If we want to calculate the area of this wall over here, what would we need? We need the length and the width. What is the length of the internal portion?
Wait, hold on. Would we need the height and the width?
That 290.
You only need the, remember now we're calculating area. We're not calculating volume. We're calculating area.
The length of the internal is 290.
Yeah. Of this wall right here. Sorry. This wall right here.
Yes, so you go on
So it will be
80 times, because of two of them times 2.
Yeah.
290 times 2 also, and the base. Which,
but let's take it step by step. So we're considering this wall over here first, right? The wall that I'm drawing the circle on. The length at the bottom would be 180, and this valley right here going up would be what? The height associated with the internal section. So it would be 155.
155.
So if we want to find the area of this wall, it would be 180 times 155, right? But this wall is identical to this wall over here, so everybody see that? Because they're opposite walls. So we would just say 2. Let me just write it out. So it will be equal to 2 times 180 length times width. So it will be 180 times 155. Plus now, we then want to find the wall, the area of the wall over here. How do we? So let's draw that wall. What's the length and what's this valley down here? What's this valley up here?
155
for this,
and 180.
You sure?
Or no, 185.
No, 290.
290. Remember now, it's a long way. So it's this. So it's because this wall over here, so we're considering. So this wall over here, so would have length associated with the length of the internal capacity. So it would be 290 by 155.
Okay.
Wait, I can't. This confusing.
And the result you just multiply by 2.
Yeah, because it's the same thing as this wall over here.
Okay.
Wait, sorry, can I go back over that one, please?
So remember now, the wall that we're considering is this wall here to the back. You seeing it?
Yes, sir.
What is this height right here? This line right here. What is the height? What is the value for this line right here? This over here, so.
155.
155.
155. So it will be 155 right here. What is the value of this line down here for it? It would essentially be the same thing as the length of the internal trough, which would be 290. Everybody seeing that? So it's 290. This wall is 290 by 155. Yeah. And then because that wall is the same as this wall, has the same measurements as this wall over here, you can multiply it by 2. So it would be 290 times, what was it? 155 for the width. What's the last section that we need to consider now?
The length times the width.
The floor, right? So we would need, because you're going to paint the floor too, because it's not like it's a tiling place where you have a tile. So you're going to use a paint everywhere.
Oh, yes, sir.
So you'd have to consider the floor as well. So the floor, we'll consider it long way like that. Sorry. Long way like that. What is the width? What is this value for the floor? It will be this.
290.
290.
290.
The internal, remember the internal, you have to consider the remove the wood that is used to construct it, essentially.
And
Long
180.
180. So the floor is what? 290 by 180 as well?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So we would need to consider then that as the last one. Do we need to times that by 2?
No, it's just one floor.
No, sir,
Good.
because it's one.
It's open, right? In terms of you wouldn't need to paint the roof because there's no roof. Good. This question, I know say enough people for 6 that year. This question.
Some of my classmates who did math were talking about this question and how it boggled everyone's head.
2, then just work this out. Somebody work this out for me, please. Because we're not done here. This is just a start. Total internal surface area. This will be equal to, somebody plug this into the calculator and tell me what it is. 197,900. So we know we're given that. So basically the total area on the inside of the trough is 197,900 centimeters squared. So we just calculated that. Fine? Everybody's fine with that?
Yes, sir.
We were then told that 1 gallon of paint, 1 gallon to 280,000 centimeters squared. So let's construct a ratio to find out how much gallons would be associated with our 197,900 centimeters squared. Fine, everybody following?
Wait, sir, where you get the...
So the whole point of the question is that we want to find how much, we're essentially, so they gave us in the question that 1 gallon of paint covers approximately 280,000 centimeters squared. But before we could even calculate how much paint is required for the internal surface of the trough, we would have needed to find out the area, the total internal surface area, so the total surface area of all the walls on the inside, to find out how much gallons of paint that we would need for it, right? So in the question, we're given that 1 gallon of paint covers 280,000 centimeters squared of the surface. So I then construct a ratio so that 1 gallon covers 280,000 centimeters squared, right? What we want to find now is how many gallons of paint are associated with the total surface area that we calculated above. So X gallons to 197,900. We would then cross multiply, and then it would be 280,000 is equal to 280,000 X is equal to 197,900. X is equal to 197,900 divided by 280,000. What is this equal to?
.707.
0.707 gallons. What did the question ask us for? In what units did the question ask us for it in? So the total amount required in liters is 0.707 gallons times, what's the conversion here? We say 1 gallon to 3.79. So just times it by 3.79 to get the amount of liters. And you get 2.680 liters of paint required. So this is the final working out for it. Step 1, calculate the, my God, sorry. Sorry, first thing that we have to do is we have to calculate the area of all the walls on the internal section of the trough. To do that, we have to use the internal dimensions, and we just considered each wall. So we considered this wall, and we said that, okay, looking at this wall, the length would be 180, the width would be what, 155. So this wall is a 180 by 155 wall. To get the area, that's just the 180 times 155. But then you also remember that this wall has the same measurements as this wall over here. So it's a 2 times this amount to get the area of these two walls. To get the area of these two walls, you say 2 times the area of this wall at the back, which would be what? 155 for this portion over here, and then 290 for the length down here. So it'll be 2 times 290 times 155, which is what we did right here. So we essentially split up the problem into smaller chunks. And that's what I find really helps with this question. So you have to split it up into smaller, split up the bigger figure into smaller chunks to help visualize it. But as I said, remember what I said at the start of the question? This is one of those questions where if you see yourself taking too long on it, skip it and come back to it. Good. But yeah, this is the final answer. I hope everybody's okay with it. If you need any further clarification, I recommend that you watch the YouTube video, or if you have any questions, just shoot me a question in the WhatsApp group and I will help where I can. All right, number 7 now. The first 3 figures in a sequence of shapes formed by connecting lines of unit length are shown below. This is figure 1, this is figure 2, this is figure 3. What would figure 4 look like? It would look like, let me draw it in my finger.
It would have 4.
So just draw figure 1 on it.
Third, figure 1 4 times. That's
So
it.
you're going to put 2
So
spaces.
that's firstly, you have to skip over 2 spaces to the right, right? Because you see the 2 spaces in between them. So that's start right here. And then it would be this, and then you draw it up so.
Spaces wide off.
Please bear with me on this drawing, please. It's a mess. Good.
So right now, for neat and fine because we understand the concept.
Good. All right. So I'm just gonna books, and then let's try again. Ciao. If I had a better pen, I'd draw it neater, but yeah, I don't. This. Yeah, it would look something not drawn to scale. not drawn to scale.
They give 2 marks for that simple thing.
Yeah. Now, the number of lines L in each shape and perimeter P of the shape follow a pattern. Study the pattern of numbers in each row of the table and answer the questions that follow. What's the difference? So let's consider column L first. Let's consider this column L first. It moves from 6, then it moves to 11. What's the difference between this and this?
5.
5. What's the difference between this and this?
5.
5. So in constructing our equation for it, we realize that you start off with what? 5 n, and n is the number over here, figure 1, 2, whatever, and then you go from there. So you say 5n. So if I times 1 by 5, what would I need to add to it to get 6?
1.
If I times 2 by 5, what would I need to add to it to get 11?
1.
So you realize, so you see a pattern here. It's 5n plus 1. Everybody seen that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So it'll be 5n plus 1. The same thing applies right here. What's the difference between this figure and this figure?
3.
Difference between this and this?
3.
3. So in constructing our expression for it.
3n plus 1.
3n plus 2.
Wait. So we'll write down the 3n and then we'll say, okay, 3 times 1 is 3. If I add, what would I need to add to 3 to get 5? 2.
Oh, I see. No.
3 times 2 is 6 plus 2 is 8. So we see that is what? 3n plus 2. Yeah. So it'll be 3n plus 2. Good? Good. Stop. Good. How would you calculate this point right here?
Sorry, now fill in the other one first. Is it?
Sorry, what I can do for
5 times 5, that's 25
Plus 1.
plus 1.
That would be 21.
Yeah, I'm just going to write down 21. Wait, 5 times 5 plus 1 is equal to 21.
Sir,
Yes.
how would that be? That part, why you don't use the 4, right? Like 20.
You'd get the same thing, you know.
Yeah, no, that's 26. So I made a mistake.
26.
I made a mistake.
21.
26.
Oh,
the
my
one
bad,
before would be 21.
My bad, yeah. My bad. Sorry, I'm really sorry about that. Yeah. In this case, what would the parameter be? It would be 3
17.
times 5 plus 2. So it'll be 15 plus 2 is equal to 17. Good? In this case, they give us 2 blanks. So we're in a sticky situation right here. But what do we know? We know that 5n plus 1 is equal to what?
66. Oh, so I have to use algebra.
Yeah, so let's use algebra there.
So
5n plus 1.
66 minus 1.
13.
65. So 5n is
N
equal
is equal to 65. N is equal to
65 divided by 5.
Which is
5 5 is 20. No.
13.
good.
13.
So 13. This one.
3n.
41.
So
3 times 13 plus 2. 39 plus 2, which is 41. Okay, so that solves that. Right?
I'm sorry, I can go back to 1 minute, please.
Wait, what did he say?
scroll up a little, please. Well, no, not that far.
Oh, sorry. So the first thing we did, we notice the pattern, the difference between where this increases by 5 every time. So 6 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5. So we just write down 5n. Just write down 5n. Then we say, okay, we say 5 times 1 is 5. What do we need to add to that to get 6? 5n plus 1 is 6. So we realize, hey, it seems that the expression to calculate this would be 5n plus 1. And we did the same thing for this over here. But yeah. Now to calculate d. What is d? D is equal to the difference between the number of lines L minus the perimeter. But d is equal to what? What's this over here? It will be L. The general term for L would be 5n plus 1 minus 3n plus 2. Everybody seen that?
Yeah.
So,
what did you factorize?
Yeah, we're writing it in terms of n. So write a simplified expression in terms of n for the difference between the number of lines and the perimeter of any figure n. And we found that in terms of n, the number of lines is 5n plus 1. In terms of n, the perimeter is 3n plus 2. So the difference, which would be d, would be 5n plus 1 minus 3n plus 2, which would be equal to 5n minus
1.
Plus 1. This is equal to 2n minus 1, as somebody was saying. And that looks like it for number 7. Number 8 now, well, we're almost there. Marla buys 2 types of mobile phones.
Repeat the answer.
2 and minus 1. Everybody sees it, or do I need to go over it again?
So can you go over it again, please?
Could it be 2n plus?
What do you mean?
Remember, the difference is the oxide.
Remember that there's an invisible one in front of the bracket there. Invisible negative one.
Let's start from the top. The question asks us to write a simplified expression in terms of n for the difference d between a number of lines and the perimeter of any figure n. In terms of n, the expression that we derive for the number of lines is 5n plus 1, which is what we have right here. Everybody see that?
Yes, sir.
For the perimeter, in terms of n, the expression that we derive is 3n plus 2, which is right here. The difference, d, between the number of lines and the perimeter of any figure, and that would be in terms of n, would be 5n plus 1 minus 3n plus 2. I feel like I skipped a step and that's what confused people, but I'm going to write it out fully. So it will be 5n plus 1 minus 3n, remember you distribute the minus 1 into the bracket, minus 2. Then you simplify. It will be 5n minus 3n plus 1 minus 2. In the end, you get d is equal to 2n minus 1. Everybody can see that now?
Wait, but since you're trying to write it in terms of n, wouldn't you have to carry 2n on the other side?
No. You remember you're trying to find d. It's d we're trying to calculate, you know. D we're trying to calculate. We're trying to calculate d, but it must be in terms of n. So d must be written in terms of n. So it must be like d is equal to some expression of n, essentially. Which in this case, the expression will be 2n minus 1. So d is equal to 2n minus 1.
Okay.
Yeah. Marla, this is section 2 now. Marla buys 2 types of mobile phones, B-Flow and C-Flex, from a company to retail. One B-Flow mobile phone costs $60, while one C-Flex costs $80. She buys X numbers of B-Flow phones and Y number of C-Flex phones. Marla must not spend more than $1,200. Write an inequality to represent this information. How would we calculate the total amount of money that Marla spent? So to calculate, it would be how much is the cost of a B-Flow phone?
$60.
$60, right? 60. How many B-Flow phones did I buy?
X.
So this expression right here would give me the total cost I would spend on B-Flow phones, because this would be the cost and this would be the number I buy. Everybody see that?
Yes, sir.
Let's do the same thing now for C-Flex phones. What's the cost of the C-Flex phones?
So it'll be 80 Y.
80 Y.
So then
And Y is
than 1,200.
So yeah, it must be less than or equal to 1,200, because it said must not spend more than 1,200. So you can spend 1,200 as well. So it has to be less than or equal to. So it'll be 60x plus 80y is less than or equal to 1,200. Everybody sees that?
Sir, done this, all right?
Yeah, it would end right.
Sir, can you simplify it?
You could say that divide through by 20. 3x plus 4y is less than or equal to what's that? 13?
30.
30. Okay, cool. Okay. Section 2. The number of B-flow phones must be greater than or equal to the number of C-flex phones. Write down an inequality in X and Y to show this information. What is the number of B-flow phones?
X.
What is the number of C-flex phones?
Y.
The question then says what? The number of B-flow phones, which is X,
Must
must
be
be
greater
what?
than
Must be
A
greater
than
than
Y.
Why? Oh, it's 60 it should be. Sorry, my bad. Thank you very much. So this is the inequality, and that's it for that question. Just 1 mark. Now, we want to plot each of these. The question says, represent the 2 inequalities on page 22 on the grid below. Label as are the region which satisfies both inequalities. I think number 2 is easier to plot, so let's start there. How would you normally plot these? You just consider the case where
Draw your Y and X axis and number them.
Are they there? They give us.
So you must put on your points after.
You don't even need to go through all of that. What is the line Y is equal to X? Everybody should know that by now. Y is equal to X. What's it?
A slant line that extends outward.
The line Y equal X is a 45-degree line, as I feel like the physicists would call it, a 45-degree line, or even the economists, because we use 45-degree line in econ as well. Yeah. If you want to painstakingly go about the process of plotting it, it will be it will be all the points where they intersect. So it will be the bold points, them here, 5, 5, 10, 10, 15, 15, 40. You just do that and you would find out that is literally just a 45-degree line through that. So yeah. The next point that we need to plot is 60x plus 80y. The easiest way to do that is just to find the y-intercept and the x-intercept and then just connect the dots. So when x is equal to 0, so we're considering what now? We're considering, so firstly we considered y is equal to x. We plotted y is equal to x. Now, plot 60x plus 80y is equal to, or if you want to be special about it, it's the same exact thing. 3x plus 4y is equal to 60. All you need to do is just find the y-intercept and the x-intercept and then just connect the dots. How would you find the y-intercept, anybody?
mx plus c.
How would you find, they give you this equation, how would you find the y-intercept? At the y-intercept, what is the x equals? What's the x value?
Yeah.
0. So all you need to do is just plug 0, x equals 0 into the equation. Am I right or am I wrong? Right. Good.
Also, so 0 plus 4y.
The question that you asked.
So the easiest way to plot this is just to find to find the x-intercept and the y-intercept. So I asked you, for the y-intercept, what is the value of x at the y-intercept?
0.
0. So to find the y-intercept, to find the value of y at which the graph cuts to find the y value at which the graph cuts the y-axis, to find the value at which the graph cuts to find the value at which the line cuts the y-axis, to find the value at which the line cuts the y-axis, set x is equal to 0. Set x is equal to 0. That would give you 4y is equal to 16.
So y is equal to 15.
Which implies that when you use the implication arrow, y is equal to 15.
Wait, but on the graph, isn't 15 all the way up?
Yeah, so it would be up here. This is the point that we'd be considering. So it would be 0, 15, which is right here.
Oh.
Does everybody see that? The next point that we want to find now is the x-intercept. Along the x-axis, what is the value of y?
0.
Yeah. Put another way, at the x-intercept, what is the value of y associated with the function?
As the range.
At the x-intercept, so where the line cuts the x-axis, what is the value of y?
0.
Yeah, correct. I'm just trying to reword it to see if you understand. Say that I said 3x plus 4 times 0 would be equal to 60. So I get 3x is equal to 60. X is equal to 20, right? So the point would be 0, 20, which would be right here. Yeah, I can't do it neat and fine. So y'all get the point. It's down there where I have that. Right there, so. All you need to do after this point is just connect the lines. Oh, there's a line function now. Look at that. Beautiful. And then I can just and let me just do the line. If I had known this before, I'd have had so much easier time constructing this stuff. And I would have to cut through all of these points.
Wait, is this what they call linear programming?
Let me Google that real quick so I don't tell you foolishness. Linear program. Mathematical programming.
I think that's linear programming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's related in some way, shape, or form, yeah. But from what this is saying, it would be the process of maximizing. So that would more tie into this whole idea of derivative, maximizing a function, but I'm not really like 100% sure. I may be wrong, so I'm not sure. I haven't heard the word. No, I haven't heard that word before, I think. Have I? Honestly, don't know. Yeah. So these are the inequalities. The area, finishing up everything now, the area that we're considering would be what? The areas that intersect would be this entire area down here. Because it would be the area that is less than or equal to
there would be greater than.
Yeah, so it will be x greater than or equal to y. So for example, if you look at it, at x equals 0, now at y equals 0, x greater than or equal to y will be the values to the right of this line. So it will be all of this. Everybody seen that? So for that inequality, it will be all the values to the right of the line. For x greater than or equal to y, it will be all of these values. All of that space down there, so. Everybody seen that?
Yes, sir.
Now, for this inequality, which was what? 3x plus 4y less than or equal to 60, because it's less than or equal to, it will be to the left of the graph, so it'll be all of this area right there. All of that. Okay? Everybody see that? Now, we need to show the region that satisfies both inequalities. And that region would be essentially where the inequalities overlap. So it would be this entire region down here, because Because if you remember, it would have been all of that goes across, all of that goes across. The area that is common to both, the area that satisfies both would be that this entire triangle, this entire space down here. Everybody seen that?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Sir.
There's a question? Okay. No. The total number of mobile phones is represented by X plus Y. According to the graph on page 23, what is the largest possible values of X plus Y? Long story short, for this question, what you expected to do is consider the vertices associated with the shape that is formed by the region satisfying both inequalities. And you would just sum the X and Y values at each of those points. So in this case, it will be 0 plus 0 is 0. So that could never be the largest possible value. In this case, you'd get what? What is this? Call this 1, 2, 3. This would be 2.5. It'll be 0.5 for each one of them.
It
this
seems
work?
so.
5 divided by 20. 5 over 20 would be 1.
4.
1 over 4. So it'd be 0.25 actually. So Khalid said this is 7.5, 7.75, 8, 8.25, 8.5. So this is 8.5 plus, and then the same procedure again right here. It will be 7.5, right or so? This would, Khalid said this would have 17, around 16, 17 around. Down here, so now you'd have X is equal to 20, Y is equal to 0. So it'll be 0 plus 20, which is 20. So it would be, the largest possible value would be 20. Find the inequality. Largest value. So I'm going to put this as option 1 would have be equal to 0 plus 0, which is equal to 0. Oh, so you can say at 0, 0, X plus Y would be equal to 0 plus 0. At, what is this? So what would it say? Call it 8.75, 8.75, something like that. It's not down to exact science, but in the exam it'll be closer. X plus Y will be equal to 8.75 plus, so it'll be 16 plus 1.5, 17.5. 17.5. And then at the point X equal 20, 0, X plus Y will be equal to 20 plus 0, which is equal to 20. Fine, so the steps again, you'd have already drawn the lines. All you need to do is just find the vertices associated with the shaded region, which would be here, here, here. So wherever that would be those 3 points. And then you just add the X and Y value at those 3 points, and you will find one of them will produce the largest possible value. The table below shows pairs of values for the function x squared plus x minus 4. Let me check my WhatsApp just in case. Okay, great. Y is equal to x squared plus x minus 4 for negative 4 less than or equal to x is less than or equal to 3. Write down the maximum or minimum value for the function. Well, the first thing we need to do is plot the 4 remaining points. So just draw them as normal. So the remaining points would be 0, -4, which would be about right here. Oh, I can use a line feature amazingly. Oh, I didn't even end up using it. Oh, well. 0, -4, 1, -2, 1, -2, 1, -2, right there, son. 2, 2, 2, 2, drop right there. And then 3, 8, 3, 8. Yeah, and then you just connect the dots. Probably won't be the best fit ever, but yeah, I get the gist. It'll be that. To find the maximum / minimum, so let me, I think you'd have said x is equal to -2b over a. Let me just check to be sure. You could, well, one method is to look at the graph that you plotted and then just estimate based off of the figure that you get here. So we know that the minimum point would occur at x is equal to -1/2, and the y value would be, not sure exactly what the y value would be. But the algebraic way to do it, to find the axis of symmetry, you find that. So, all right, let me start from the scratch. To find the minimum or max value of the function, you would need to find the axis of symmetry. Find the axis of symmetry. That axis of symmetry is this line cutting through the middle of the curve, through which the curve is essentially symmetric. So the left side is they're essentially a mirror reflection of each other. And to find the axis of symmetry, you would say x is equal to -b over 2a. B in this case would be -1. Well, b would be 1. Sorry, in this case, a is 1, b is 1, c is -4. So it would be -1 over 2 times 1, which is -1/2. So the axis of symmetry occurs at -1/2. Is that true? Let's check. When you look at it, looking at the graph, it would occur right here. And if you look at it properly, you can see that the graph is symmetric about this point in terms of the left side is just a mirror reflection of the right side after this, about this line, axis of symmetry. To find the maximum value, or to find rather the minimum, because it's a minimum value, to find the minimum value of the function, you then say, find the y value associated with this x value, essentially. So it'll be -1/2 squared plus -1/2 minus 4. Everybody following that so far?
Sir. Wait, can you go through that one more time, please?
To find the maximum or minimum value of the function, so you want to find the lowest y value that the function takes. So the minimum value. So this value right here, so down at the bottom right here, so where the function is at its lowest point. To find that value, I recommend finding the axis of symmetry. The axis of symmetry is directly related to that minimum point. Because what the axis of symmetry is that central, it's kind of like a central, it's a central point in the central line through the curve about which the parabola is symmetric. So if you look at it, about this point is as far away from this axis of symmetry as this point is. So it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, algebraic way to do it is to calculate it. X is equal to negative b over here. For the function that we got, y is equal to x squared plus x minus 4, a is equal to 1, b is equal to 1, c is equal to negative 4. So plugging that into this equation right here, x will be equal to negative 1 over 2 times 1, which is equal to negative a half. So the axis of symmetry is negative a half. And if you look at it like all the points to the left of it are the same distance away from the line as the points to the right of it are on the parabola, that is. So yeah, once you find that, you just plug that x value into the function to find the associated y value. And then you get negative a half squared, which would be a quarter, plus, or rather, minus a half, minus 4. And that would give you, that would give you negative a quarter minus 4. Anybody have a calculator? I can plug it into my calculator. It's not working. Oh, I think it's negative 4.25. I did get the D's into the calculator. Or which is the same thing as 9 over 4, or no, 17 over 4. Sorry, my bad. Negative 17 over 4. Yeah. And if you look, the axis of symmetry is that same x is equal to negative a half. So we did that already, which is that red line in the center right there. Moving on to geometry and trigonometry, wrapping up now as the time is almost done. In the diagram below, E, C, G, and F are points on the circumference of a circle. EG is the diameter of the circle. The tangent AEB is parallel. So the tangent AEB is parallel to CD. Angle AEC is 68 degrees. And also angle EFD is 106 degrees. How would we go about calculating angle ECD? Any takers?
68 degrees because it's alternate to AEC.
Good. So what we realize is that alternate angles are equal. If you look and you see CD and AB are parallel. So that essentially have a little Z forming right here. Once I see that Z, my Gladbach box, because essentially what that would mean is 68 degrees would be equal to the 68 degrees right here because of the theorem that says that alternative angles are equal. Like once you see that Z, you know, say, all right, you're good. You just read off 68 degrees, 68 degrees. So you essentially just say angle AEC is equal to angle ECD is equal to 68 degrees because alternate angles are equal. That's the explanation. CEG now. CEG. What do we know about
wait,
angle formed
angle?
At that? Oh, C. Let me. Oh, actually, I'm just writing it on the thing. So the whole of this is 68.
Wait, what angle are we looking for now? CEG?
This one, CEG.
Oh, it's the complement of EAEC, so 90 minus 68. That's 22.
Yeah. 90 minus 68, which is 22. Yeah. The rule though would be any what did they say? Tangent, diameter. When a tangent meets a radius at the diameter, you see here when a tangent meets the diameter or meets a, when a tangent meets a
Forms a
radius.
90-degree angle.
Yeah, when a tangent meets a radius, it forms a 90-degree angle. So the whole of this would have been 90 degrees. So that just 90 minus 68, which is 22. Yeah. 90 minus 68.
Or you could use angles from within a semicircle.
Oh, where would that be? Oh, for where would that be again? Sorry, my bad. Please expound on what you mean.
Wait, sir, where's the tangent again?
The tangent would be here, this tangent line, AB. And it's tangential to the circle at the radius. It forms a tangent with the circle and the radius, sorry. The alternate angles rule, wouldn't that apply to C, G, E? C, G, E. I'm not like 100% sure unless there's some rule that speaks about isn't the alternative angle where you have, if you have two parallel lines, and
Are you talking about the one that the tangent and the chord is equal to the alternative angle? Is that one you're talking about?
the angle? No, I'm talking about alternate angles.
Or the Z angle, yes, sir.
The Z angle, yeah, which is what they would call it. This. Alternate angles are equal. Angle A equal angle B. Alternate. The Z angle, alternate angles are equal. If you want, it would be alternate interior angles. Alternate angles can also be shown, can be in a back front. Yeah. So this. The opposite side angles framed by the Z shapes are always equal to each other. So yeah, as you can see, like CD, AB are parallel. So this would have formed a Z. This right here, this entire thing right here would have formed a Z. So then you can then apply that rule to say that, okay, 68, which it wouldn't be everything right there, so it would have just be, did a bad job in drawing it right there. Should be this, should be 68. ECG, ECG, angles in a semicircle are, let me check that one. Let me actually check that one. I think I pulled up a link with all of them because like I don't remember off the top of my head, so I have to kind of remind myself. Circle theorems. It would have been angles in a semicircle. Where would the semicircle be? So I would just need to look for the semicircle. Which one you said? C, G, E. Yeah, the question asked for ECD.
GE is a semicircle.
Yeah, so we don't need to consider all of that stuff. We just need to look at the alternative. We just need to look at the Z angle. Yeah. And then angle CEG we said was 90 degrees minus 68 degrees, which is equal to 22. And the explanation was the angle formed. when a tangent meets the radius, I think it's radius slash diameter. It's 90 degrees. Yeah, so the two of them would add up to 90. So they get 90 minus 68, so it'll be 22. Good, good. Then it asks us for C, G, F. And
wait, hold on. We calculated ECG, and that's equal to 90, which means that that angle is equal to 22. And since it looks like it's an isosceles triangle, the other angle away from it is also 22. So 180 minus 44 is equal to 730, 136.
I don't think that would actually apply in this case in terms of, I don't think it's a perfect isosceles triangle, because if you look at it as well, the base is not level like that. The root, well, what I did in calculating it was I used this supplementary angles formula right here to say 106, this and this must add up to 180. So I said 180 minus 106, this should give 74. But then we already know that this and this must give 90. So we said this should be 16.
Oh.
So the total angle would have been 22 plus 16, which is 38.
Yes, sir.
But we know that cyclic quadrilateral, opposite supplementary angles in a cyclic quadrilateral add up to 180. I believe it was. That's what the rule was.
Cyclic, sir, and yes, that's right.
We have little memory. So yeah, so with that, so essentially, let me just write that. Firstly, I calculated angle FEB. Angle FEB is equal to 180 minus angle EFD, which is equal to 180 minus 106 is equal to 74. From this, we see where angle GEF is equal to 90 minus 74, which is equal to 16. But then we know that firstly, angle CEG is 22, so that would mean angle CEF. This implies that our angle CEF is equal to 22 plus 16, which will be equal to the 38. Now, angle CEF and CGF, angle CGF are supplementary angles in a quadric shape, I think it was. Some quadrilateral, whatever it is. So they're supposed to add up in a quadrilateral.
Cyclic
Quadrilateral. Thank you. Good. Quadrilateral. So they're supposed to add up to 180. So this means that to get angle CGF will be equal to 180 minus angle CEF. Sorry, this should be CEF. So it'll be equal to 180 minus 38, which will be equal to 142 degrees. And that would be your final answer. And the reasons are scattered throughout it. Angle CEF are supplementary angles in a cyclic quadrilateral. Yeah.
Yeah, but why wouldn't the isosceles thing work? Because it does look like two angles are equal and one isn't.
Like I'm not 100% sure. Maybe it is an alternative way to work it out, but I'd have to do external research to just confirm. But I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
Yeah. But I know for a fact that this is a correct way to work it out right here. From a harbor H, the bearing of two ships Q and R are 69 degrees and 151 degrees, respectively. So here's what here says 69 degrees. The bearing from H to Q is 69 degrees. To get the bearing, you just draw a line from the north line all the way go up to the line connecting the 2 points. So you just say to get the angle, to get the bearing of Q from H, you just draw the north line at H and then draw the angle from the north line to the line connecting H and Q, if that makes sense. To do the same thing from R, to find the bearing of R from H, you draw the north line at H and then you draw the angle going all the way around like this. So that entire angle would be 151 degrees. Everybody seen that?
Yes.
They gave us that in the question. I think that would be the case as well, but as I say, I'm not sure. So probably ask a teacher because I'm not sure. Let me check. Maybe it's here as well. See it here? It would have to be no. So they are considered isosceles triangle when they are made up of two radii. So basically, they have to come from the center. All right, cool. Yeah. Q is 175 kilometers from H. So we'll just put that up here. Q is 175 kilometers from H. 175 kilometers. Everybody see that, right? Just filling in the figures. And that would be the diagram computed. Calculate QR, which is this side over here, which is the distance between the two ships. So what were we given? We're given two sides. Oh wait, before we even get to that, let's also recognize that the entire angle is 151 degrees. But the angle inside this triangle right here will be 151 minus 69. What is that? 151 minus 69. Would that be 82 degrees?
Yes, sir.
So this angle on the inside here would be 82 degrees. And what were we given? And so we want to find an unknown sign, which is QR. What were we given? We're given two sides and an angle between them. Which rule do we use when we have two sides, 175 and 242, and an angle between them?
Cosine rule.
Yes. So simply put, you apply the cosine rule. And just a reminder, the cosine rule is a squared is equal to b squared plus c squared minus 2bc cos a. In the context of this question, it would be QR squared is equal to 242 squared plus 175 squared minus 2bc. So it would be 2 times 175 times 242. Cos the angle between them, which would be 82. So QR squared, when you simplify it, you should get 77,401.038. And then you just find the square root of both sides. And it would give QR is equal to 278.21. Everybody followed that? So I just applied cosine rule. I was given two sides and an angle between them. So I just plugged in the stuff. So I knew that the unknown side that I want to be QR. So I'd say QR squared is equal to whichever other side it is. So it'd be a squared, 242 squared plus the other side, 175 squared minus 2 times 175, 242, cos 82. And then I just work it out and solve for QR. Any questions regarding that? There are a lot of questions on this paper.
Yes, sir.
So good. No questions.
Yes,
Sir,
sir.
go
I
back
have
up
a
to the,
question.
your
Oh,
finger.
what's the question? What's the question?
Go back up to the question, sir. So if you extend the north line, isn't 69 and 80 supposed to be on a straight line, sir?
No.
Okay, sir.
Because if you remember now, the straight line would look like this. Let me. The straight line would look like this. If it's the straight line would look like it would look
yes,
due
sir.
south.
So a piece is left off the 82.
Yeah.
All right, sir.
And ironically, that's the next thing that we have to draw. Let me just erase this. Yeah. The next question says, calculate how far due south ship R. So calculate how far due south is ship R of the harbor H. I'm just gonna finish up the past paper and then we'll finish for the day. Sorry about that, for taking so long. So calculate how far due south is ship R of the harbor H. The harbor H is right here. How far due south is R from H? Did I just draw a line, go down, and this would the distance represented by this line go down and you carry it across? This line right here would represent the distance south. How far south R is from H?
Also, you find the angle between the two lines there. So like 29 degrees and 242 kilometers.
Yeah.
So cosine.
Cos theta, yeah, cos theta.
So cos 29 is equal to
Adjacent over hypotenuse. But before we get there, let's take it step by step.
Okay.
Calculate the missing angle. Calculate the missing angle. It would be equal to 180 minus 69 plus 82, which would be equal to 29. That would be this angle right here. Because remember, angles on a straight line give you 180 degrees. So all of them must add up to 180, and that would be 29. Good? Yeah. Next thing we do is we just say cos theta, as the person was saying. So let's say cos theta in this case, theta is 29 is equal to what? What does cos theta equal to again?
Adjacent over
hypotenuse, locator. So it will be sine is opposite over hypotenuse, cos is adjacent over hypotenuse, tan is opposite over adjacent. So in this case, it will be adjacent over hypotenuse. The adjacent in this case is the thing that we actually want to find, because remember, the adjacent is the side where the 90 degrees is. First of all, well, where the two angles are on. Remember, this is 90 degrees because it's due south. Yeah, so it'll be the adjacent over the hypotenuse. What's the hypotenuse? 242. 240.
So the adjacent is equal to 242 times cos 29.
Exactly. Which would be equal to 211.66 kilometers.
And that the 212 kilometers or 211.7.
Yeah, whichever you round it off to, whatever it may be. I normally say 2 decimal places or 3, whichever one, but doesn't make a difference.
Okay.
It's better put it to the few decimal places though, maybe 2 or 3 decimal places.
Okay, no.
Calculate the matrix product 5 times 4. 5, 4, calculate the matrix product here. How do we multiply two matrices? What's the first step?
Finding the order.
Yes. What's the order of this one?
2 by 2.
2 by 2. What's the order of this one?
2 by 3.
2 by 3. Okay.
So the product is...
Wait. We analyze the order of the two of them. Are they conformable?
Yes, sir.
The number of columns in the first matrix is equal to the number of rows in the second matrix. So aka the inner ones, this and this are equal. So yes, we can multiply. The first step is just to check that they're multiplicative. You can multiply them essentially. And after this now, we go into rows by columns. So it would be 5 times 2 plus 4 times 0. And it would be 5 times 1 plus 4 times 3. Doing it rows by columns, right? What would be the next entry?
5 times -4 plus 4 times 6.
Plus 4 times 6. Bring it, oh shoot, 4 times 6. Let's bring it down to the next line now. What's the first end? What's its 2-1 entry? The entry in the second row, first column.
-3 times 2.
Times
plus
2.
-2 times 0.
Plus -2 times 0. What I used to help me as well, in each column, then like a second figure here must match. So if you realize that them don't match right here, so rubbish you're doing. That makes sense. Then it will be -3 times 1 plus -2 times 3. Again, I didn't even look at them. I just look at the figure right above it and just like, okay, it's supposed to be equal. It's supposed to be the same figure. -3 times -4 plus -2 times 6. Everybody's cool with that? We just did rows by columns, and no, it just simplify. Simplifying, what would you get? Five times 3 is what?
10 plus 0. Or just
10.
10.
10.
5
plus 12 is what? 17.
Yes, sir.
-20 plus 24.
Minus
4.
24.
Minus
4.
24.
So that's -4.
Oh, yeah.
No, +4, sorry.
-20 plus 24. 24 minus 20 is 4. Yeah.
-6.
Plus 0.
3. Minus 9. 12.
So that would be 0.
12 minus 12, 0, yeah. And yeah. So you just do that, and then that would be your final number. And then the two matrices are conformable because the number of columns first matrix is equal to the number of rows second matrix. Good? Everybody understands that, right?
Yeah, wait,
So
I
you
want to
have
write
columns first instead of rows.
No, I'm right. The number of columns in the first matrix, rows by this, is equal to the number of rows in the second matrix, which is this. Remember, it's rows by columns. So the inner ones must be equal. I check to ensure that these two, let's just ensure that these two are equal. Everybody say that, right?
Yes.
Good. Determine the inverse of that. What's the formula for the inverse, anybody? Assume that this matrix is A. The inverse, A inverse, equal to what? 1 over
AD minus BC.
the determinant of A times
the minus D.
Adjoint of A. That's what it's called. Now let's calculate it. What is the determinant? 1 over AD minus BC, right? So 5 times negative 2 minus 4 times negative 3. What is the adjoint?
4 times minus 3.
Let me show you the quick and easy way. Swap the entries on the leading diagonal, negativize the other ones. This will be negative 4, 3, and 5. All I did?
4, 3, 5.
Yeah. So I swap the entries on the leading diagonal, 5, negative 2, and then I just negativize the other one. So this will become negative 4, this will become 3. Give you another example. Negative 1, 3. I see somebody that I know. If you have a question, you don't need to raise your hand, and you can just talk. Oh, somebody. Let me put down that. Negative 1, 3, 2, negative 2. What would be the adjoint of this? That's negative 1, 3, 2, negative 2. What would be the adjoint?
Negative 1 times negative 2.
What would be the adjoint? Not the determinant, you know. We're trying to find the adjoint matrix of this.
Negative 2. Negative 3. Negative 2. Negative 1.
Good. What did you do?
I switched the position of negative 1 and negative 2, and I changed the sign of the 2.
Good. All you have to do, swap the elements on the leading diagonal. So swap negative 1 and negative 2. And then you change the sign of the elements on the non-leading diagonal, which is negative 3, negative 2. You times it by negative 1, essentially. That's all you have to do to find the adjoint. Hopefully, the example helped. Next step now, what is that figure in the denominator down there? So 1 over what? Is equal to what? What is it? 1 over 5 times negative 2 is what? Negative 10 plus 12. 2 times this adjoint matrix right here. Yeah. And this is the inverse. Everybody's clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Sorry. The diagram below shows OAB in which OA, all of this length up here is R, OB is S, CE, well, E is the midpoint of CD, so E is the halfway point. OC is 3 over 4 OA, so 3 over 4 R. AD is 2 over 3 AB. And yeah, that's information that they gave us. Now we want to calculate CD. How do we go about that? In terms of R and S. It was C. Yeah. How can you, what is one way you can calculate CD? We're calculating CD, anybody? We need to journey from C to D. How can we do that? One possible way is CA to AD. Am I right or am I wrong?
Right.
So CD can be written as CD can be equal to CA plus AD. But what is AC? We know that OC is we know that OC is 3/4 OA, right? What would CA be?
A quarter.
Good, 1/4 times OA, right? Everybody see that? So we know that OC, this entire length here, where did you leave off, Gabriel?
The matrix section, when you're calculating the inverse.
Oh, I was saying, remember, it's 1 over the determinant of A times the adjoint of A. To calculate the adjoint, you just flip the entries on the leading diagonal. So in this case, it will be -2 and 5. You flip them, so it'll be -2, 5. And then you times each of the other entries on the non-leading diagonal by -1. So it'll be -4, 3. So we have -2, -4, 3, 5.
Wait, but hold on, wait. If it's, because I've seen the order of the adjoint before and it had to be a negative number for like the first entry. Wouldn't it be a positive number since that was originally a negative number?
As far as I know, I don't know about those different complexities of it, but the normal way to do it in terms of, well, how I was taught and how it's said on the internet would be swap the entries over here and then you times these entries by -1. I mean, if you want to get into details, I don't think that's CSEC maths. I think that's borderline college level maths. But yeah, all you just need to do is just swap the entries along the leading diagonal and then negativize the other two.
Okay.
Yeah. And then 1 over the determinant, so it'll be 1 over 5 times. This simples down to half, so it'll be half times the adjoint. And that's what we got. Next thing that we want to do, we're given OA is equal to R, OB is equal to S, E is the midpoint of CD, so basically CE is half CD, and also EB is half CD, if you look at it that way. OC is also equal to 3/4 OA, so basically OC is equal to 3/4 R, and also AD is equal to 2/3 AB. And then we're just going through some calculation. We said one way to calculate CD would be to do CA, go from C to A, then from A to D. So the CA plus AD, right? Everybody sees that? Then we said that CA, which is this little section up here, remember now, OC now is 3 over 4 OA. And if all of this make up the one line, what would CA be? So if this down here says 3/4, what must up here so be? Anybody?
A quarter.
Yeah. So this entire space down here from O to C is 3/4 OA. So that would simply mean that from C to A would be a quarter OA. So this is 3/4. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah. So essentially, CA is a quarter OA. Now, AD, how would we calculate AD? What is AD? AD is 2/3 AB, right? That's what we're given in the question. But what is AB? Let's go one side and calculate that real quick. AB can be calculated as AO. It can go from A to O to B, right? So it can be calculated as AO plus OB. But what is AO, anybody? AO is the same thing as negative OA. So it'll be plus OB, yeah. And then you'd have AB is equal to negative R plus S, which is equal to S minus R, put simply. So yeah. So what we have now for this equation over here is we have CD is equal to a quarter OA, but what is OA, everybody? We're given OA in the question. What is OA?
R.
R plus 2/3. What did we just calculate and get for AB?
S minus R.
Yeah. Simplify now. So it will be CD is equal to a quarter R minus 2/3 R plus 2/3 S. Quarter minus 2/3 is what? 5/12? Well, negative 5/12. So CD will be equal to 2/3 S minus 5/12 R. Everybody's following, or do I need to go over it again?
Read it over again, please.
Sir, my last.
Okay. If you want to calculate CD, what I normally do is I just construct a path from C to D. One of the easiest ways to get from C to D is just to go from CA to AD. Say that's a CA plus AD. Because that's, I think that's you call that the resultant, what is that? Yeah, it would be the resultant matrix. The law of addition of vectors, I believe it is. So if you want to get CD, you can go from CA, then from C to A, then from A to D. So I said CD is equal to CA plus AD. That's fine by everybody. Alternatively, you could have go CO, then you could have go plus OB, plus BD, or you could have also go CE plus ED, but we don't really have any information for that. You could have also go, I don't think there's anywhere else you could have gone. Those are the other alternative routes. You could have go CO, then plus OB, then plus BD, but we don't really have any information on, well, we don't have as much information on BD as we would like. You could also go from CA to AD, which is the route we chose. So it would be CA plus AD. Everybody sees that, right? CA to AD. Everybody sees that?
So wait, why would we go CA to AD if there isn't any information there?
We do have some sort of information in terms of CA being a quarter OA, and then also AD being 2/3 AB. I mean, you could also apply the same thing for CO to OB to BD as well, but that would just take more work. You could have chosen any route and get the same answer. You should have been able to do that. But in this case, I chose that route.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, did I delete something? Yeah, I did. So in this case, the CD is equal to CA plus AD. But what is CA? what were we given in the question? We're given that OC, which is the this line segment here, is equal to 3/4 OA. So if OC and CA make up the entirety of OA, how much of OA does CA take up? A quarter OA. So CA we can write as a quarter OA. What is AD? We're given it in the question. AD is equal to 2/3 AB. Everybody sees that? It's given in the question. What I then went on and did was I went one side and I said, okay, how do I get AB? AB can be calculated as I can go from, I can go from A to O, then from O to B, which would be the easiest route to go because I have information on AO and OB. So I said, oh my gosh, AB is equal to AO plus OB. Everybody's finding that? Or
Sir, how did you find that?
how do I find one?
How did you know that A always B plus OB is equal to AB?
That's the law of what's that called? Result. Isn't it the vector? There's a law for it. There's an
Triangular law of vectors.
The triangular law of vectors. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a triangular law of vectors where you just add along the journey and you get essentially the resultant vector that you need. I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, you just apply the triangular law of vectors and note that if you go, as I said, I look at it as like a journey. If I want to get AB, I can go from A to O, then from O to B. And then I just need to add along that path, and then I can get the answer that I want. So it would be from A to O plus O to B. And in doing so, you're applying the triangular law of addition of vectors. I believe it is Gable said. I don't quite remember the name. But yeah. So it would be AB is equal to AO plus OB. And then, what is AO? AO is the same thing as negative OA. AO is essentially the oh yeah, essentially AO is OA but in the opposite direction. So we know that vector is a quantity that captures direction and also size, magnitude. So essentially, like OA, if the value of OA is R in one direction, to find the value in the opposite direction, so from A to O, you just take negative of R. Is that okay with everybody?
Wait, try that one more time. I didn't
Vectors are quantities with both magnitude and direction. We know that OA, so starting from O and then traveling to A, OA is equal to R. The position vector, OA is equal to R. If we go in the opposite direction of that now, and instead of going from O to A, we go from A to O, you would be in the opposite, you'd be going in the opposite direction, right?
Oh yeah, true.
To capture that, you just times whatever you had initially for OA by -1, because it's essentially going in the, call it the opposite, aka negative direction. So AO would be equal to negative OA. In this case, OA is R, so AO would be equal to negative R. Yeah, and we were given that OB is equal to S. So AB would be equal to negative R plus S, which is equal to S minus R. Yeah. And then you have a quarter R plus 2/3 S minus R. And then I just simplified from there. And I said quarter R minus 2 over 3 R plus 2 over 3 S. And once I simplified, I got 2 over 3 S minus 5 over 12 R. Again, like if I'm not explaining it well, you can try the YouTube video because I know the teacher had explained it over there as well. It's there. So maybe if you don't explain it the way how maybe if you don't understand it, the way how I explained it, can probably try watching that recording after the session for further clarification. Also, the next thing that they want us to calculate is OE. How can we get from O to E? Anybody? What's a path that we can take?
So like O to B, then oh wait, no, that wouldn't work.
You can do that, you know. You can do
What
that.
you say, O to E?
Yeah.
So you're gonna go from O to C and C to E?
Yeah, you can. So it would be not this crashing. Sure. Wow.
So I just want to say you're tired.
Tired, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Right. But these papers take too long for my liking. Too long.
Sir, is on 2 hours alone they might give you for the paper.
2 hours 40 minutes.
What you said, sir?
Afternoon, can you hear me? Oh. Can everybody hear me now? Let me just leave on this device. All right, great. All right, so let me just finish up that last question and wrap it up for today. About the session for today. Sorry. Where were we?
We're at the last question, I think.
Is this one OE? We're at OE. So we're saying, how do you get from OE? How do you get from O to E? Somebody was saying it can travel from O to C, then from C to E. If we do that, it would be O. Everybody can see, right? Let me just. Great. If you want to derive OE, you can just apply the triangular law of addition of vectors. I believe it was Gabriel that said it was. We just go from O to C, then from C to E. So it'll be OC plus CE. What is OC? OC is equal to 3/4 OA. And CE is CE would be a half CD, which we calculated from the previous question, because E is the midpoint of CD, right? So it would be CE would be half CD. First of all, 3/4 OA would derive down to 3/4 R, because OA is R, is equal to R, sorry. And then half CD, what did we derive for this? It was 2/3S minus 5/12R. And then it would be equal to 3/4R plus a half times that. So it'd be a third S minus 5/24R. 3/4 minus 5/24 is what? Anybody? Three quarter minus 5/24. Anybody? 3/4 minus 5/24.
13/24.
13/24 R plus 1/3S, and that would be a final answer. So for OE, you go from O to C, then from C to E, you add them. So you say OC plus CE, and then it will be equal to OC, remember, is 3/4 OA, so it'll be 3/4 OA plus a half CD. Can remember, E is the midpoint of CD. Since E is the midpoint of CD, of the entire vector CD, then CE would be half of the entire vector CD. Because as I was saying, E is the midpoint. So that's what I put right here. OA is R, so we just put 3/4 R, and then we calculated CD from the previous question as that. And I simplified and got this as a final answer. Again, it's worked out on the YouTube channel, so I'm kind of rushing now. So I'm not really even taking the time to slow down. I don't know if I even did slow down, but still, it's on the channel that I sent in the group, and it's there explained. The points O, Q, and R have coordinates 0, 0, 5, 2, and -1, 4, respectively. Write OR as a column vector. First of all, point R is what? What is point R? Anybody?
-1, 4.
-1, 4. If we're writing OR as a column vector, pretty much all we need to do is just take that and put it as a 2x1 matrix. So just find the transpose of it. So it would be OR.
Wait, what is a column vector?
Position vector or column vector, sorry.
Oh yeah, what is a column vector?
A column vector is essentially the vector representation of, a column vector is essentially a representation of the vector being considered. So in this case, OR would be this entire line right here. And if you look at it, the column vector OR would essentially be telling you that from 0, 0, from the origin 0, 0 to R, you'd have moved -1 spaces to the left and 4 spaces up. I don't know how to.
Also, it's like writing it as a column matrix.
Yeah, that's pretty much what you're doing.
Okay.
The same point here, you're just writing it as a column. But whereas this one is just this point here, the column vector is this entire vector, this entire line right here. So instead of R, which is just a point, just a random point, any random point, this point is whatever this point is, this point is whatever this point is. Instead of it being a random point, when we're dealing with a column vector now in terms of the position vector, we're talking about the vector from O to R. I don't know if that makes sense. So it would be like you're starting from O and you're traveling all the way up to R. And yeah, that's essentially how you represent it. If you want the explanation behind it. So all you really need to do is just a -1 for. Really isn't anything fancy to it. Whereas before you had it as a row, you just put it as a vector. So it's no longer a point per se, but it's rather a vector. And the next question asks us to determine the modulus of QR. So the first step in this question would be to find out what exactly QR is. And QR is the same thing as QO plus OR. Because it would be from Q to O, then from O to R. So QO plus OR. We know that OR, which is what we found in the last question, is -1, 4 plus QO would be, what is Q? The position vector for Q is what would be the column vector associated with 5, 2? What would be the column vector associated with the point 5, 2? Again, write OQ as a column vector. How would I write that?
5/2.
5. Don't say 5/2 because it's not a fraction. It's 5, 2. It's not a fraction. So yeah, it will be 5, 2. So there are no commas or anything. It's just 5, 2. It's just a column. If OQ is equal to 5, 2, then what is QO equal to? So it's essentially opposite direction. If you're going in the opposite direction to what you're going in before, and assuming that there are only two directions, a positive direction and a negative direction, how would I find QO? I have OQ. How would I find QO?
Yeah, add them.
I have OQ, so I have a vector going from O to Q, and it's going that. But instead of that, what I want is the vector going from Q to O. So it's the same size vector, you know, same magnitude, but it's going in the opposite direction. So 5.
Find the negative.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So it would be -5, -2. Everybody see that? And then it will be equal to, when you add in two column vectors, you add corresponding elements. So it will be -5 plus -1. What is that?
-6.
Yeah. -2 plus 4 is 1.
2.
And then they want us to find the modulus or the determinant of -6, 2. How do we go about doing that? Square root of negative 6 squared plus 2 squared is equal to square root of 40 is equal to 2 root 10. Essentially, if you get a vector, let's say you get a vector AB, how would you find the determinant of this vector? Anybody knows?
The same thing that you just did before.
Square root of A squared plus B squared. So you just take each of the elements of the vector, square them, and then add them. So it's just square root of A squared plus B squared. That's it.
So why didn't they just add them instead of squaring them, then square root them?
I probably worded it wrong, but that's the length of. I think that's the same thing as the length of a vector formula, magnitude of a vector formula. Well, it is the magnitude of a vector formula. I mean, I should remember it's the same as the length of a line. No, I don't think it's the exact same thing. It's a similar concept. Yeah, this. The magnitude of a vector. The magnitude of a vector alpha is written as mod alpha. If A is equal to xy, then the magnitude of that is equal to the square root of x squared plus y squared. And yeah, it seems they use Pythagoras theorem in terms of A squared is equal to B squared plus C squared, but you just find the square root of both sides, so A is equal to the square root of B squared plus C squared. I don't quite remember all of this like in detail. So like any extra support, YouTube or ask your teacher. I'm not 100% sure. But if there's any other like final questions I can assist with, I will. But that would just about wrap up the session. We'll have completed 2021. Again, if you need further clarification, the YouTube videos are there. He probably explained this vector part more clearly than me. But yeah, any additional help you may need, just feel free to reach out to me or feel free to watch YouTube videos and, liaise with the teacher as usual. All the best in your final examination, and yeah. When is the exam?
The 1st of June.
Oh, June 1. You have time. So yeah, definitely brush up on vectors. Because I feel like a lot of schools tend to neglect the vector section in their administration and syllabus. So just brush up on the vectors, and all the best. Again, if you have any questions that you have for me that to work out, you can just send them in the group and I will try and work them out and get them back to you as soon as possible. If you want the past papers that I used, let me try and find the link that I had found.
This paper, the annotation is the group.
What are you saying?
This can be sent in the group, the annotation.
I don't understand your question. Could you please repeat?
I'm asking if this can be sent in the group with the annotation.
Oh, the thing is, I lost the file that I was working on earlier. So like all of my annotations disappeared because my computer overheated. As I said, the annotation is in the YouTube videos because he actually literally just works them out. So you can skip through the videos. I had written up stuff, but I don't think it's really anything like neat and pretty. And the handwriting is awful. So I don't know. But yeah. If there are any specific questions that you need, I can probably rewrite it because my shadow's kind of packed. I will try to rewrite it or just watch the YouTube videos because it's worked out there. It's worked out there really neatly. It's worked out there really neatly. But yeah, all the best. Do enjoy the rest of the day. I think that should end the recording. I got to go.
Thanks a lot, sir.
No problem.
Thanks.
Enjoy the rest of the day, everybody. And let me stop the recording. How do I stop the recording? Yeah, I did.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Partial.